Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. The pause is holding at the border, but going forward, it won't be business as usual. That was the message from Prime Minister Narendra Modi today. He addressed the nation for the first time after Operation Sindoor, and the Prime Minister declared a new normal. No nuclear blackmail, no second chances, and no more talks and cooperation. We will bring you the top highlights from the Prime Minister's speech, also the hard evidence from this operation. We know Pakistan is celebrating after the pause, but we'll show you the ground reality, satellite images that confirm India's successful hits. Meanwhile, Pakistan is peddling photoshopped images and stolen videos. We will bust the lies from Islamabad's press conference. Also, a special report on India's lethal weapon during this conflict, the BrahMos cruise missile. 5 days after launching Operation Sindoor and 2 days after declaring a pause, India has declared victory. The declaration came from the Prime Minister himself. This was his first public statement since Operation Sindoor began. Prime Minister Narendra Modi called the operation a success. He congratulated the Indian Armed Forces. He confirmed that Indian strikes had killed more than 100 terrorists in Pakistan. The Indian Prime Minister said this, and in no uncertain terms, Prime Minister Modi shot a warning to Pakistan. He said India had demolished the headquarters of terrorism and that Operation Sindoor is the new normal. This is the new normal in India's fight against terror. He also dismissed the idea of any talks with Pakistan. Listen to this.
मैं सबसे पहले भारत की पराक्रमी सेनाओं को, सशस्त्र बलों को, हमारी खुफिया एजेंसियों को, हमारे वैज्ञानिकों को, हर भारतवासी की तरफ से सैल्यूट करता हूं। भारत के इन हमलों में 100 से अधिक खूंखार आतंकवादियों को मौत के घाट उतारा गया है। भारत की इस कार्रवाई से पाकिस्तान घोर निराशा में गिर गया था, हताशा में गिर गया था, बौखला गया था। मैं फिर दोहरा रहा हूं, हमने पाकिस्तान के आतंकी और सैन्य ठिकानों पर अपनी जवाबी कार्रवाई को अभी सिर्फ स्थगित किया है। आने वाले दिनों में हम पाकिस्तान के हर कदम को इस कसौटी पर मापेंगे कि वो क्या रवैया अपनाता है। सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक और एयर स्ट्राइक के बाद अब ऑपरेशन सिंदूर आतंक के खिलाफ भारत की नीति है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने आतंक के खिलाफ लड़ाई में एक नई लकीर खींच दी है, एक नया पैमाना, न्यू नॉर्मल तय कर दिया है। पहला, भारत पर आतंकी हमला हुआ तो मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया जाएगा। हम अपने तरीके से, अपनी शर्तों पर जवाब देकर रहेंगे। हर उस जगह जाकर कठोर कार्रवाई करेंगे जहां से आतंक की जड़ें निकलती हैं। दूसरा, कोई भी न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल भारत नहीं सहेगा। न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल की आड़ में पनप रहे आतंकी ठिकानों पर भारत सटीक और निर्णायक प्रहार करेगा। तीसरा, हम आतंक की सरपरस्त सरकार और आतंक के आकाओं को अलग अलग नहीं देखेंगे। निश्चित तौर पर ये युग युद्ध का नहीं है, लेकिन ये युग आतंकवाद का भी नहीं है।
So this is the new normal. Pakistan can no longer hide behind its terror proxies or its nuclear weapons. This is something that we discussed yesterday as well on how Operation Sindoor, India has called Pakistan's nuclear bluff and shown the world that this terror state can be punished without it escalating into a nuclear standoff. Prime Minister Modi's speech today sets the tone for India's future engagements with Pakistan. And that tone is uncompromising. Because even now, Pakistan is trying to shift the goalposts. You may remember what we told you yesterday. India and Pakistan were scheduled to have military-level talks, a call between the two DGMOs, the Director Generals of Military Operations from India and Pakistan. They were supposed to talk today. The agenda was quite straightforward, how the two militaries would uphold the decision to stop the hostilities. That was the limited point of conversation. But Pakistan deviated from protocol. It tried to bring up diplomatic issues. Reports say Islamabad wanted to discuss the Indus Waters Treaty, specifically India's decision to suspend it. This is far outside the scope of a DGMO-level discussion. DGMOs are not diplomats. They do not negotiate treaties. Their job is clear and specific. They are supposed to coordinate military operations and maintain border stability. Now, we know that in Pakistan, the military does not understand borders, neither geographical nor political or official. But India's military is a professional force, so they refuse to dilute the agenda or to engage in backdoor diplomacy. Basically, India refused to entertain Pakistan's new list of demands. As a result, the call had to be delayed. It was initially scheduled for noon. It was delayed to this evening. These engagements have a well-defined structure. DGMO stands, like I said, for Director General of Military Operations. This is a senior military official. These officials are responsible for all operations on India's borders. India's DGMO is Lieutenant General Rajiv Ghai. On the Pakistani side, the post is held by Major General Kashif Chaudhry. These officials manage active operations during conflict. They also maintain direct communication. Now, the DGMOs of India and Pakistan have a hotline that was established after the 1971 war, inspired by the US and Russia. They had a similar hotline during the Cold War. India and Pakistan adopted a similar measure. This hotline was operational or open throughout Operation Sindoor. Pakistan could have picked up the phone at any point in time and called India. But they finally used it on Saturday. That's when Pakistan reached out to India to end hostilities. So today's call was meant to reinforce that understanding, to discuss ground-level protocols, and to prevent future attacks and define red lines for both sides. But instead of sticking to that, Pakistan tried to rewrite the agenda. India refused to play ball. As things stand, Operation Sindoor is still on. Like you heard the Prime Minister say, this is the new normal. Indian forces remain on high alert. There has been no change in posture. When the call did happen finally in the evening, the DGMOs discussed military protocols, including the use of drones and technical modalities around maintaining the ceasefire. Nothing beyond that. Both DGMOs are expected to speak again. We don't have a date yet, but it should happen sometime soon. Earlier today, we also heard from Donald Trump, the US president, and he has once again offered to mediate.
Let me say a few words about the historic events that took place over the last few days. On Saturday, my administration helped broker a full an immediate ceasefire, I think a permanent one, between India and Pakistan, ending a dangerous conflict of two nations with lots of nuclear weapons. And they were going at it hot and heavy, and it was seemingly not going to stop. And I'm very proud to let you know that the leadership of India and Pakistan was unwavering, powerful, but unwavering in both cases. They really were, from the standpoint of having the strength and the wisdom and fortitude to fully know and to understand the gravity of the situation. And we helped a lot. And we helped also with trade. I said, come on, we're going to do a lot of trade with you guys. Let's stop it. Let's stop it. If you stop it, we're doing trade. If you don't stop it, we're not going to do any trade. People have never really used trade the way I used it. That I can tell you. And all of a sudden they said, I think we're going to stop.
He clearly doesn't get it. President Trump is framing this as a trade issue. But those who understand the history of this conflict, those who understand this conflict, know that it runs far deeper. This is not about economic ties, and this one was not even about Kashmir. This was about India's fight against Pakistan-sponsored terrorism. And today, Prime Minister Modi has made it clear India is stepping up its fight against terror.
Director General, Air Operations will provide the target system is not to target only terrorists and thus prevent collateral damage.
Welcome to warfare in the age of social media. It's not enough to attack the adversary. You have to show proof. If not, the other side can spin the narrative. They can turn a loss into a victory. And we are seeing that from Pakistan right now. They were properly pummeled by the Indian Air Force. Yet, there are victory rallies in their cities. Look at these pictures. So tonight, we are setting the record straight. Where did the Indian military strike? What were the damages to Pakistan? And what is the proof that we have? First, the targets. And for that, let me pull up a map for you. This was presented by the Indian military in today's briefing, this map. It shows all the locations hit by India. Look at those red dots. Put together, there were 13 military sites in Pakistan. In Karachi, in Islamabad, in Lahore, in Rawalpindi, and in Sialkot. Basically, all major Pakistani cities were targeted by the Indian forces. So what did they destroy? And what is the proof? Let's start with the strikes on May 7th. Two targets stood out in that operation. May 7th is when Operation Sindoor began. Two key targets, Bahawalpur and Muridke. These were both high-value targets. Bahawalpur, as you know by now, is the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. This is a city in Pakistan's Punjab state. Now look at the satellite image. You will see a compound. This was the Indian military's chosen target. And within this compound, 4 sites were picked. You can see the numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4. These 4 sites in the Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters were struck by India. Now look carefully at the pictures before and after the strike. All 4 targets have been destroyed. So those were the satellite pictures. Now let's show you ground videos. These were videos recorded at the Jaish headquarters after the attack, and as you can see, they confirm the destruction. This is a facility where terrorists were radicalized and trained. Today, it lies in ruins. The videos confirm a perfect precision strike by India. This is Bahawalpur, the Jaish headquarters. Next is Muridke. Again, a very significant target, Muridke. It is located in Pakistan's Punjab province. Muridke is home to the Lashkar-e-Toiba headquarters, and in this compound too, India targeted 4 points. Look at the pictures before and after the strike. All 4 targets at the Lashkar headquarters were reduced to rubble. And it's not just satellite images that prove the devastation. We also have videos from the ground in Muridke. They show the Lashkar-e-Toiba headquarters in ruins. Look at these images. The roof has collapsed. There are mangled steel bars all around and pieces of concrete strewn about, completely destroyed. All confirming the damage from India's Operation Sindoor. Muridke, the Lashkar-e-Toiba headquarters in Pakistan. So these were India's actions on the 7th of May when Operation Sindoor was launched. After these strikes, India reached out to Pakistan and we told them to not escalate the situation because these were precision hits on Pakistani terrorists, not on Pakistani civilians or their soldiers. They were not targeted by India. But Pakistan did not heed India's warning. They threatened to hit back. And for 3 nights, Pakistan sent drones into India. They tried to probe our air defenses and to gather intelligence. On the night of May 8th and 9th, they stepped up the attacks. Pakistan fired missiles and armed drones into India. Almost all of them were neutralized by our air defenses, but now India had to hit back. Like I said, 13 military sites were targeted by India. Some were air defense sites, others were full-fledged air bases. What kind of damage did they cause? Let me show you satellite proof of the damage. Starting with the Pasroor Air Base in Punjab. This is located near the city of Sialkot. It's a major industrial hub in Pakistan. A lot of their leather and sports goods are produced there, which is why Pasroor is heavily guarded. It is home to a Pakistani air defense system. Now look at the pictures before the strike and after it. The Pasroor Air Base. The radar head is clearly damaged. This was in Pasroor. Next is the Jacobabad Air Base in the Sindh province of Pakistan. This is home to Pakistan's F-16 fighter jets. It has been a forward operating position for their air force. The Americans used it heavily during their operations in Afghanistan. India hit an aircraft hangar at this base. If you look at the satellite pictures, the damage is quite clear. It shows that parts of the roof were blown out. The Rahim Yar Khan Air Base. This is located in Pakistan's Punjab province. It also houses an airport that was built by the UAE. So the base has diplomatic significance for Pakistan. India hit 2 targets at Rahim Yar Khan. The first was the runway. The second was an adjoining building. Both strikes were on target. If your runway has craters, jets cannot take off. That is why runways are targeted. We also have ground footage from Rahim Yar Khan. Just look at the size of those craters. Next, you have the Sargodha airfield. This is located in central Punjab. Again, it is home to Pakistan's F-16 fighter jets. Sargodha has been their most capable and best equipped base. India struck 2 points on this runway. Satellite images do not just confirm the damage, they also show that repair work is now underway. And we're not done yet. We have pictures from 3 more bases. The first is Noor Khan in Chaklala. This is located in Pakistan's Rawalpindi. Basically, it is in the heart of their military power center, Rawalpindi. The Indian Air Force struck a command center at this base. Pictures show considerable damage. And it's not just satellite images. We have ground videos of the strike on Noor Khan. Take a look at this.
This is the strike of the Noor Khan Air Base. And you can see the effect.
Now, this strike was apparently the turning point, because Noor Khan is very important to Pakistan's military. It is a central transport hub. It is located just 10 kilometers from Islamabad, and most importantly, it is close to Pakistan's Strategic Plans Division, sort of like their nuclear command center. Once India struck Noor Khan, Pakistan was spooked. Reports say that is when they reached out to sue for peace. Now we come to the final 2 bases. Sukur in the Sindh province. This is one of Pakistan's newer bases. It is home to a squadron that flies the F-16 fighter jets. It lies between 2 key cities of Karachi and Hyderabad, the Hyderabad in Pakistan. India struck 2 targets in this airfield. One was an aircraft shelter, the second was a radar site. You can actually see the burn marks around the radars. Finally, the Bholari Air Base. This too is located in the Sindh province. It is near the commercial capital of Karachi. Bholari is key to defending Pakistan's coastline. India hit an aircraft hangar at this base. You can clearly see that parts of the roof were blown out. Like I said, solid visual evidence. No Photoshop, no social media doctoring, and no fake claims. India managed to strike deep into Pakistani land. We targeted bases in all their biggest cities. In other words, we punched right through their air defenses. India says it could have hit every system at these bases, but it chose not to.
I would like to reiterate here that we have the capability to target every system at these bases and more. However, it was only a measured response to instill good wisdom to our adversary to refrain from further escalation.
And this is very crucial. A lot of people seem to have forgotten India's objectives. Our goal was not to march on Islamabad. Our goal was not to cripple Pakistan's Air Force. Our goal was to target terrorists based in Pakistan. And that was evident in today's press conference as well. The Indian military was asked about an alleged strike on Pakistan's nuclear sites, specifically the Kirana Hills in Punjab. Listen to the response.
Is there a confirmation that we actually hit Kirana Hills, or we were careful of not to do any such thing?
Thank you for telling us that Kirana Hill houses some nuclear installation. We did not know about it. Okay. And we've not hit Kirana Hills, whatever is there. Okay. I did not brief in my briefing yesterday.
So India had no intention of escalating this, but Pakistan did. They had every intention of taking this further. What followed was a tit for tat. Islamabad targeted Indian military installations. Only then did we retaliate in kind. And even after that, India warned Pakistan against escalating. So in simple words, War was never India's objective. The objective was to take out terrorist infrastructure. In the process, India displayed its aerial dominance. Now we understand why Pakistan would try to twist that objective. They want to depict India as an invading, warmongering country. Unfortunately, some Indians on social media are also falling for that. Have you heard the term illusion of truth? If you repeat a lie often enough, people believe it is the truth. That's what Pakistan is counting on. That was their strategy to create an illusion of truth. Their terror camps were hit, their military bases were damaged, they lost personnel and infrastructure, and yet Islamabad believes it has won the war. Well, what can we say? We wish them more such victories. But on a serious note, what they lost on the battlefield, they're trying to win in the minds. With manipulated videos, with cropped headlines, with AI-generated deepfakes, and with uniformed officers gaslighting an entire nation on live television. What's worse, a lot of people are falling for it. They're falling for Pakistan's lies. Here on Firstpost, we've been debunking all the fake news and propaganda, and we have compiled more such gems that Pakistan is trying to sell. Claim number 1. Pakistan destroyed Indian military bases and they used Indian media videos as proof. Take a look at this.
I will show you another clip which will tell you the story.
घबराहट तो लोगों की नजर आ रही है क्योंकि तमाम एयरबेस ध्वस्त होते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। पाकिस्तान की जो जनता है वो घबराहट एक तो लोगों की नजर आ रही है क्योंकि तमाम एयरबेस ध्वस्त होते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, आग के गोले में बदले हुए नजर आ रहे हैं।
There's a slight problem though. These videos are edited as we just showed you. The anchors were talking about Pakistan, not India. So of course this was fake. India's military bases are completely functional. The videos shown by Pakistan were either doctored or taken out of context. And today the Indian Army fact-checked them.
All our military bases, all our systems continue to remain fully operational and ready to undertake any future missions should the need so arise.
Claim number 2. The Pakistan Navy has deployed submarines and aircraft, and to prove this, the Pakistani officer showed an impressive deployment.
Deployments of Pakistani Navy fleet units and also the coastal command units in matter of hours.
But here's the plot twist. The picture they proudly showed to prove deployment is a file photo, meaning it's an old picture, plus they have photoshopped it. They actually edited the image and added a submarine to it. Guess the Pakistan Navy's best deployment tool is Adobe Photoshop. Claim number 3. A female Indian Air Force pilot was captured by Pakistan. Al Jazeera ran this false claim. That's the state media / propaganda tool of Qatar. Al Jazeera said the Indian pilot was in Pakistani custody. India has categorically denied this. All our pilots are back in the country. And guess who else has said the same? Who has confirmed India's denial? Pakistan. They too have said that they have no Indian pilot in their custody. Meanwhile, the same Al Jazeera is running stories that say India's weakness was exposed in Operation Sindoor. Well, we'll let you decide who was exposed here. Claim number 4. The unmatched prowess of the Pakistani Air Force. They've put out several videos to create this hype, to show how they struck back with surgical precision, how they basically turned into Top Gun, Islamabad edition. But there's just one tiny issue. None of these clips are real. They are from combat video games, like literal gameplay footage. So no matter what Pakistan claims, the only confirmed kills were in Call of Duty. Claim number 5. Pakistan says its drones flew all the way to the Indian capital, that they hovered over New Delhi.
Through Operation Banyanum Marsoos, dozens of Pakistani armed drones hovered over Indian major cities and sensitive political and government facilities, including their capital, New Delhi.
Needless to say, this is fake. I guess the only thing flying was the imagination of whoever came up with this. Now, I know some of these claims are obviously ridiculous. They sound like really bad jokes. But do you see the problem with this? In conflicts like these, perception is half the battle. And Pakistan's military knows this. It cannot match India on firepower or global influence. But in the court of public opinion, it sees an opportunity to win the narrative. And that is where the true danger lies. It's about creating a fake reality that the world might believe. And if we are not careful, this fake reality becomes the truth in the minds of many people. So what does this mean for India? It is crucial now more than ever that we call out the lies, that we stand for the truth. At Firstpost, we are trying to do that. We are debunking the fake news, ensuring that the facts do not get lost in Pakistani fantasies. Because right now, truth is our most powerful weapon. This conflict has followed a familiar trend. India depended on its military. Pakistan depended on foreign intervention. But this time, a few things have changed. Pakistan has always counted on support in the Islamic world. That support has weakened now. Let's look at the premise first. Almost 96% of Pakistan's population is Muslim. It makes up more than 12% of the world's population, world's Muslim population. Pakistan makes up more than 12% of the world's Muslim population. It is the largest Islamic country after Indonesia. Plus, it's a nuclear state. Only one Islamic country in the world has a nuclear bomb, and that is Pakistan. All of this led to close relations between Pakistan and other Muslim nations, especially those in the Gulf. Saudi Arabia has depended on Pakistani military since the 1960s, whether it's for training or for defense production or for securing the regime. Even today, Pakistani soldiers are believed to be in the Saudi kingdom. And what does Islamabad get in return? Money. Riyadh is the second largest lender to Pakistan. The first is obviously China. Pakistan owes more than $9 billion to Saudi Arabia. This has been the premise of their relationship, not just with Saudi Arabia, but with most Muslim countries. Pakistan has tried to present itself as a sword of Islam. But that tactic is failing. This time, Muslim countries were hesitant to support them. Saudi Arabia condemned the Pahalgam attack. They showed no sympathy towards Pakistani terrorists. Their minister visited Delhi and then went to Islamabad. He urged both sides to de-escalate. The UAE also condemned the Pahalgam attack. Their president spoke to Prime Minister Modi after the incident. Malaysia, Indonesia, Bangladesh, Egypt, all of them condemned the Pahalgam attack. They also urged de-escalation. Only two Muslim countries stood firmly behind Pakistan, and that is Turkey and Azerbaijan. And this is very different from the last century. Just look at the 1971 war. Arab Muslim countries supported Pakistan in that war. They believed that a Hindu India was breaking up a Muslim Pakistan, and religion was used as a prism to view the war. That is not the case anymore. So the question is, what has changed? For starters, India has become a major economic power. We are the third largest buyer of oil. And Gulf Muslim states are built on the oil economy. They can't just abandon India anymore. Our political leadership has sought to build closer ties. Prime Minister Modi himself has invested a lot in those relationships. And the Gulf states have recognized that. 3 of them have awarded Prime Minister Modi with their top civilian honor: Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Bahrain. Secondly, these Gulf states are losing patience with Pakistan. All the loans and grants are not helping. Plus, Pakistan was openly backstabbing a key Gulf ally, that is the United States. You may remember what happened in 2011. Osama bin Laden was found and killed in Pakistan. So the Gulf states had to keep a distance. These 2 reasons have weakened Pakistan's ties with the Islamic world: India's rise and Pakistan's implosion. As a result, this time we did not see a wave of Islamic support for them. Most Muslim nations stuck to neutrality. The question now is, what more can be done? Can we push these countries further away from Pakistan? It's a very tough ask, because the broader religious ties are still strong. I'll give you the example of the OIC, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. This is a group of 57 Muslim nations. They have issued 3 statements on the India-Pakistan conflict. The first one was very provocative. It accused India of making unfounded allegations against Pakistan. The second statement was slightly better. It dropped the unfounded allegation claim. Instead, it called for de-escalation. Now look at the third and final statement. The OIC expressed concern over unjustified strikes on Pakistan. They're calling Operation Sindoor unjustified, and it tells you what the problem is. At best, we can expect Muslim countries to be neutral. Anything more at this point would be wishful thinking. We've told you a lot about Operation Sindoor, how India struck terror sites in Pakistan, how Pakistan's military defended terrorists. In the exchange that followed, Pakistani air bases were hit, their military sites were damaged, their Chinese air defense systems failed completely, their drone attacks were thwarted, and it was a big win for the Indian forces. Weapons like the Rafale and the S-400 system have dominated headlines. They have become the talk of the town. But tonight, let me tell you about the silent killer, a weapon that went undetected, not just by the media, but also by Pakistan. The BrahMos missile. We can now confirm that the BrahMos missiles have been used. This was during Operation Sindoor, and this was no ordinary strike. It was a calculated blow to Pakistan's terror factories. Once the green light was given, Indian forces fired the BrahMos. And this completely changed the game. Pakistan was unable to detect the missile, forget intercepting it. Jaish-e-Mohammed, the UN-designated terror group, was the main target. Their headquarters were reduced to rubble. I'm talking about the one in Bahawalpur in Pakistan's Punjab. This was done using the BrahMos. Here's what the latest reports reveal. The missile was fired by the Indian Air Force. It was launched by the Sukhoi 30 fighter jet. The aircraft did not leave Indian airspace. The missile struck the target in 45 seconds. So in less than 1 minute, India destroyed one of the biggest terror hubs in Pakistan. That is the power of BrahMos. Let me tell you more about this missile. BrahMos is a joint project between India and Russia. It is named after 2 rivers, India's Brahmaputra and Russia's Moskva River, hence the name BrahMos. And the missile is an engineering marvel. It has been in service for 2 decades. It can travel at supersonic speeds of Mach 3. Mach 3 means it's 3 times the speed of sound. It can hit targets up to 800 kilometers away. The Army, the Navy, and the Air Force all have the BrahMos missile, but the most lethal aspect is its fire and forget principle. What does that mean? Fire and forget. This is how it works. The missile has its own computer. Feed the coordinates into this system and just launch the missile. No further input needed, no further guidance. The BrahMos will hit its target. It has a strike rate of 99.99%. And it doesn't just destroy targets, it delivers intent. And we saw that in Operation Sindoor. What did Pakistan do? Well, initially nothing. But there was panic in Rawalpindi. Jets were scrambled. Air defense systems were activated. These actions were taken after the BrahMos made its splash. Too little, too late. Now let me tell you what India achieved. 3 things. First, the weapon has been tested in battle and clearly it works. Second, a message has been delivered to Pakistan. We can strike your terror sites at will, no matter where they are. We can strike them. And third, a message has been delivered to the world that India is among the big players. India's patience is not its weakness. New Delhi's doctrine has shifted. If there is a terror attack in the future, the BrahMos missile will do the talking. Operation Sindoor lasted a few minutes. The BrahMos strike lasted a few seconds. But the echoes will last much longer. The missile is a success story for India's defense industry, and New Delhi is going all out. Yesterday, a new BrahMos missile facility was inaugurated in Lucknow, that is the capital of the state of Uttar Pradesh. It is part of Prime Minister Modi's Make in India initiative. The new facility will make 100 BrahMos missiles every year. That's right, 100 units every year of this supersonic lethal weapon. India is expanding its military capabilities, and the world has taken note. The Philippines has already purchased the missile from India. They see it as a deterrent against a belligerent China. Other nations are also queuing up, like Vietnam, Indonesia, and Brazil. The BrahMos is a success story. It has now proven itself in combat. The missile is like a shot of steroids for India's arsenal. Pakistan will think twice before sheltering terrorists, and the world watches as India rewrites the rules of power, one BrahMos at a time. There is a war raging in Pakistan, one that doesn't make it to primetime news. But it is real and it is brutal. It is not a war against India or Afghanistan. It is a war against Pakistan's own people. I'm talking about Balochistan, a region that has been burning for decades. Pakistan's army, once feared, is now struggling here. They are unable to hold ground in their own country. So let me tell you about the war that Pakistan does not want the world to see. Balochistan is Pakistan's largest province. It makes up 44% of their land. It is rich in minerals like gold, copper, and oil. It is at the heart of China's multi-billion-dollar pet project, CPEC, the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. So Balochistan is wealthy. But for the Baloch people, this wealth has been a curse. The province remains the poorest in Pakistan. People do not have schools or hospitals. Do you know what they have? They have checkposts, army convoys, and forced disappearances. Thousands of Balochis have vanished, kidnapped, tortured, and killed. Hundreds of women have been raped. Pakistan's army calls it counter-terrorism, but let's call a spade a spade. This is oppression by the Pakistani army. And the Baloch are no longer complaining. They're fighting back. The Baloch Liberation Army, or the BLA, is leading the charge. They have been on an attacking spree. Let me show you some numbers. The BLA carried out 71 attacks in 1 week. 71 attacks in 1 week. This was across 51 locations in Balochistan. Their main target was the Pakistani army. Military convoys were ambushed. Posts were destroyed and captured, and a gas pipeline operated by China was blown up. All in the last 1 week. Last Saturday, the BLA even captured a city. And these are not isolated incidents. The BLA is mounting sustained and heavy costs on Pakistan's army. In the month of March, the BLA hijacked a train with 400 passengers on board. They held it for 36 hours. Pakistan lost a lot of troops in that operation, and their losses are only growing. Last year, more than 1,000 Pakistani troops were killed in Balochistan in attacks by the BLA. This is a full-blown rebellion, and it's escalating. The latest target are the Chinese, or foreign settlers, as the Baloch people call them. 62 Chinese nationals have been killed in the last 4 years. All of them were working for the CPEC, the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. So why is Pakistan's army losing on their own turf? Well, for multiple reasons. First, the insurgency has evolved. The BLA is not a ragtag force anymore. They are organized, sophisticated, and relentless. They've got suicide squads and snipers. Every attack is recorded on video. Some are even live streamed. So that is point one, the BLA. Second reason, the army's heavy-handed tactics. Islamabad's response has been bloody. More troops, more force, more abductions, more torture. Pakistan's actions in Balochistan are not counter-insurgency. It is a human rights disaster. And it is backfiring. The people of Balochistan no longer want the army. So what does Islamabad do? It accuses India. It calls the BLA an Indian proxy. No proof, no evidence, just baseless accusations. Pakistan is failing to address the real issue here. The Baloch people have been neglected, they have been marginalized, and they are furious. And all of this is making China quite nervous. Like I said, China has lost engineers and equipment to BLA attacks. Their pet project CPEC is struggling to take off. Billions of dollars are at stake. So China is asking the tough questions. They want to deploy their own security in Balochistan. Clearly, even the Chinese do not trust Pakistan's army. Where does that leave Pakistan? Their army can keep launching operations. Azam-e-Ishtikam, or whatever they call it next. But Balochistan is a political crisis, not a military one. Economic exclusion, political suppression, and human rights abuses, that's what this is about. And that means the rebellion will only get bolder. No amount of bullets can silence a people fighting for their dignity. Pakistan is fighting a war with itself. And it's losing this one too. It did not take very long. The moment the pause was announced, the knives came out. And who did they come for? It wasn't the policymakers, it wasn't the political leaders, it wasn't the generals. They came for the messenger. This man, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, you may know him by now. He was the one leading the Operation Sindoor briefings. Unfortunately, he is the one under fire now. What for? What was his crime? Walking up to the podium and announcing a stoppage in firing.
The Director General of Military Operations of Pakistan called the Director General of Military Operations of India at 15:35 hours earlier this afternoon. It was agreed between them that both sides would stop all firing and military action on land and in the air and sea with effect from 1700 hours Indian Standard Time today. Instructions have been given on both sides to give effect to this understanding.
Within hours of this announcement, the firing began on social media, mostly on X. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri's profile was flooded with hate. They called him a traitor. They called him a sellout. They gave death threats. They threatened his family. They abused his daughter. They released her personal details. It was all disgusting and dangerous. Because this wasn't just trolling, this was something darker. The internet had created a new enemy, the bureaucrat who dared to do his job. It's absurd and unfortunate. Vikram Misri is a career diplomat. He's a civil servant. He's worked under 3 prime ministers. He was an ambassador during the Galwan standoff, the one between India and China. He was in the room during the Myanmar coup. He was the deputy NSA, the Deputy National Security Advisor of India. He served India and India's interests for years. As Foreign Secretary, he doesn't write the rules of engagement. When he announced the pause, he was not capitulating or deciding for that matter. He was just informing what had been decided. He did not negotiate this decision. He did not authorize it. He was simply telling us that India has agreed to Pakistan's request to cease fire. But the outrage machine on social media turned him into the villain. What explains this response? We get that passions are running high. It's hard to understand nuance at a time like this, to process how diplomacy works. When you're rooting for war, de-escalation seems like a weak choice. It seems like surrender. But here's the problem. India was never rooting for war. Our war was against terror. And we won that decisively. Also, it's okay if people have their doubts. You can question the optics. You can question the timing. You can have all sorts of questions. This is a democracy after all. And accountability is a part of it. Dissent is a part of it. But what's not fair game is doxing a diplomat's daughter. What's not fair is abusing someone who's just doing their job. What's not fair is calling a civil servant a traitor. A lot of people have now come to Vikram Misri's support. Political leaders, the IPS Association, the IAS Association, they've all issued statements. And I will quote from it. Unwarranted personal attacks on civil servants performing their duties with integrity are deeply regrettable. As for Vikram Misri himself, he has not issued a statement. He did not go on television. He simply locked his X account. But this incident gives us a lot to think about. We say we want calm heads in crises. We want adults in the room. We want professionals at the helm. But if this is how we treat the messenger, what message are we sending as a nation? How can a public official become a punching bag for doing his duty? And this is not just about Vikram Misri, it's about how dissent works online, on how the line between dissent and mob justice gets wiped out in a matter of minutes. So let's pause, not just the firing across borders, but also the firing squads online. For days now, this is what India has looked like. No civilian aircraft activity in many airports, schools shut in border areas, markets no longer teeming with people in some cities and towns. But now a semblance of normalcy is returning. 32 airports that were temporarily shut across northern and western India have reopened. Most schools in frontier states have reopened as well. But India remains on guard. Here's our report.
For the past few days, there has been no civilian aircraft activity in many airports across northern, western and central India. On May 9th, civil flight operations were suspended in 32 airports until 5:29 a.m. on May 15th. But as tensions ease between India and Pakistan, the 32 airports have reopened today. The government has cancelled their temporary closure, making them available for regular civil flight operations. Now, reopening is not a time-consuming process for an airport, but for the airlines it can be. They have to plan flights and commence operations on previously closed routes, which is exactly what they've done today. Teams have worked diligently to progressively restore operations, which is why the Airports Authority of India has recommended that travellers check flight status directly with airlines and monitor the updates. The reopening of airports comes as a relief, given the widespread disruption over the past few days. The closures severely affected air traffic, especially in the northern and western regions, reportedly leading to the cancellation of more than 300 flights a day. But as life crawls back to normal, security measures remain amped up. Last week, as tensions escalated between New Delhi and Islamabad, security at Indian airports was increased to its highest level. This included additional screening procedures, stricter ID checks, random baggage checks, and no visitors at airport terminal buildings. These measures will remain effective until May 18th. Which means that passengers have to arrive at airports well ahead of time. For instance, the Delhi airport has made an announcement today. It says that operations are running smoothly, but some flight schedules remain affected, and the security checkpoint processing time can be long. Speaking of security, the capital continues to remain on high alert. Paramilitary forces, Central Reserved Police Force, Special Weapons and Tactics or the SWAT team continue to be deployed in sensitive areas. Local police have been conducting mock drills at regular intervals. The government is installing more air sirens across Delhi. These measures are meant to ensure preparedness. As a precaution, frontier states like Rajasthan remain on high alert as well. And pan-India forces are not lowering their guard. In the wake of the conflict, educational institutes were closed in several parts like Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab, Rajasthan and Ladakh. Now, the picture is a mixed bag. In Jammu and Kashmir, most schools and colleges will reopen tomorrow onwards, except in sensitive border districts like Jammu, Samba, Kathua, Rajouri and Poonch. In Rajasthan too, schools in border districts like Sri Ganganagar, Bikaner, Jaisalmer, Jodhpur and Barmer will remain closed. In Punjab, all educational institutions have reopened, except in sensitive areas like Firozpur, Pathankot and Amritsar. Several exams have been postponed as well, like the Chartered Accountancy exam and entrance tests for universities in Rajasthan and Jammu and Kashmir. So as markets begin teeming with people and airports and schools reopen, the government continues to be on alert. And India remains united, resilient and on guard.
So we've entered a new phase. The immediate tensions have eased. The situation is gradually stabilizing and the markets are responding to all of this. Today, investors reacted to this pause, the stoppage of firing between India and Pakistan. Indian stocks registered a sharp rally. Both the Sensex and the Nifty surged, rising by nearly 4%. The Sensex zoomed nearly 3,000 points. The Nifty jumped 900 points. In absolute terms, this is the biggest gain in one day for Indian markets, the biggest ever gain in a single day. Clearly, the bulls are back. Last week, investors were apprehensive. They were shifting to safe havens like gold. The conflict had shaken their confidence. But those fears are now fading. Gold prices have slipped today as investors return to equities. And the risk appetite has returned to the markets. All key sectors were in the green, from IT to realty to metals. Gold prices dipped by 2%. So the shift is quite obvious. Investors are moving back to equities. Confidence is returning. And this is because of more than one reason. Yes, the India-Pakistan situation gave a boost. That is one clear reason. But the broader geopolitical mood is also improving. For a change, there are a bunch of positive headlines. The US and China have a thaw. They seem to be backing off from their trade war. They have agreed to a 90-day pause in tariffs. Plus, several major tariffs have been rolled back. So there's a higher likelihood of a wider deal on trade between the Americans and the Chinese. And this has had a positive impact on global markets. Hong Kong's Hang Seng jumped in today's trade. So did the European and American markets. The US-China deal also boosted oil prices. Brent crude rose by over 3%. And a big reason for that could be a statement from the United States. Listen to this.
The atmosphere was very conducive to discussions, and thanks to them, we were able to have very constructive and positive conversations with our Chinese counterparts, who clearly came to deal this week. The rapid nature that we were able to conduct and conclude these discussions is a testament to mutual understanding and mutual respect between the Chinese and U.S. sides.
Mutual understanding and mutual respect. The tone is collaborative, it is not confrontational, and this is a departure from the past rhetoric and the combative tone that has been a hallmark of the Trump administration. This is also a signal to the investors. Serious attempts are underway to strike a deal. More importantly, the statement offers hope for more predictability and less uncertainty in policy making. The third important development is in the Russia-Ukraine war. There are signs of a possible thaw there as well. Kiev is offering a ceasefire to Moscow. Volodymyr Zelensky says he is ready to meet Vladimir Putin. The Ukrainian president is ready to meet the Russian president. This is after the Russian president offered direct talks. And Trump demanded that Ukraine agrees to it. Zelensky says he is willing to meet Putin in Turkey.
I will be in Turkey this Thursday, May 15th, and I am expecting Putin in Turkey, personally. I hope this time Putin will not look for reasons why he can't do something. We are ready to talk to end the war. Thursday, Turkey. President Trump supported it. All leaders support it.
Moscow is yet to respond to that offer, but this is the closest they've come to a direct conversation in the last 3 years. Both Ukraine and Russia appear willing to halt fighting. Yes, it's not over till it's over. The terms for a truce still need to be worked out. There's a lot that needs to be done, but the momentum for a resolution is clearly building. Investors are tracking all of this. They're beginning to price in an end to the war. It won't happen overnight, but it is on the horizon, and that is good news. So after months of uncertainty and chaos, global markets are looking at a lot of positive developments, and their reaction is showing in the numbers. The fighting has been stopped for now, but the social media war continues. Pakistan has given a lot of fodder to our meme factories. Their Defence Minister Khwaja Asif is a gift that keeps on giving, and now their military officials have joined the race. All of them are saying the same thing, that Pakistan won this military exchange with India. You know what else they have won? The last Cricket World Cup, the last Olympics, the last Football World Cup, the last MasterChef competition. I'm sure a Pakistani also discovered gravity and invented the wheel. This is the sort of delusionary world that Pakistan lives in. What they need is a reality check, courtesy Indian social media.
किसके लिए काम करते हो तुम? बताओ।
सर मैं काम ही नहीं करता हूँ कुछ।
भाई साहब का बैटरिया खत्म हो गई है का? थोड़ी देर चले फिर लुल होगा।
अरे कोई डिफेक्टिव पीस नहीं बनाते भाई हम। Yo banner la sekarang itu ini jangan baca.
Now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. World leaders Macron, Starmer, Merz, Tusk and Zelensky take a stroll in Kiev. Pope Leo delivers his first Sunday blessing from St. Peter's Basilica, and thousands in Bolivia eye a world record with flutes. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1949, the Soviet Union lifted its blockade of West Berlin. A year earlier, the Soviets had cut off all road, rail and canal access to West Berlin, an attempt to force the Western Allies out of the city. In response, the Allies launched the Berlin airlift. Over 277,000 flights delivered 2.3 million tons of food, fuel and supplies to the people of West Berlin. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We will see you tomorrow.
Keep going.
Buona domenica!
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Firstpost America. I'm Eric Ham, coming to you live from the nation's capital in Washington, D.C. We've got a breakthrough in talks between the world's largest economies, and the ceasefire between India and Pakistan still hold. We begin with the latest from the Indian subcontinent. Tensions between India and Pakistan continue to keep the region on edge after India launched Operation Sindoor on May 7th in response to the April 22nd Pahalgam terror attack. In the latest, the intervening night of May 11th and May 12th remained largely peaceful across Jammu and Kashmir and other areas. The semblance of calm reinforced a recently agreed upon ceasefire, which Pakistan violated on May 10th, barely 2 hours after it was first agreed upon. Prime Minister Narendra Modi chaired a high-level meeting at his residence on Monday, attended by Defense Minister, External Affairs Minister, National Security Advisor, as well as the Chief of Defense Staff. All three service chiefs were also present in the meeting as New Delhi continues to keep up with its anti-terror posture in and beyond the Indian subcontinent, especially in the wake of Operation Sindoor. Now, earlier this morning, while addressing a special briefing, India's Air Marshal said that his country's fight is with terrorists, their support, infrastructure, and not with Pakistan military or its people. The Air Marshal added it's a pity the Pakistan Army chose to intervene and bat for the terrorists, which compelled India to respond.
We also iterated that our fight was with terrorists and their support infrastructure. However, it is a pity that the Pakistan military chose to intervene and bat for the terrorists, which compelled us to respond in kind.
The Indian military also showed the debris of a likely Chinese air-to-air missile which was used by Pakistan while targeting India. The wreckage of loiter munitions also showed a Turkish drone there as well. Now, snubbing the Pakistani propaganda, the Indian Air Force said that the country's military bases as well as defense and defense systems continue to remain fully operational. And at the same time, keeping up with India's posture as a possible nuclear power, the Indian military denied the reports of striking an area previously reported to be housing Pakistan's nuclear facilities.
All our military bases, all our systems continue to remain fully operational and ready to undertake any future missions should the need so arise.
Measured, responsible, and non-escalatory, this is how India has described its anti-terror Operation Sindoor, even as the two sides maintain an uneasy calm along the line of control and the international border. The heightened state of hostilities will continue to remain in the spotlight for the time to come. From deciding to keep out of it to claiming to have mediated a complete ceasefire, America's stance on the escalating India-Pakistan tensions shifted very quickly. On May 10th, in a post on Truth Social, President Donald Trump said that Washington had mediated a long night of talks, after which the two sides agreed to a truce. And this announcement came even before New Delhi's and Islamabad's. While India did not mention the U.S. mediation, Pakistan thanked Washington. Our next report gets you more details.
We are not going to get involved in the middle of war. That's fundamentally none of our business and has nothing to do with America's ability to control it.
From this to this. From a hands-off approach to an abrupt complete ceasefire announcement by US President Donald Trump after what he claimed was a long night of talks. What made the United States change its stance on the worst fighting between India and Pakistan in decades?
A little bit of the past. They've been fighting for a long time. You know, they've been fighting for many, many decades and centuries, actually, if you really think about it.
Reports say worries in the White House began to grow as an increasing number of artillery, drones and missiles were being exchanged between India and Pakistan. Washington feared the conflict between the two nuclear powers could spiral out of control since there were no signs of de-escalation. So from a not my monkey, not my circus approach, the United States claimed to have shifted to play the truce maker. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio also said he, along with Vice President J.D. Vance, engaged with senior Indian and Pakistani officials, including Prime Ministers, Foreign Ministers, Chiefs of Army Staff and the National Security Advisors. When J.D. Vance dialed India's Prime Minister Modi, reports say he received a clear message from New Delhi. If Pakistan attacks, India will retaliate harder.
This is a strike on the Noor Khan Air Base.
Hours after this call, responding to Pakistan's barrage of drones and artillery, India struck 3 Pakistani bases. This triggered more panic in Washington. This time, Marco Rubio reportedly picked up the phone for another round of diplomacy, placing separate calls to India's External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar and the Pakistani Army Chief Asim Munir. In that call, Rubio reportedly asked if India would de-escalate if Pakistan did too. to which India reminded the US that this had been its position all along. On Saturday, after some 2.5 hours of talks between Director General of Military of Operations of both India and Pakistan, the two sides reportedly agreed to stop the exchange of fire. But before either sides could announce the ceasefire, Trump popped it on his Truth Social account. Soon after, India's Foreign Secretary addressed a briefing but made no mention of any role by the United States.
Director General of Military Operations of Pakistan called the Director General of Military Operations of India at 15:35 hours earlier this afternoon. It was agreed between them that both sides would stop all firing and military action on land and in the air and sea.
But Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif thanked the United States as well as other countries he said helped to mediate, Saudi Arabia and China. Reports say the talks between India and Pakistan had already been underway, even as drones and missiles flew back and forth. Some even labelled Trump's post as an overreach. But Trump was not to be stopped. He followed his ceasefire announcement with another post, offering to help find a solution to the Kashmir issue. Now Kashmir is an integral part of India and New Delhi has been clear. Kashmir is not open for negotiations, least of all through a third-party mediator. Last time, when Trump tried to intervene in Kashmir during his first term in 2019, it triggered a ferocious backlash in India. Trump had even gone ahead to claim that Prime Minister Modi had invited him to mediate, which India instantly denied. So was this an attempt by US President Donald Trump to finally kickstart his truce bandwagon, as the stalled promises on Gaza and Ukraine remain unfulfilled?
And now moving to the war in Europe, where a potential turning point in the Russia-Ukraine war may be approaching, as Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky announced he is ready to meet President Vladimir Putin personally for peace talks in Istanbul this Thursday.
I will be in Turkey this Thursday, May 15th, and I am expecting Putin in Turkey, personally. I hope this time Putin will not look for reasons why he can't do something. We are ready to talk to end the war, Thursday, Turkey. President Trump supported it. All leaders support it.
The Ukrainian leader's unexpected statement came hours after President Donald Trump urged Ukraine to immediately accept Putin's offer for direct negotiations in Turkey. Now the latest developments also come on the heels of a major diplomatic push from the European leaders. Over the weekend, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, France's Emmanuel Macron, and German Chancellor Friedrich Merz and Poland's Donald Tusk met in Kyiv. Together, they issued a strong ultimatum to Moscow, agreed to an unconditional 30-day ceasefire in Ukraine by Monday, or face massive new sanctions targeting Russia's energy and banking sectors.
In the event of a violation of the ceasefire, we have agreed that massive sanctions would be prepared and coordinated between Europeans and Americans.
President Donald Trump, however, undercut the plan, saying Ukraine should go ahead with the talks regardless of a ceasefire. Taking to Truth Social, President Trump wrote, "Have the meeting now." He further claimed this would reveal whether a peace deal was truly possible, and if not, allow Western leaders to plan their next move accordingly. Then, in a televised address on Sunday, Russia's Putin responded. In fact, he welcomed the idea of quote-unquote serious negotiations and suggested that talks in Turkey could lead to a new truce. However, he didn't acknowledge the 30-day ceasefire ultimatum or commit to halting attacks. Instead, he emphasized addressing the root causes of the conflict.
To resume direct negotiations, and I emphasize without any preconditions. We propose to begin without delay next Thursday, May 15th, in Istanbul, where they were held earlier and where they were interrupted. Moreover, a real truce, which would be observed not only by Russia, but also by the Ukrainian side, would be the first step, I repeat, to a long-term, sustainable peace, and not a prologue to the continuation of the armed conflict after the rearmament.
Now, for months, Ukraine and its allies have in fact insisted that talks can only begin after Russia agrees to stop hostilities. French President Emmanuel Macron and German Chancellor Merz both reiterated the position, with the German Chancellor saying talks cannot begin until weapons fall silent.
At the end of this week, I'm also personally moved that, as the German Chancellor, I'm able to stand here today in this circle and, together with the Polish Prime Minister, the British Prime Minister, and the French President, to express not only our full solidarity and support to our friend and partner, the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, but also, in this difficult phase of a war that has been going on for over 3 years, on an almost historic day, to say that we stand firmly and remain firmly at Ukraine's side.
Meanwhile, Secretary of State Marco Rubio will be in Turkey from Wednesday to Friday for an informal NATO summit, placing him in the country the same day the talks are set to begin. And as Thursday approaches, the world watches closely. Will a face-to-face meeting between Zelensky and Putin bring peace or expose just how far apart the two sides really are? And now in news that will certainly make the markets happy, the world's two biggest economies embroiled in a massive trade war have now made a major breakthrough. According to the White House, the United States and China have reached an agreement after extensive talks in Geneva that were aimed at avoiding a further tariff escalation and easing strained global supply chains. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent called the negotiations productive and constructive, while the Chinese Vice Premier described them as candid.
The two sides held in-depth exchanges on trade and economic issues of respective concern. The atmosphere of the meeting was candid, in-depth, and constructive. The meeting achieved substantial progress and reached important consensus.
Good afternoon. I'm happy to report that we made substantial progress between the United States and China in these very important trade talks. First, I want to thank our Swiss host. The Swiss government has been very kind in providing us this wonderful venue.
Now, this was the first time senior officials from both China and the United States came face to face since President Trump returned to the White House. And according to a joint statement, both countries have agreed to a 90-day pause in the tariff war and slashed their import tariffs by 115%.
We have reached an agreement on a 90-day pause and substantially moved down the tariff levels. Both sides on the reciprocal tariffs will move their tariffs down 115%. We had very robust discussions. Both sides showed great respect. We've identified 5 or 6 strategic industries and supply chain vulnerabilities, and we will continue moving toward U.S. independence or reliable supplies from allies on those. But the consensus from both delegations this weekend is neither side wants a decoupling. We do want trade. We want more balanced trade.
Now, the Geneva Agreement is a major step towards de-escalation in a tit-for-tat that has rattled global commerce, triggered massive market sell-offs, and sparked fears of an economic slowdown. In fact, it all began back in February when U.S. imposed a 10% tariff on Chinese goods, prompting immediate retaliation from Beijing. And by early April, President Trump's tariffs on China had reached a whopping 145%. With some Chinese products facing as much as a 245% tax. In response, China slapped 125% tariffs on all U.S. goods. And now there was even more confusion over which side made the first move towards the Geneva talks. While China claimed it was the United States who initiated the call, President Trump firmly denied it, not wanting to appear as the one who blinked first. And with nearly $700 billion worth of goods moving between the U.S. and China every year, the stakes could not be higher. The Geneva Pact may not resolve all differences, but certainly it is a positive step towards stabilizing one of the world's most fragile economic relationships. And we end today with a massive gift from Qatar to the United States. The White House is in talks with Qatar's royal family over a possible transfer of a luxury Boeing 747 jumbo jet, a plane that could serve as Air Force One during President Trump's second term. While officials stress it's not a gift but a temporary use agreement, the deal is already raising legal and ethical questions, especially with plans for the aircraft to eventually land at the Trump Presidential Library. Here's our report on the Flying Palace and the turbulence it's causing in Washington.
In what can only be described as the most presidential yard sale ever, the Trump administration is reportedly eyeing a luxury 7478 jumbo jet from Qatar. Not as a gift, Qatar insists, but as a very friendly loan that might just fly into the Trump Presidential Library later on. Because why settle for old Air Force One when you can cruise in a flying palace? While Qatar's royal family politely clarified they are merely discussing a temporary transfer, US President Donald Trump took to Truth Social, all caps blazing, calling it a gift free of charge. After all, why should America pay top dollar for a plane when a rich friend is willing to lend one no strings attached, other than parking it at his library once he's done? Meanwhile, Qatar's media attaché Ali Al-Ansari said the talks are still in legal review. He said to a media house that the aircraft is for temporary use, that is, if the deal goes through. Here's his full quote.
The possible transfer of an aircraft for temporary use as Air Force One is currently under consideration between Qatar's Ministry of Defense and the US Department of Defense. But the matter remains under review by the respective legal departments, and no decision has been made.
For the curious, there's a pesky constitutional rule that stops US officials from accepting lavish goodies from foreign princes and kings, unless Congress gives them a thumbs up. Experts are calling Trump's latest jumbo jet joyride plan outrageous. Some are even accusing him of treating the federal government like his own personal travel agency. But Trump isn't new to the art of the deal with Qatar. Back in 2019, he happily announced a major airplane purchase from them. And let's not forget, Qatar gifted Turkey a luxury plane in 2018. So it's not exactly their first rodeo in plane democracy. For now, the so-called gift, if it's given to the United States, will undergo the usual presidential glow-up by the US Air Force. Because even flying palaces need a security makeover before it begins shuttling around the President of the United States of America. And while Boeing is still struggling to deliver Air Force One replacements, the Qatar jet looks like a tempting shortcut. If all goes as Trump tweeted, the plane, worth nearly $400 million, will make its grand debut before gliding its way into the Trump Presidential Library's collection of shiny things by 2029. In the end, whether it's called a gift, a loan, or strategic aviation diplomacy, one thing is clear. Trump's second term is set to be first class.
We're at the Kennedy Center.
That's all we have time for today. We certainly thank you for tuning in. We hope to see you again right back here tomorrow. Thanks everyone for watching.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison LaGrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on Firstpost. Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. First, let's take a look at the headlines. Air Marshal A.K. Bharti confirms that all Indian military bases and systems remain fully operational, ready to undertake any further missions if necessary, in a media briefing following the ceasefire agreement with Pakistan this weekend. Russia vows to an adequate response to Poland after it closed Moscow's consulate in the city of Krakow over an alleged involvement in a sabotage attack on a mall in Warsaw last year. Voting ends in the Philippines' high-stakes midterm elections set to decide the power struggle between the rival dynasties backed by President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. and former President Rodrigo Duterte, jailed in The Hague on an ICC warrant. Ivory Coast's opposition leader Tidjane Thiam resigns as party leader after being barred from the October presidential election. However, he stresses he will still lead efforts to win the election. And Indian cricketer Virat Kohli announces his retirement from Test cricket days after captain Rohit Sharma bid goodbye to the red ball format. Hello and welcome. Our top focus continues to remain on the India-Pakistan ceasefire. We look at the African nations who reacted to the truce agreement and have also weighed on since the Pahalgam terror attack, which triggered India's military response against Pakistan's terror machinery. As India and Pakistan announced a ceasefire agreement on Saturday, after intense diplomatic efforts, African nations welcomed the move and called for restraint on both sides. Egypt was among the first to respond, calling the country agreement, quote-unquote, a positive step towards stability in South Asia. In a statement, Egypt's foreign ministry urged both countries to stay committed to the deal and also to build mutual trust and to work toward peace. Cairo also reiterated its support for peaceful conflict resolution. It urged continued dialogue to settle international disputes. Egypt also called on Washington to push for a ceasefire in Gaza to end the Palestinian suffering. India's External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar spoke directly to the Egyptian Foreign Minister. Jaishankar apprised him of the recent developments, and he also emphasized the need for zero tolerance against terrorism. The two foreign ministers also discussed economic cooperation between the two nations. Algeria, too, welcomed the India-Pakistan ceasefire. The Algerian foreign minister expressed hope that the ceasefire agreement would be a step toward lasting peace, and it would also strengthen regional security. Other African nations, too, had weighed in when Pakistan-based terrorists killed 26 civilians in Kashmir. We have been telling you about it. Angola was among the first international countries to condemn it. Jaishankar back then also continued his diplomatic outreach and spoke to counterparts of Sierra Leone and Somalia. India has time and again clarified that its mission is against terrorism and not the Pakistani people. As border tensions simmer, the focus now shifts to whether the ceasefire holds and if regional peace can be built through collective diplomacy. And now shifting focus to some big developments from South Africa. The first group of white South Africans who have been granted refugee status by Washington are heading to the United States. As per reports, a group of 49 white South Africans departed their homeland on Sunday for the United States on a private charter plane. The group, which includes families and small children, is due to arrive at Dulles International Airport outside Washington.
The routes we have in the application. The flight is coming from Texas via Dakar and then to OR Tambo. At 8 o'clock they take off Dakar and then they go to Washington Dallas Airport in Washington, D.C., and then to Texas again.
Now, the crackdown on immigration has been a key agenda for US President Donald Trump. His administration has paused other refugee programs, halting arrivals from Afghanistan, Iraq, and most of sub-Saharan Africa. But it has fast-tracked the applications of white South Africans. Why? Because, as per Trump, white South Africans are facing discrimination by South Africa's black majority. In February, Trump issued an executive order accusing South Africa's black-led government of racial discrimination against the Afrikaner group, who are mostly descendants of Dutch settlers. He cut all aid to South Africa and announced a program to offer them relocation to America. At the heart of Trump's accusation is South Africa's land reforms, meant to redress inequalities entrenched under the former apartheid system. Now, Trump has claimed it would allow the government to seize Afrikaners' agricultural property without compensation. However, the South African government has called this misinformation. It has repeatedly insisted that no land will be forcibly seized under the law. In South Africa, around 70% of land is owned by white minority, who make up around 7% of the total population. The Trump administration insists the South African government is pursuing racist anti-white policies. His views are believed to be echoing his ally, tech billionaire Elon Musk. Now, Elon Musk, who was born in South Africa, has repeatedly accused the South African government of encouraging a white genocide, an accusation Pretoria strongly denies. Now, in the past few months, South Africa-US ties have taken a plunge. The US also expelled the South African ambassador, avoided G20 meetings, and imposed high tariffs. The South African government has hoped for dialogue. President Ramaphosa spoke to Trump last month and said that both leaders will meet soon to diffuse tensions. However, the US refugee program has moved fast. The White House has reportedly said this is the first in a much larger scale relocation effort. The South African government said there was no justification for them being relocated, but added it wouldn't stop them and respected their freedom of choice. Many in South Africa are puzzled by claims that white South Africans are persecuted and meet the requirements to be relocated as refugees. Even the group's leading white South African cause have rejected it. But reports say that at least 70,000 white South Africans are interested in the plan and are thankful to the US president.
We've been forgotten. It's very hard for us to travel. It's very hard for us to get visas. So to suddenly hear that a country like the United States is offering us refugee status was a really big deal. And I was so excited. I felt so relieved. It just felt like a lifeline.
The migration underscores how racial divides still shape South African politics. Even 30 years after apartheid, the move reflects unresolved tensions and unequal narratives about victimhood. What will be the implications of this exodus for South Africa? For more on this, we have with us Ayanda Sishiwigzil, political commentator and journalist who is joining us live from Johannesburg. Thank you for being with us, Ayanda.
Thank you very much, Alison, and good afternoon to all of the Firstpost listeners.
What are the legal and diplomatic implications of President Trump's executive order accusing South Africa's black-led government of racial discrimination?
Alison, I don't think that there are any legal implications when it comes to our democracy and our constitution as a whole, but there definitely are diplomatic implications with this accusation. We know that South Africa is part of the African Growth Opportunity Act, which means that any businesses that have any kind of interaction with the United States will be able to have this interaction on a fast-track basis according to a goal. We can have access to the US economy in terms of trade. That will definitely be on the line now that Donald Trump is President of the United States, and now that these executive orders have come out. So when that is up for renewal, I definitely do believe that South Africa will no longer be part of the Africa Growth Opportunity Act. What it's also implemented is, as you mentioned in your introduction, is that we have no ambassador anymore. We have, of course, appointed Mr. Jonas in order to replace Ibrahim Rasool. But now the problem is that will Mr. Jonas be allowed to enter into the United States as ambassador representing us with these diplomatic issues that we're currently having because of these accusations that have been labeled against us as a country we have yet to see. Also, the diplomatic issues with this is obviously because South Africa is going to be hosting the G20. Will Donald Trump and the United States be participating in the G20? He has implemented that. He said that he will not be doing that, but it still is yet to see whether or not the United States will have any semblance of representation in this G20 summit that is coming up. And also other implications such as PEPFAR being taken away and the devastating consequences that has had. Of course, here in our health sector, 17% of our health budgets comes from PEPFAR. So we are taking a hit, but it is not as bad as other countries such as Uganda, such as Lesotho that do rely on PEPFAR a little bit more. And so we're seeing those HIV numbers starting to rise as well. So the implications rather of this US aid being cut and PEPFAR being cut is going to have far-reaching implications even after the Trump administration has done ruling the regime in the United States.
And Ayanda, how might this refugee policy impact racial dynamics and political discourse within South Africa, especially regarding the land reform policy and minority rights?
It's already begun. And this misinformation and disinformation campaign has started well before the Trump administration. If you look at 2018 and 2019, we had white-based interest groups going and speaking to the likes of Senator Ted Cruz, speaking about the so-called genocide that is taking place in South Africa. And I just want to state that even though it was said in the introduction, that there is no kind of genocide that is taking place in South Africa. We know what a genocide looks like. It is currently taking place in Gaza as we speak right now. There's no such thing that is taking place here in South Africa. But we know that what the implications of that misinformation and disinformation campaign has now reached the highest echelons of the White House, which has now resulted in refugee status and victimhood being given to a population that in South Africa is currently thriving. You said in your introduction that 70% of the land is owned by 7% of the population. But I also want to make sure that people understand that 8% so there's 40% unemployment in South Africa. When you look at those who are unemployed, majority of them are Black people. If you look at the population of those who are actually employed, the majority of people who are employed in this country are white because unemployment amongst the white race amounts to 8%. These are facts that you can find on Statistics SA. What I'm trying to say is that these are going to have higher implications on the ways in which we deal with social cohesion because we're currently still dealing with the effects of not only apartheid, but even before apartheid with the project of colonialism, the land theft that took place, the loss of language, the loss of education, the loss of culture. We're still trying to get that back. And what this does is actually hamper on our social cohesion project that we currently have here in South Africa because of the vast differences that we currently have in our society, the inequality that exists, the schools and the differences between the schools that exist in provinces such as Gauteng and in the Western Cape, which were former rich countries, rich provinces, and if you look at the provinces such as Eastern Cape, in KZN, there was a former Balochistan. The schools that exist there are really, really harrowing and the infrastructure is not equal. And so what we see is that this was happening with the Trump administration is that they are sowing divisions of racial tension here in South Africa, and we need to reject it with the veracity in which it deserves.
Right. And what precedent does this set for US immigration policy? Could it open the door for other groups to claim refugee status based on similar grounds?
Sure about how it will have large implications on the US law as it stands, because currently they've stopped all of the other refugee programs, except for the programs of the people who have a certain hue that look like a certain group of people. And so for them, the project of refugee status, of course, will continue. But for people who are from Syria, from Yemen, from Afghanistan, this will definitely have legal implications for them. Because then this means that do they also get to have the same refugee status that is being conferred onto these 49 white South Africans? Will they be able to have the same problems that these so-called 49 South Africans have? I don't think that is possible. If you're looking at the environment currently right now in the United States, law is taken as somewhat of a suggestion than actual law, which is why we have Donald Trump doing what it is that he is doing with such impunity. I mean, we have judges that are currently being arrested in the United States. We have students who are being yanked out of class and put into ICE vans and isolated in prisons just because of their right to protest. So currently, as it stands right now, I do not know what protections the refugee statuses are going to have. I do not know what the refugee status is going to look like for refugees when they are entering into the United States. But what I know is that these 49 people who are going to be entering into the United States are going to be changing the refugee system, because now there will be certain precedents that refugees within the country can lean on legally to say that these people were granted statehood and citizenry. What makes them different from me? So I think from that perspective, there definitely will be changes.
Yeah.
But on an international perspective, I highly doubt that. This is the USA once again moving against the current, moving against what is democratically correct and what is, for human rights, according to the Human Rights Charter of the United Nations, especially when it comes to the treatment of refugees. They are sorely lacking. And what we're going to see is the implications of that moving forward as they become a pariah state.
And thank you very much for being with us on First Post Africa. As always, great to have you on the show.
Thank you very much for having me.
Shifting focus to Burkina Faso now. The junta leader, Ibrahim Traoré, has called for deeper ties with Russia. Ibrahim Traoré, the head of Burkina Faso's military-dominated government, was in Moscow over the weekend. He met Russian President Vladimir Putin after attending the Victory Day military parade held on the 9th of May at Red Square. Traoré said that he wants his country's relations with Russia to grow exponentially and to expand into new areas of cooperation. He clarified that he would not ask for military aid from Moscow while the Russian forces are engaged in Ukraine, but he urged Russia to share its knowledge, help educate Burkina Faso's young population, and to support efforts to end the jihadist conflict in the country. Traoré also praised Moscow's role on the global stage.
I think that with all the sanctions against Russia for some time, Russia has even developed an internal mechanism that puts it at the forefront of the international scene. And we are taking good notes of these lessons we have learned here.
Putin, for his part, highlighted the growing volume of trade between Russia and Burkina Faso. He noted Russia's ongoing humanitarian support, despite being under international sanctions. Putin said that Russia would continue to assist Burkina Faso by suppressing radical groups and training state officials.
Today, we are united by a common goal, the fight against terrorism and extremism. We will continue to assist the Republic in restoring legality and constitutional order, while contributing to the repression of radical groups that remain in certain regions of Burkina Faso.
Under Traoré, who seized power in a coup in September of 2022, Burkina Faso has moved away from its former colonial master, France, and has moved closer to Russia. Russia has reportedly sent military advisors and equipment, some linked to the Wagner Group, now rebranded as Africa Corps. Now, the Burkinabe military leadership views Russian assistance as crucial in combating jihadist insurgencies in the Sahel. Russia has also expanded its presence in Burkina Faso's mining sector, particularly in gold and uranium. Agreements have been signed for Russian companies to explore and extract mineral resources. There are also plans for infrastructure projects and potential cooperation in nuclear energy. Burkina Faso's turn toward Russia is part of a broader trend among military-led governments in the Sahel, including Mali and Niger. All three nations have withdrawn from the regional bloc ECOWAS and have formed the Alliance of Sahel States. The growing cooperation signals a strategic realignment away from traditional Western allies and toward alternative partnerships, be it military, economic, and ideological. And finally, from East Africa, where a familiar beat rises once more in Uganda's political symphony. Bobi Wine, the pop star turned opposition firebrand, has officially declared his return to the ballot. The 43-year-old, born Robert Kyagulanyi, he says that he will challenge President Yoweri Museveni in the upcoming 2026 election, scheduled for January. Though Museveni, who is now 80 years old, has not yet confirmed his bid, but all signs suggest that he will run again, extending a presidency that began in 1986. However, this is not their first clash. Wine first faced Museveni in 2021, and while he lost, he made sure it wasn't done quietly. He rejected the results, citing a storm of ballot stuffing, falsified counts, and brutal crackdowns. However, the government officials denied everything. But Wine isn't just chasing votes this time. He calls the election a fighting opportunity, where a stage to expose what he describes as a regime built on fear, force, and silence.
This will be a fighting opportunity to further undress and expose the regime and to further galvanize the people of Uganda to rise up and free themselves.
Now, that silence, he says, echoes far beyond Uganda's borders. He accused the Western governments of watching from the sidelines, doing business while Ugandan citizens suffer.
Some leaders in the West are complicit in our suffering. They are here to crack their business deals, and they don't care about human rights.
Though he did not name nations, but the message was sharp. He warned that values preached abroad mean little, if not practiced, in Africa.
If they were standing for the values that they profess, then they would be castigating all these gross human rights violations.
Now, Uganda, who is a key military partner in Somalia's fight against al-Shabaab, is often praised for its counter-terrorism cooperation. But behind the praise, Wine says, lies pain. And his latest accusation hits close to home. Eddie Mutwe, a trusted bodyguard and senior figure in Wine's National Unity platform, disappeared without a trace. A week later, he was dragged into court. He was charged with robbery, but the real story, Wine says, lies in what happened before that appearance. Now, Mutwe, according to Wine, was tortured, electrocuted, waterboarded, and beaten. Even Uganda's justice minister admitted it appeared he had been mistreated. But then came a chilling twist. Muhoozi Kainerugaba, Museveni's son and the head of the military, allegedly bragged about keeping Mutwe locked in his basement and even called him his punching bag. Since the revelation, Uganda's police and military have gone silent. There have been no denials, no explanations, but just the sound of footsteps growing louder in the dark. As the nation prepares for another election, Wine says he is not just running for power, he is running for voices silenced, for freedom stolen, and for justice long delayed. If elected, he vows to restore civil liberties, to dismantle corruption, and hold those responsible for abuses accountable. So as the rhythm of rebellion plays on, the stage is set, the curtain rises soon, and now the world waits to see, will the ballot box outsing the bullets, or will silence take the mic once again? And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello, namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Balochistan. Prime Minister Modi demolished Pakistani propaganda with one photo today. He landed at the Adampur base and posed with the S-400 missile defense system in the background. The one that the Pakistanis claim to have hit. It's a strong picture that came with a strong message. India has a new defense doctrine where Pakistan cannot hide behind its nukes or its terror proxies. Meanwhile, Operation Sindoor is on and India has launched Operation Keller. We'll tell you what this one is about. Why Donald Trump is wading into the Kashmir issue and calling himself the peacemaker. He wants a Nobel Prize. Border regions in India are still seeing drones and blackouts. Is this the new normal? A report on how Chinese defense stocks fell like Chinese missiles. How Operation Sindoor is a boost for made in India weapons. Why Indian tourists are boycotting Turkey and Azerbaijan. Why global media has got the conflict wrong. How Pakistan is still being punished through the suspension of the Indus Waters Treaty. And what can you expect from US President Trump's visit to West Asia?
Bharat Mata ki Jai! Bharat Mata ki Jai! घर में घुसकर मारे बचने का एक मौका तक नहीं दे
Here's the thing about military propaganda. It is very easy to bust. You can claim to have destroyed anything under the sun, but if you're lying, all it takes is one picture to expose you. And India is doing exactly that with Pakistan, exposing them. Today, Prime Minister Modi visited the Adampur Air Base. This is located in India's Punjab state. It is one of India's first responder bases. Meaning, if Pakistan attacks, Adampur will be among the first to respond from the Indian side. Jets from here take off in just 40 seconds. Now, Pakistan claims to have struck targets in Adampur, and not just any targets. They say they struck our S-400 air defense systems. So guess what India did? We posted this picture of Prime Minister Modi at Adampur. And what do you see behind him? The S-400 air defense system. No damage, no dents, no problems whatsoever. In other words, we fact-checked the Pakistanis with a photo. This is the first time India has posted pictures of the S-400. We took delivery of this defense system around 4 years ago, but the first pictures have come out only now to bust Pakistani propaganda. And this is just one example of Islamabad's lies. They have openly claimed to have damaged the Adampur base and the S-400. Listen to this.
Now, identifying S-400, attacking them is a easier part than identifying it on ground because it is mobile, it's a high value thing, and you guard it. It's kind of a center of gravity. Throwing and employing long range vectors, you really need very precise coordinates so that you don't miss. So S-400 was at Adampur was targeted like that.
Full marks for the budget Star Wars setting. It's on point for Pakistan. At this rate, they will claim to have destroyed a Death Star and a UFO. But let's come back to Adampur. Prime Minister Modi took a plane to the Air Force Base, which confirms that Adampur is very much operational. The runway is fine, the air defenses are fine, and so are the jets. We can't say the same for Pakistani bases, though. Some of them have cratered runways. Some have damaged aircraft hangars, and others have destroyed air defenses. So Prime Minister Modi could land at Adampur, but Shehbaz Sharif won't be landing at any Pakistani bases anytime soon. Which brings us to the visit itself. The Indian Prime Minister interacted with aviators at the base. He also gave an address there. First, the PM praised the success of Operation Sindoor. He hailed India's airstrikes and defenses.
हमारी एयरफोर्स ने पाकिस्तान में इतना डीप आतंक के अड्डों को टारगेट किया, सिर्फ 20-25 मिनट के भीतर सीमा पार लक्ष्यों को भेदना, बिल्कुल पिन पॉइंटेड टारगेट्स को हिट करना, ये सिर्फ एक मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी से लेस प्रोफेशनल फोर्स ही कर सकती है। पाकिस्तान के ड्रोन, उसके यूएवी, पाकिस्तान के एयरक्राफ्ट और उसकी मिसाइलें हमारे सशक्त एयर डिफेंस के सामने सबके सब ढेर हो गए।
Then he explained India's new doctrine. Prime Minister Modi said Operation Sindoor is the new normal, no more restraint or second chances. If Pakistani terrorists attack India, there will be a firm response, and this doctrine has 3 parts. Listen in.
भारत ने अब 3 सूत्र तय कर दिए हैं। पहला, भारत पर आतंकी हमला हुआ, हम अपने तरीके से, अपनी शर्तों पर, अपने समय पर जवाब देंगे। दूसरा, कोई भी न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल भारत नहीं सहेगा। तीसरा, हम आतंक की सरपरस्त सरकार और आतंक के आकाओं को अलग अलग नहीं देखेंगे।
Let me repeat that for you. The 3 parts of India's new security doctrine. Number 1, if terrorists attack, there will be a response. The intensity, target and timing will be chosen by India. Number 2, nuclear blackmail won't be accepted. Pakistan is a master at playing the nuclear card. Even this time, the defense minister used it. In fact, let me quote from what he said leading up to Operation Sindoor. If our very existence is threatened, God forbid, it becomes a matter of survival for us, then either we live or no one does. Now, this is plain nuclear blackmail. But India won't stand for it anymore. And finally, point number 3, no more distinction between terrorists and terror backers. And this is very significant. In 2016, 2019 and 2025, India targeted only terrorist camps in Pakistan. We hit Pakistan's military only after they attacked us. But Prime Minister Modi now says that that won't be the case in future. Henceforth, India won't make a distinction between terrorists and their backers. If you support terrorists, you will face action too. You cannot hide behind proxies anymore. And this is in line with what we heard last week. Sources hinted at a change in India's official position. They said any future terror attack would be seen as an act of war. Prime Minister Modi did not repeat those exact words, but his speech declared a new normal. Until now, we had zero tolerance for terror. Now there is zero tolerance for terror backers as well, and that is basically the Pakistani state. I hope Islamabad is listening closely. Operation Sindoor exposed their military vulnerability. Indian missiles were hitting their bases at will. This time the Americans saved them, but the next time could be different. As the Prime Minister said, India does not want war, we want peace. We want security for our people. But if terrorism continues, then Pakistan should brace for the worst. India's fight against terrorism has entered a new phase. Operation Sindoor is still on, and today the Indian forces kicked off a second operation. They're calling it Operation Keller. Now, this one is to intensify a manhunt. We're looking for the terrorists who carried out the Pahalgam attack. It's been almost 3 weeks. Those attackers are still at large. So today, India launched a new operation. The Indian Army carried out an encounter. They eliminated 3 terrorists. It began in Kulgam, which is a town in Kashmir. As the Indian forces approached, the terrorists tried to flee, but they were soon cornered in Shopian, a city close to Kulgam, and that is where they were neutralized. The gunfight happened in an area called Shokal Keller, and that is how the operation got its name, Operation Keller. The Indian forces took out all the 3 terrorists here. Among them was a major target, a man called Shahid Kute. He was the chief of TRF, that is the Resistance Front, the group behind the Pahalgam terror attack, a known proxy of the Lashkar-e-Toiba. Shahid Kute was linked to multiple attacks. In 2024, he shot 2 German tourists. A month later, he killed a local politician. He is also believed to have played a role in the Pahalgam attack. His death is a major blow to the Lashkar-e-Toiba, the Pakistani terror group proscribed by the United Nations. It's also a setback to the Lashkar's network in South Kashmir because reports say that this man was central to their operations. He was actively involved in the Lashkar's recruitment, training and coordination. Some observers believe that he had a direct contact with terrorist handlers in Pakistan. This is to receive weapons, explosives and funding. The Indian security forces are yet to confirm this. They've been busy trying to demolish the terror network. Post the Pahalgam terror attack, local authorities have demolished the homes of 10 terrorists. Apparently, Shahid Kute's home was among them, and today he himself was gunned down. But the mission is far from over. The terrorists who carried out the Pahalgam attack are yet to be brought to justice. The Jammu and Kashmir police have released sketches and details of 3 men. A 20 lakh rupee bounty has been placed on their heads. That's around $24,000 per head. Among the attackers was a local. His name was Hussain Tokar. The other 2 terrorists were Pakistanis. One of them is called Ali Bhai, also known as Talha. The second is Hasim Musa, who also goes by the name Suleiman. Now, their faces are public. The search operation is on. Right after the attack, reports said that 7 terrorists were involved in the Pahalgam attack, 7 people. Then we were told that security agencies were looking for 4 men. And now we can tell you that they are targeting these 3, whose sketches we just showed you. They've called this Operation Keller. It's supposed to convey continuity, to show that India's counter-terror operations are a sustained effort. They're part of a long-term campaign. Meanwhile, India is also stepping up diplomatic pressure. It is planning to send a team to the United Nations. The UN Security Council is scheduled to meet this week. India wants to use this opportunity to corner Pakistan. Indian officials plan to present evidence about the Pahalgam attack. They want to highlight the role of the Resistance Front, the TRF. India wants the TRF to be designated as a terrorist organization by the UN. It wants to highlight Pakistan's complicity. Remember, Pakistan has been actively trying to protect the TRF. In the aftermath of the Pahalgam attack, the UN Security Council issued a statement. Look at that statement. It condemns the attack, but it did not name the TRF. That's because Pakistan got the name removed. They got any reference to the TRF removed. Pakistan is a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council. It worked with China, which is a permanent member, and together they shielded the TRF. And that has actually gone against them. Because India has raised this with all international partners, India is asking a very simple question. Why would Pakistan shield a terror group if it was not complicit? Why would it go out of its way to get them to remove the reference to TRF? The Pakistani government even claimed credit for this in their parliament.
उसमें ब्लेम डाला गया था द रेजिस्टेंस फोरम, उसको कंडेम किया गया, उसको जिम्मेदार ठहराया गया उस प्रेस रिलीज में. तो मुझे आई, मैंने देखा, मैंने कहा ये एक्सेप्टेबल नहीं. मैंने कहा यहां हमें एविडेंस दिखाएं कि ये द रेजिस्टेंस फोरम ने, द टीआरएफ ने किया है, तो फिर हम इसको रहने देंगे या उनकी ओनरशिप दिखा दें कि इन्होंने एक मीडिया में चला भी दिया कि उन्होंने ओन कर लिया, वो झूठा था। उनके नहीं, ये नहीं है। तो उस पर करीबन हमारे जी 2.5 दिन लगे। वी रिफ्यूज टू बज इन। मुझे बड़े बड़े कैपिटल से कॉलें आई कि देखे इस वक्त मैं जी नथिंग डूइंग, ये नहीं हो सकता, पाकिस्तान विल नॉट एक्सेप्ट।
And with that, Pakistan scored another self-goal. Sources say most global players agree with India's point. Pakistan is protecting the TRF because it is their proxy. Now, India wants to ride the momentum of global support to get this group listed at the United Nations. It won't be easy, but it must be done.
I stopped wars from happening. If it were somebody else, they would have gotten 5 Nobel Prizes. I never even got a mention, and I wouldn't. Still doesn't. He got elected, and they announced he's getting the Nobel Prize. I got elected in a much bigger, better, crazier election. People have never really used trade the way I used it. That I can tell you. And all of a sudden they said, I think we're going to stop. And they have.
Those who've tracked this conflict have been asking one question. How did we arrive at a ceasefire? One moment, there was a serious escalation with air bases being bombed. The next moment, a pause in fighting. How did it happen? India says, our forces struck Pakistan so hard they sued for peace. The US says, we mediated all night and we brokered peace. And it doesn't matter what Pakistan says because no one's buying it anyway. Interestingly, the announcement came from Donald Trump. He grabbed the mic before the facts could catch up. He took to Truth Social and announced an India-Pakistan ceasefire. Neither country had done it yet. They weren't even talking about it publicly. But Trump went ahead, announced it, and also took credit for it. In New Delhi, everyone was puzzled. Indian officials clarified. They repeated that Kashmir was a bilateral issue, although this conflict was not even about Kashmir. It was about responding to Pakistani terrorism. And yes, India did talk to the US like it talked to all other partners and global players during Operation Sindoor. India kept everyone in the loop. But the decision to pause the fighting was taken only between India and Pakistan. So to say that the US played peacemaker was a bit of a stretch. This is New Delhi's position. Trump is having none of it. He's been spinning a completely different narrative, and yesterday he doubled down on it.
On Saturday, my administration helped broker a full and immediate ceasefire, I think a permanent one, between India and Pakistan, ending a dangerous conflict of 2 nations with lots of nuclear weapons. And they were going at it hot and heavy, and it was seemingly not going to stop. And we stopped the nuclear conflict. I think it could have been a bad nuclear war. Millions of people could have been killed, so I'm very proud of that.
Donald Trump says he stopped a nuclear war between India and Pakistan. How? By using the leverage of trade. He says he threatened to stop trade with India and Pakistan, and that is what forced both countries to stop the fighting. This is Trump's narrative.
I said, come on, we're going to do a lot of trade with you guys. Let's stop it. Let's stop it. If you stop it, we're doing trade. If you don't stop it, we're not going to do any trade. People have never really used trade the way I used it. That I can tell you. And all of a sudden they said, I think we're going to stop. And they have. And they did it for a lot of reasons, but trade is a big one.
He clearly doesn't get it. He doesn't get what this is about. This was not about trade. During Operation Sindoor, India and the US had multiple conversations, by the way. On May 9th, US Vice President J.D. Vance spoke to Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. On May 8th and May 10th, on 2 different occasions, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio spoke to India's External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. None of those conversations featured trade. And today, New Delhi set the record straight. There is no role for the Americans here.
From the time of Operation Sindoor commenced on 7th May, till the understanding on cessation of firing and military action on 10th May, there were conversations between Indian and US leaders on the evolving military situation. The issue of trade did not come up in any of these discussions.
As you are aware, we have a long-standing national position that any issues pertaining to the Union territory of Jammu and Kashmir have to be addressed by India and Pakistan bilaterally. That stated policy has not changed.
The fact is, Trump doesn't even understand the Kashmir issue. He's been exposing his lack of understanding from the word go. Listen to this first.
It's been going on for a long time, decades and decades. There's a lot of dislike, unfortunately. So we've been in the middle trying to help them both out, see if we can get some organization and some peace. And I think probably that's going to be happening. Because this has been going on for many, many years. I was surprised at how long it's been going on.
70 years.
I think they'd like to see it resolved, and I think you'd like to see it resolved. And if I can help, I would love to be a mediator.
I'm very close to India and I'm very close to Pakistan, as you know. And they've had that fight for 1,000 years in Kashmir. Kashmir's been going on for 1,000 years, probably longer than that.
They've been fighting for a long time. You know, they've been fighting for many, many decades and centuries, actually, if you really think about it. No, I just hope it ends very quickly.
On multiple occasions, as you just heard, Trump has called it a centuries-old conflict. The fact is, it began only in 1947 after the partition and the creation of two separate nation states, India and Pakistan. So the Kashmir issue is not even a century old, but Donald Trump is just being Donald Trump, mixing up facts with fiction. The question is, why is he so keen to wade in? Why does he want to play peacemaker so badly? Because he thinks that this is his path to a Nobel Prize. And that's what Donald Trump wants, the Nobel Peace Prize. It's an old obsession of his. It started in 2009 when Barack Obama got the Nobel. He was the US president then. He'd been in office for barely 8 months, yet he was awarded the Nobel. What for? Apparently for his efforts to strengthen international diplomacy. It was one of the most ill-deserved Nobel Prizes. And Donald Trump thought it was unforgivable. 16 years later, that moment lives rent-free in his mind.
Still doesn't. He got elected and they announced he's getting the Nobel Prize. I got elected in a much bigger, better, crazier election. But they gave him the Nobel Prize. Ladies and gentlemen, the Nobel Prize will be won by Barack Hussein Obama. Right? Barack Hussein Obama got the Nobel Prize. He didn't even know why. He actually asked, why did I get it? Does anybody know?
He's very upset. In 2020, Trump brokered the Abraham Accords. 4 Arab countries normalized ties with Israel. Trump tried to use it as a Nobel bait. But the Nobel Committee did not bite. Since then, the US president has talked about it multiple times, about how if his name was Obama, he would get it. How this is a symbol of a world order that never respected him. And how he did not get what he deserves.
My rhetoric kept you out of wars. I stopped wars from happening. If it were somebody else, they would have gotten 5 Nobel Prizes. I never even got a mention, and I wouldn't, because I happen to be a different kind of a person, and the fake news treats me much differently than they treat other people. Obama got a Nobel Peace Prize, and he didn't even do, he said.
And now Trump is back for a second term. He is more determined than ever to correct that historic insult. You see, Trump has always measured success in superlatives. The biggest crowd, the strongest economy, the fastest recovery. That's what he wants. So naturally, when it comes to peace, he is not content with praise. He wants a trophy. He wants the Nobel Peace Prize, and he is not being subtle about it. He tried to stop 2 wars in Ukraine and Gaza. He couldn't. In Ukraine, Trump promised to end the war in 24 hours. 24 hours of being elected, it's been more than 110 days. The war is still on. In Gaza, it's worse. A tenuous truce collapsed in March. Violence has spiraled again, and this has hit Trump's peacemaker brand. So when he saw an opportunity in South Asia, he seized it. You see, facts have never been speed bumps in the Trump show. This isn't about the reality on the ground. This is not about India. This is not about Prime Minister Modi. This is not about Pakistan. For Trump, this is only about himself. How he de-escalated a potential nuclear war. How he saved millions of lives. How he did what no one else could. This is Trump's version. Because the headlines matter more than history. This is not about peace. It's about a prize with his name on it. Drones in the sky, cities under blackout, flights grounded. This is not a war zone. This is your new normal. There was a time when wars were fought on battlefields. Today, they are fought from the shadows using remote controls. We are living in the post-Operation Sindoor era, a world shaped by swarms of drones and red tracer bullets. Here's what's happening. Operation Sindoor changed the rules of engagement. India hit terror sites deep inside Pakistan. This was on the 7th of May. Since then, India's border regions have not slept soundly. Even though a ceasefire is in place, Pakistan has violated it twice already. The very same pause in fighting that they were so desperate for. They violated it. The first violation was on the 10th of May, just a few hours after the ceasefire began. The second violation was last night, right after Prime Minister Modi's address to the nation. Pakistan's army unleashed a barrage of drones. Violations were reported at multiple locations, from Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab in the north to Rajasthan and Gujarat in the west. Pakistan knows it cannot match India's military might, so it is launching drones. And there is a pattern to Islamabad's behavior. Not all drones are armed. Some are just for surveillance. They have been spotted near Indian military installations, near electricity grids, even over the houses of civilians. Pakistan's aim is to cause panic and chaos. But India's response has been swift and precise. Air defense systems have worked overtime. Anti-aircraft shells. Pakistani drones have been shot down in bulk. No serious damage has been reported. The Indian forces have worked hard to protect the skies. They must be lauded for their operational success. But for the civilians, the story is different. Every time drones are sighted, air raid sirens are sounded. Cities are put under a blackout. Airports are shut at a moment's notice. Civilian flights are rerouted. Basically, life comes to a full stop. And this is a serious problem. A few small and cheap drones are causing city-wide shutdowns. Families in border regions are living in fear. Businesses have been paralyzed. Pakistan knows it cannot hit India's military, so it is trying to disrupt normal life. This is called grey zone warfare. Grey zone warfare, military activities under the threshold of conventional war. Let me tell you why this is a serious problem. Because these drone incursions may not stop anytime soon. Pakistan will keep sending them in the hundreds. They don't have to breach the airspace, but they will force India's air defenses to get activated. Cities will be put under blackouts again. Airspaces will be shut down. People will be urged to take shelter. This is a vicious loop. It is not just an inconvenience, it is a war of attrition. And India cannot be complacent. Every drone is a potential threat. It has to be taken out. So this is the new normal. India's border regions have to be on high alert round the clock. This on-off switch can be exhausting. So India is modernizing its doctrine. New air defense protocols are in place. Any drone coming towards India will be engaged. It may not always be using anti-aircraft guns. Modern drone jammers have been deployed. These are mobile units. They can quickly move to new locations. New drone detection radars are in place. They will focus only on drone activity, plus air defense will be a coordinated effort. The Army, the Air Force, the border security, they will all work together as one unit. So this is where we stand. Military action may have come to a stop, but the nation is on high alert. India's border regions are adapting to new realities, where drones dictate blackouts and airspace closures. The question is, how long can this go on? New Delhi is watching each move. One stray drone, one wrong signal, and we could return to a state of conflict. Now let's talk about China's defense companies. They have been in the spotlight over the past week. Investors were making big bets on Chinese companies. Their shares were soaring. That rally ended today. Chinese defense stocks are under pressure. The sell-off hit major players like Avic Chengdu Aircraft. They are the makers of the J-10 fighter jets. Avic's stock price fell by over 9% today. Similarly, shares of Zhuzhou Hongda Electronics fell by over 6%. This company makes the PL-15 missiles. Now, Pakistan has both systems in its arsenal, the J-10 fighter jet and the PL-15 missile. Pakistan uses both. They were deployed against India last week. And this is when their stocks shot up. But they failed to perform, and then the fighting stopped. So investors who had bet on a longer conflict lost money. Their bet failed. Their calculation was quite simple. If India and Pakistan continue to fight, more Chinese arms would be sold to Pakistan. And on paper, this made sense. China remains Pakistan's largest weapon supplier. China is Pakistan's largest weapon supplier from 2019 to 2023. In 4 years, 81% of Pakistan's arms came from China. That's over $5 billion in sales. China has a virtual monopoly over Pakistan's defense supplies, so a longer operation with India would have meant more orders and more sales for these companies. But that's not how it played out. So the stocks fell. A bigger worry, though, is how the Chinese weapons performed or failed to perform, especially the PL-15 missile. This was used in combat for the first time last week, the PL-15. Pakistan fired several Chinese missiles at India. None of them hit the mark. India's air defenses intercepted almost all of them. Several pieces of the Chinese missile landed on Indian soil. In at least one case, an entire missile came down nearly intact. It was found in the Indian state of Punjab. You can see the pictures. This is a border state in North India. And since then, missile debris has been recovered from multiple locations in India. There are new photographs almost every day. They show the rear body of the missile and its guidance section. Again, these parts appear to be intact, as if the missile never went off. There could be several explanations for this. Maybe Pakistani pilots did not fire the missile correctly, or the missile lost power, or it was shot down, or it just missed the target. Whatever the reason, the result was the same. The missiles proved to be duds. They fell on the ground, mostly undamaged. And this is very bad publicity for the company that makes them. These pictures are circulating the world over. They would certainly make China's defense clients think twice. Who would buy a weapon that does not do its job? The wreckage is now with the Indian authorities. It is a valuable asset. It can reveal key details about the missile's range, design, and vulnerabilities. This can help India build countermeasures. It also exposes the enemy's weaknesses. For intelligence agencies, this is a major gain. For China, it is a strategic setback. And this isn't the only one. Last week's hostilities also exposed China's air defense systems, like the HQ-9 and HQ-16. Both are Chinese-made. Both are operated by Pakistan. They are copies of the Russian systems, the S-300 and the S-400 systems. The Chinese machines are modeled on the Russian ones. Defense experts often describe them as cheaper copies. But they proved to be very costly for Pakistan because they failed. Indian forces breached these Chinese defenses last week. At least 3 locations were compromised: Lahore, Chaklala, and Sialkot. In each case, Chinese air defense systems were neutralized by India, and that raises serious questions about their real-world performance. So the market reaction was only to be expected. They were hoping for profits from a sales boost. Instead, they're getting scrutiny after delivering a disaster. You see, when a weapon fails, The damage is not just tactical, it hurts reputations. China clearly has a lot of work to do. China's defense stocks fell like their missiles, but that story is quite different here in India. India's defense industry is on a high. Share prices of drones and missile makers rose by at least 11%. Do you know why? Because of Operation Sindoor. For the first time, made in India weapons were put to the test, and they delivered on two things: impact and precision. From drones to rifles to radars, made in India was not just a slogan, it was the sharp end of the sword. Let me tell you how. Operation Sindoor was a symphony of destruction. Terrorist hubs in Pakistan were obliterated in 25 minutes flat. Pakistan's response was countered with brutal aggression. You may have seen the images of their air bases. Do you know how India delivered this blow? With weapons made at home, like the BrahMos missile. It was used for the first time and it was used extensively. It took out several targets deep inside Pakistan. But that wasn't the only punch. A majority of the brute force this time was Indian. We'll start with the drones. Unlike the Chinese and Turkish drones that fell like flies, Indian drones delivered. The Nagastra was fired for the first time. It took out several terror sites in Pakistan. The Nagastra is a loitering suicide drone. It can hit targets 30 kilometers away, and this drone is homemade. Next, let me tell you about the protector of the skies, the Akash anti-aircraft missile system. It took down several aerial threats. It intercepted missiles and drones. It prevented Pakistani jets from breaching India's airspace. The Akash defended every time it was put to the test. Even Prime Minister Modi hailed the indigenous platform.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में मैन पावर के साथ ही मशीन का कोऑर्डिनेशन भी अद्भुत रहा है। भारत के पारंपरिक एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम हो, जिन्होंने अनेक लड़ाइयां देखी हैं, या फिर आकाश जैसे हमारे मेड इन इंडिया प्लेटफॉर्म हो, इनको S-400 जैसे आधुनिक और सशक्त डिफेंस सिस्टम ने अभूतपूर्व मजबूती दी है।
The Nagastra and the Akash were in the thick of action. But Indian innovation played a role behind the scenes as well, like the homemade radar called Swati. It tracked projectiles fired by Pakistan. Indian satellites also played a role. They gave real-time imagery to the armed forces. From swarm drones to missiles to surveillance, it was all made in India in action. And just look at the result. Minimum collateral damage with maximum efficiency. And most importantly, strategic autonomy. No political baggage, no kill switch drama, just operational success. So what's the big lesson here? For decades, India was the world's largest weapons importer. Not anymore. In fact, defense imports are at an all-time low, and Indian defense exports are soaring. They have jumped 34 times in the last decade. More nations are lining up to buy Indian weapons like Armenia, Brazil, and the Philippines. The list will only grow thanks to Operation Sindoor. And I'll tell you why. Weapons are not meant for flashy parades or video edits. They are supposed to perform in real conditions under real threats. The battle-tested weapons are now India's calling card. They have grabbed the world's eyeballs. They're easy on the pocket, they're reliable and deadly. India is emerging as an alternative to the West, to Russia and to China. And now is the time to hit the afterburner. India should go all out on developing its own platforms. The showdown with Pakistan has taught us valuable lessons. First, air power has become the most preferred option. Fighter jets can strike deep behind enemy lines. It happens in a flash, but the message stays for long. Second, drones dominate the battlefield. They can hit targets and carry out surveillance. And third, it is always better to make your own weapons. So what's next? The Indian Air Force needs more fighter jets like the Tejas. The US has delayed engine deliveries and this has impacted the Tejas fleet. So a jet engine should be India's top priority. That will speed up deliveries of the Tejas. It will also allow India to develop more such platforms. And what about defense? The S-400 proved to be a game changer. It prevented Pakistan's air attacks. Their jets were denied from breaching India's airspace. But the S-400 is made by Russia. They're the only ones who make it. And this platform is expensive. So India needs to build its own. Operation Sindoor was a success story for Made in India, and it has sent a signal to the world. India can build, deploy, and win with its own weapons. Meanwhile, a social media war is afoot. There are calls to boycott Turkey and Azerbaijan. These are the two countries that condemned Operation Sindoor. They condemned India's strikes on Pakistan's terror factories. So now many Indians are hitting back. They're hitting where it hurts. Tourism. People are cancelling travel plans to Turkey and Azerbaijan. Travel agencies have put a temporary pause on bookings. They've also cut ties with the Turkish Airlines, which is the country's national carrier. And this backlash spells bad news for both Turkey and Azerbaijan. After all, India is one of their biggest tourism markets. Our next report has more.
Amid tensions between India and Pakistan, anger is brewing on social media. It's abuzz with calls to boycott Turkey and Azerbaijan. This comes after both the countries condemned India's strikes against the Pakistani terror factory. Azerbaijan expressed solidarity with Pakistan. Turkey called India's retaliatory strikes provocative attacks targeting civilians. Turkey also armed Pakistan with drones that were neutralized by New Delhi. So the two nations have drawn ire in India. There is a growing chorus to boycott travel to the West Asian countries. Many Indians are cancelling their bookings. Across India, many travel agencies and online platforms have taken a strong stance as well. They have put a temporary pause on travel bookings in Turkey and Azerbaijan. This includes Cox & Kings, Ixigo, ClearTrip, and several other travel firms. Ixigo's top boss says, blood and bookings won't flow together. The Ease My Trip founder says, travel is a powerful tool. Let's not use it to empower those who don't stand with us. This is bound to spell bad news for both the countries. India is one of the fastest growing tourism markets for Turkey and Azerbaijan. In 2014, less than 5,000 Indians visited Azerbaijan. In 2024, the number stood at more than 243,000. That's a growth of about 5,000% over the past decade. Tourists from India have been a boon to Azerbaijan. And what about Turkey? In 2014, about 120,000 Indians traveled to the country. Last year, the number increased to 330,000. This is an increase of about 176% over the past decade. But now, it's expected to take a hit. Several Indian travel companies are cutting ties with Turkish Airlines as well, which is the country's national carrier. The airline's partnership with Indian airline Indigo is also under fire. The two have an agreement to operate joint flights over US and European destinations. Social media users have questioned this partnership. Now, it's unlikely that the partnership will cease amid the backlash. However, the damage will be felt. Market dynamics dictate flight capacity. The Maldives is a clear example of this. Last year, some ministers in Maldives made derogatory comments against the Indian Prime Minister. So Indians started cancelling travel plans to the South Asian country, leading to losses of about $2 billion. Today, Maldives has far fewer flights to India than it did even during the pandemic. So if the backlash continues, Turkey and Azerbaijan will follow the same trajectory, and airlines will be commercially forced to reduce their capacity due to the lack of passengers. But travel is not the only area bearing the brunt. A culinary war is on. some Indians are boycotting baklava and focusing on other cuisines. Meanwhile, in some parts of India, like Maharashtra's Pune, traders have boycotted Turkish apples, leading to their disappearance from markets.
रिटेल कस्टमर है, जो छोटा कस्टमर है, उसने वही मतलब वो लोगों को बोल रहा है कि मेरे को टर्की का एप्पल नहीं चाहिए. तो हमने सोचा यार ये रिटेल कस्टमर बैन कर रहा है, बायकॉट कर रहा है, तो अपन भी करेंगे.
Turkish apples are sold in the region for about 3 months, and the seasonal turnover stands at about $140 million. So, from travel to apples, Turkey and Azerbaijan are feeling the blow, which many say is the fruit of their words.
Pakistani air defences are smouldering, their runways are cratered, and their army chief was holed up in a bunker apparently. But if you look at global media coverage, the picture is very different. They make it seem like it's advantage Pakistan. We'll first look at some examples, and after that, we'll try to see why this is happening. First is Al Jazeera. Their article says India tried to project strength but ended up showing weakness. Just a reminder, Al Jazeera is owned by Qatar, a regime that is propped up by the US military. Take that out and they probably won't survive 2 weeks. This is also the same Al Jazeera that claimed that Pakistan had captured an Indian pilot. Later, the Pak military fact-checked them. Frankly, I don't know what's more humiliating, having to bribe the US president with a plane or being fact-checked by Pakistan. Here's another article. This one is from Bloomberg. It says Chinese weapons gained credibility after this conflict. Next, we have an article in the Financial Review. It says China's military is the big winner of this conflict. Another report in Japan's Nikkei. It talks about Chinese-made jets bringing down Indian fighters. Next, look at France's Le Monde. It says this conflict exposed the weakness of India's Air Force. And finally, CNN, they claim that there are no winners in this conflict, neither India nor Pakistan. Now, what explains this narrative? What explains this perception that Pakistan had the edge? We can think of 4 reasons. Number 1, the information overload from Pakistan. Their military claims 120 jets were part of the dogfight, that dozens of Indian soldiers were killed. It's all unproven, of course, but it sounds too significant to ignore. So most foreign media houses began buying it. They wanted to give their audience something explosive. India, on the other hand, was restrained. Our in-depth briefings began after the pause in fighting. By then, most media houses had moved on. Reason number 2, the intrigue around Chinese weapons. This is the first time we saw them in active combat. Whether it's Chinese jets or Chinese missiles or Chinese air defenses, many experts have questioned the efficiency of these weapons. So naturally, there was added interest. On India's side, that wasn't the case. Our Rafale jets have already seen combat in Afghanistan, Libya and Mali. The MiGs have a long combat history, so do the Barak missiles and the S-400. The intrigue was only for Indian-made weapons like the BrahMos and the Akash. And here in India, there's a lot of coverage about them, but outside, not so much. Either way, the bigger point is this. Western journalists did not care about the rising tensions. They wanted to see how Chinese weapons fared. And Pakistan indulged them. Reason number 3. The Western media moved on quite fast. They eagerly watched the first night of the operation. After that, they shifted to other things, like a new pope being elected, or Trump going to West Asia, or Trump demanding a ceasefire in Ukraine, Putin offering talks to Zelensky. You'll find that a lot of these articles are from the initial period, from May 7th and May 8th. India's strikes on Pakistani military bases came after that. And finally, reason number 4, a possible effort to push American weaponry. Just think about it. All these articles were based on US government sources. They would love to discredit India's Russian weapons, perhaps even the French Rafales. It's an easy way to nudge India towards America's 5th generation F-35s. We may not know the exact reason, but one thing is quite clear. The foreign media has shown a distinct bias. They have blindly accepted Pakistan's version of events. No follow-ups, no investigations, no groundwork. India, on the other hand, has displayed solid evidence, yet they refuse to carry those stories. The fact is, India won this military exchange decisively. Pakistan knew that we would strike their terror camps and bases. Their jets and defenses were probably on alert, yet we struck them at will. If this isn't victory, I don't know what is. Which brings us to the Indus Waters Treaty. As you know, India suspended it after the Pahalgam attack. New Delhi used the term abeyance. That means pause or suspension. Now, there's a stoppage in firing, but the treaty still remains in abeyance. Why? Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi made the reason clear yesterday.
पाकिस्तान को अगर बचना है तो उसे अपने टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का सफाया करना ही होगा। इसके अलावा शांति का कोई रास्ता नहीं है। भारत का मत एकदम स्पष्ट है। टेरर और टॉक एक साथ नहीं हो सकते। टेरर और ट्रेड एक साथ नहीं चल सकते और पानी और खून भी एक साथ नहीं बह सकता।
Water and blood cannot flow together. That is India's position. And what does Pakistan have to say? Well, Islamabad is calling it an act of war. Their Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif said it then, and their Foreign Minister is repeating it now. Ishaq Dar went on CNN, the American channel. He talked about the stoppage in firing, and he said it could collapse if the Indus Waters issue is not resolved.
If this Indus Water Treaty is tampered with, if the water is diverted, if the water is stopped, we'll treat it as an act of war.
Well, here's a reality check for the minister. It is already happening. On May 5th, parts of the Chenab flowing towards Pakistan dried up. That is because India halted the controlled release of water from its dams. It started with the Baglihar Dam on the Chenab River. Last week, India also closed the gates of the Salal Dam. Reports suggest it was to store water in the reservoirs. But this stoppage means one thing. Chenab was running dry. New Delhi has other options too. It can fast-track infrastructure on the western rivers. It can set up hydroelectric projects. It can build storage dams. It can stop sharing data with Pakistan. And all of it is very, very crucial. You see, 6 rivers are part of the Indus water system. After partition, India and Pakistan decided to share them. Most of the origin points were in India. That's where the Indus Waters Treaty comes in. It laid down a clear framework for water sharing. And here's how it works. The 6 rivers were divided between the 2 countries. The eastern rivers were allocated to India. These were Ravi, Beas and Satluj. India has exclusive rights to their waters. The western rivers were allocated to Pakistan, Indus, Chenab and Jhelum. India still has limited rights over these rivers. It can use their water sometimes, but it cannot divert or store the water from these 3 rivers. The flow to Pakistan must remain uninterrupted. But that has changed now.
I would also like to take you back a little. The IWT, the Indus Water Treaty, was concluded in the spirit of goodwill and friendship as specified in the preamble of the treaty. However, Pakistan has held these principles in abeyance by its promotion of cross-border terrorism for several decades now. Now, as per CC's decision that I referred to of 23rd April, India will keep the treaty in abeyance until Pakistan credibly and irrevocably abjures its support for cross-border terrorism.
And this has left Islamabad jittery. After all, these rivers are a lifeline for Pakistan. They need this water for irrigation and also to meet their daily needs. This should explain the saber rattling now. But India has had enough. For 6 decades, the Indus Waters Treaty withstood everything, 4 wars, multiple terror attacks, but that line has now been crossed. The Pahalgam attack was the proverbial last straw. Islamabad can call it an act of war, it can call it a massive breach, it can call it whatever it wants to, but India sees it as an act of restraint. Because, let's be clear, New Delhi has not walked away from it. We have merely held it in abeyance, and here's the uncomfortable truth. Pakistan needs this treaty more than India does. So what happens now? Well, that depends on what happens in Pakistan. If Islamabad takes real steps against terrorism, there may be a path back to the table. But Pakistan has to make that choice. Will it be peace or provocation? Because this time India has drawn a clear red line. Water and blood cannot flow together, not anymore. US President Donald Trump has kicked off his 4-day visit to the Gulf. He's in Saudi Arabia today, where he's still talking about India and Pakistan, about how he brokered peace between the two countries and how he wants to, quote-unquote, get them together for a nice dinner. As problematic as it is, Trump has received a royal welcome in Riyadh along with a $600 billion investment commitment. This is in the form of a slew of deals from energy to defense. His next destination is Qatar, followed by the UAE. Essentially, Trump has spurred a race to turn influence over him into economic gains. This is the first major international trip of Trump's second term. What does it mean for him and his key Gulf Arab allies? Here's a report.
Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, 3 energy-rich Gulf states. Over the years, they have built personal ties with Donald Trump. They have pitched trillions of dollars in investments in the United States. And now, their influence is being rewarded. They are hosting the first state visit of the US president's second term. It will be a 4-day visit, starting with Saudi Arabia, followed by Qatar, and then the UAE, stretching until May 16th. Usually, US presidents start with the UK, Canada, or Mexico. But Saudi Arabia was the first stop for Donald Trump during his first term in office. And now, he's back in the Arab state. He landed in Riyadh today, joined by Tesla CEO and Trump advisor Elon Musk, Secretary of State and National Security Advisor Marco Rubio, and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. Trump was greeted at the airport by Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. And then hosted at a lavish lunch. The two leaders held a bilateral meeting where Trump heaped praise on the prince.
As you know, we have the biggest business leaders in the world here today. They're going to walk away with a lot of checks for a lot of things that you're going to provide. And in the United States, it's probably 2 million jobs that we're talking about this visit. So, number one, I like visiting with you, and we've known each other very well, and I really believe we like each other a lot. And number two, for the United States, we've brought tremendous investment in and tremendous jobs, and we'll continue to service your great country very well.
When Trump says we like each other a lot, you know that money is going to flow. And that's exactly what has happened. The US and Saudi Arabia have signed a bulk of deals. The details aren't out yet, but there are deals on energy, defense, mining and mineral resources, which will reportedly focus on a partnership between US and Saudi firms to mine and process critical minerals used in advanced manufacturing and defense for export to the United States. Plus, there are deals on law enforcement cooperation as well as space monitoring. The Gulf states are looking for reassurance of a security commitment by the United States. So these deals are expected to be a step in that direction. After the signing of deals, Trump attended the Saudi-US Investment Forum, where several major AI figures, including OpenAI CEO Sam Altman, were present. After all, Saudi Arabia is becoming one of the biggest global investors in artificial intelligence. So, the royal welcome, the long list of agreements, and the state banquet. It's a clear sign of the deepening US-Saudi relationship. But others too hope for rewards, like Qatar, where Trump is going next. It has the most formalized security ties with the US among the other Gulf Arab states. It hosts the biggest US military installation in West Asia. And now it has gifted Trump a $400 million jet. So it's expected that new deals will further strengthen their partnership.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Meanwhile, in the UAE, the focus is expected to shift to artificial intelligence. In March, it pledged a $1.4 trillion investment plan focused on AI and semiconductors. Its existing US investments already total $1 trillion. And now, a visit from Trump is expected to give the UAE a boost on its quest for AI dominance. So, as Trump shores up relations with the trio, amid flashy deals, big smiles and handshakes, Trump's Gulf trip is all about pomp, pageantry and big money.
Move over Alice in Wonderland, there's a new fairy tale in town. General Munir in Delulu land. His air defense is as strong as the Pakistan cricket team's top order, his fighter jets as lethal as their captain's post-match press conferences. Yet, there are celebrations in the country. What happened last week was no victory for Pakistan. Their only good news was that Virat Kohli retired. That's one less 100 for them to suffer. But such is the power of Pakistani propaganda. Even in cricket, the rivalry only exists on paper. You look at the teams and results, India is way ahead. But in Pakistani minds, we are equals. I hope last week gave them a reality check.
We immediately mobilized and we completed the operational deployments of Pakistani Navy fleet units and also the coastal command units.
मुझे मारा तो मारा, अगर तूने बाबू भाई के हाथ लगाए ना तो बाबू भाई की टेंशन ना ले मेरे दोस्त, जहाँ दुनिया तेरा साथ छोड़ देगी, वहाँ हम भी छोड़ देंगे.
Now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Taiwan tests a locally developed missile system during live fire drills. NASA captures images of dancing lights or auroras on Jupiter, and 2 Siberian tigers were released into the wild in Russia's Far East. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1950, the first ever Formula One World Championship Grand Prix was held in the UK. It marked the dawn of a new era in motorsport. Today, Formula One brings together the fastest cars and top drivers under a unified championship. It is watched by over 1.5 billion fans worldwide. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Firstpost America. I'm Eric Ham, coming to you live from the nation's capital in Washington, D.C. And coming up, President Donald Trump kicks off his visit to the Middle East, and many rejoice in Israel as another hostage is released. We begin with the latest from the Indian subcontinent, where in yet another show of India's war readiness against Pakistan-sponsored terrorism, Prime Minister Narendra Modi visited a frontline Indian Air Force base near the border with Pakistan. With the S-400 missile defense system and the MiG-29 fighter jet in the background, the Prime Minister hailed the Indian Armed Forces for the successful execution of Operation Sindoor, during which India eliminated at least 100 terrorists in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. The Prime Minister repeated India's three-point doctrine against terror, adding that the world is now coming to terms with India's fresh outlook against terrorism.
पहला भारत पर आतंकी हमला हुआ, हम अपने तरीके से, अपनी शर्तों पर, अपने समय पर जवाब देंगे। दूसरा, कोई भी न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल भारत नहीं सहेगा। तीसरा, हम आतंकी सरपरस्त सरकार और आतंक के आकाओं को अलग अलग नहीं देखेंगे। दुनिया भी भारत के इस नए रूप को, इस नई व्यवस्था को समझते हुए ही आगे बढ़ रही है।
The visit came hours after Modi declared Operation Sindoor as India's standing policy against terror. In a warning to Pakistan, he said India's military response had only paused, not been called off, adding Islamabad's next move will decide what comes next.
मैं फिर दोहरा रहा हूं, हमने पाकिस्तान के आतंकी और सैन्य ठिकानों पर अपनी जवाबी कार्रवाई को अभी सिर्फ स्थगित किया है। आने वाले दिनों में हम पाकिस्तान के हर कदम को इस कसौटी पर मापेंगे कि वो क्या रवैया अपनाता है।
And as the Prime Minister doubled down on his zero tolerance for Pak-sponsored terror, India's war on terror pushes ahead in the state of Jammu and Kashmir. In fact, earlier today, security forces in Jammu and Kashmir launched a massive anti-terror operation in which 3 terrorists of the band Lashkar-e-Taiba were killed. And elsewhere in Jammu and Kashmir, posters were seen announcing a reward of 2 million rupees or over $23,000 for information on terrorists who massacred 26 tourists in Pahalgam last month. And in the backdrop of the successful Operation Sindoor, New Delhi's message to Islamabad is clear. Pakistan-sponsored terror will not be met with diplomacy, but with India's Operation Sindoor, which Prime Minister Modi says is still very much ongoing. And now we shift to the Middle East, where President Donald Trump is on a 4-day visit. And the president arrived in Saudi Arabia earlier today, kicking off a tour that focuses less on conflict in Gaza and Iran's nuclear program and more on striking big economic deals. Greeted by Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman upon arrival, President Trump is set to attend an investment conference in Riyadh, as well as hold talks on possible arms deals, energy cooperation, and trade investments. Now, President Trump's decision to bypass traditional Western allies to travel first to the Gulf states underscores their increasingly crucial geopolitical role, along with his own business relations in the region. In fact, 8 years ago, President Trump also chose Saudi Arabia for his first overseas trip as president, and when he memorably posed with a glowing orb and participated in a sword dance. Now, after Saudi Arabia, he'll visit Qatar on Wednesday and the United Arab Emirates on Thursday, two countries linked to major Trump Organization projects and central to regional diplomacy. In fact, Doha is a key mediator between Israel and Hamas, while the UAE is a critical security partner for Washington in the region. But what's raising eyebrows is the decision to leave Israel off the itinerary, sparking doubts in Tel Aviv over its place in Washington's priorities.
Well, the plan we haven't talked about, but we're not planning on stopping in Israel. But we will be doing it at some point, but not for this trip.
Now, Israel has been talking to the U.S. about the post-war future of Gaza, and officials reportedly say relations at the official level remain strong. But despite that, just ahead of the visit, Trump abruptly announced last week that the U.S. would stop bombing Iranian-backed Houthis in Yemen, leading some to suggest that Israel was not the top priority for Washington.
I think he's going according to his policy, to his promise, to the election promises that America is first. And if everybody thought that Trump will take off, Israel interest, he's taking care of his own business, in thinking of America.
Meanwhile, the president has also indicated that he may travel on Thursday to Turkey for potential face-to-face talks between Russian President Putin and Ukrainian President Zelensky on Moscow's war in Ukraine.
I think you may have a good result out of the Thursday meeting in Turkey between Russia and Ukraine. And I believe the two leaders were going to be there. I was thinking about flying over. I don't know where I'm going to be on Thursday. I've got so many meetings. But I was thinking about actually flying over there.
And now, as the president begins his Middle East visit, it's raising questions over America's changing Middle East priorities and who's in and who's out. After more than 19 months in Hamas captivity, Israeli-American hostage Eden Alexander has now been reunited with his family. The 21-year-old Israeli soldier was serving at the Gaza border when he was captured by Hamas militants on October 7th of 2023. His release comes as part of efforts to reach a new ceasefire deal as U.S. President Donald Trump begins his three-day visit to West Asia. While 58 hostages are said to still be in Hamas captivity, the ordeal for Eden Alexander now ends here. We have more on his harrowing story.
Oh my God! Oh, yes. Oh my God! Oh my God, Idan! Idan! אתה בחוץ, נשמה שלי, אתה בחוץ!
For 584 days, this mother had prayed for this moment while she battled fear and anxiety.
You look beautiful. I love you so much. אתה נראה מדהים.
Today, her happiness knows no bounds. Her beloved brave son has returned home. The Alexander family burst into a celebration with wide smiles and tears of joy rolling down their faces. This is 21-year-old Idan Alexander, the last living American hostage in Gaza, who's now been released by Hamas after more than 19 months in captivity. The dual US-Israeli national was 19 years old when he was taken hostage during Hamas's unprecedented October 7, 2023 attack on Israel. He was born in Tel Aviv, after which his family moved to New Jersey in the United States. But Idan moved back to the homeland after graduating from high school in 2022. He enlisted in military service and was deployed near the Gaza Strip. On the day of the attack, his post came under attack and he was taken hostage. The All-American Kid, as his father affectionately calls him, then went through his worst nightmare. According to Israeli state media, Idan was subjected to severe torture, lengthy interrogations, and was confined to a tunnel with no access to daylight. Reports also say he was locked in a cage, his hands and feet shackled for a prolonged period. Like other hostages, he suffered from extreme food deprivation, and it's only in recent months, apparently in preparation for his release, that Hamas began providing him with more food. But there was a moment when Idan's family thought they had lost him. Over a month ago, Idan appeared in a video released by Hamas. Then, on April 15th, Hamas said it had lost contact with the group holding him as a result of an Israeli strike. It was Idan's grandmother who refused to give up hope. Grandma doesn't give up on her grandson, she was heard saying. Then, on May 11th, Hamas announced that he would be released.
I want to thank President Trump, Mr. Witkoff and Adam Balla for everything they did for the release of Eden, and with God's will may they continue to act for the release of all the hostages that are still there in Gaza, and we want to see all of them, until the very last one, back here in Israel.
Mr. Witkoff.
Now he's home and safe. He's under medical supervision and is being cared for.
We are thrilled by the return of Idan Alexander after so many days in captivity. The entire Israeli healthcare system stands ready to provide Idan and his family with the best medical and psychological treatment.
Idan Alexander's release comes amid efforts to reach a new ceasefire deal. He was freed just before US President Donald Trump began a 3-day West Asia visit. While the horror is over for him, the fate of the 58 remaining Israeli hostages in Gaza still hangs in the balance.
And it's like Groundhog Day all over again as U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth comes under scrutiny once again. This time, the embattled Pentagon chief has been accused of plagiarism. The Daily Princetonian, the university's student newspaper at Princeton University, published an investigation claiming Hegseth's thesis written in 2003 during his senior year at the Ivy League institution contains multiple instances of uncredited material, sham paraphrasing, and verbatim copying. The newspaper consulted 3 plagiarism experts who reviewed the thesis without knowing the author's identity. They identified 8 significant passages they say violate Princeton's academic honesty regulations. One example involves Hegseth's description of President George W. Bush's reaction to the 9/11 attacks, which closely mirrors a passage from a 2001 Washington Post article without proper citation. While the experts agreed on the presence of uncredited material, they differed on the severity of the instances. Some described it as borderline, suggesting a mix of serious and minor plagiarism, while others dismissed it as poor writing and methodology. However, one of the experts argued that the unattributed copying violated university rules. In response to the allegations, Chief Pentagon spokesperson Sean Parnell issued a statement denying any wrongdoing. He asserted that Hegseth's work had been thoroughly reviewed during his confirmation process and that these accusations are a fake story designed to distract from the administration's accomplishments. The statement reads in part, quote, "They found no plagiarism because there was no plagiarism," end quote. Princeton University has no set rules for addressing such issues after graduation, and now the allegations come at a time when Hegseth's tenure in the administration has already been marked by controversy, including accusations of sharing sensitive military information in private group chats. Now, following the Signal chat leak, President Trump reaffirmed his support for Hegseth. But now it's unclear if this latest accusation will see the cabinet secretary heading for the exits. Perhaps with this administration's relationship with universities, particularly Ivy League schools, this latest critique might be seen as a badge of honor. And finally, we end today with a look at an unforgettable train ride. It was a first-class diplomacy derailed by an economy-class conspiracy, quite literally. And at the center is none other than French President Emmanuel Macron. A short clip of him where he was seen making a quick hand movement was all that it took for a cocaine conspiracy to explode online. Along with Macron were British Prime Minister Keir Starmer and German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, all accused of drug use on their way to a peace mission in Ukraine. Russia propagated it, only added more fuel to the fire, leading to global trolling. Here's the bizarre tale in detail.
Once upon a time, on a train bound for Kiev, 3 world leaders set off on a mission for peace. French President Emmanuel Macron, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, and German Chancellor Friedrich Merz sat together inside a compartment with cameras rolling. Moments later, there was an explosion on the internet. A short clip went viral and nobody expected that it would be dissected, slowed down, zoomed in and misinterpreted on such a massive scale. Macron hastily reached out to a white small object in front of him lying on the table. In the next few hours, the video was captioned, alleging that the French president just picked up a bag of cocaine. Conspiracy theorists were doing their thing. People like US radio host Alex Jones didn't just sit back. The clip erupted across X, TikTok and Telegram channels, with some users accusing the leaders of drug use in broad daylight. And logic? It was found nowhere remotely in sight. Moscow's foreign ministry also amplified the controversy, calling Europe's future in the hands of drugged figures. Pictures taken by renowned global media outlets have clearly shown that the white object Macron picked up was a tissue. France was forced to respond to the scandal that was spiraling. Paris condemned it as fake news and pointed fingers at Russia. The presidency took to X and slammed Russia's alleged disinformation campaign. To shut down the mess on the internet, the Elysee posted a zoomed-in image of the object. With a mix of sarcasm and clarity, it wrote, "This is a tissue for blowing your nose." And along with that was another picture of the 3 leaders, captioned, "This is European unity to build peace." No drama, no scandal. It was just a tissue and not an issue. So yes, what went viral was not cocaine. France's foreign minister took a direct jab at Russian officials. He claimed Moscow is desperate to prevent peace in Ukraine, and also debunked some false claims that the footage was taken after the leaders met with Ukrainian President Zelensky. But in reality, it was filmed before, while they were en route to Kiev. Zelensky has long been a target of baseless drug use claims. They have been amplified by Russian officials and state television. And just like that, the twisted story ended. In this modern fairy tale, the villains don't wear cloaks. They tweet. And the magic is, truth gets blurred.
That's our show for today. We certainly thank all of you for tuning in. We hope to see you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks everyone for watching.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison LaGrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on First Post. Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. First, let's take a look at the headlines. Indian security forces kill 3 Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorists in an encounter in Jammu and Kashmir's Shopian district, a day after Prime Minister Modi unveiled a new anti-terror doctrine following Operation Sindoor, launched to retaliate the April 22nd Pahalgam terror attack. US President Donald Trump meets Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman in Riyadh as he kicks off his first international tour of his second term. With a focus on major business deals, he will also visit Qatar and the UAE later this week. Bangladesh's election commission suspends ousted leader Sheikh Hasina's Awami League, barring it from the upcoming elections. This after the interim leader, Muhammad Yunus, banned the party's activities under the Anti-Terrorism Act over the weekend. Armed clashes erupt in Libya's capital Tripoli after the reported killing of a militia leader. At least 7 people are dead as the United Nations urges calm. And French movie star Gerard Depardieu found guilty of sexually assaulting 2 women on a 2021 film set and has been handed a 18-month suspended sentence. The 76-year-old has appeared in over 200 films. Hello and welcome. We begin with South Africa. The first group of white South Africans has arrived in the United States after President Donald Trump granted them refugee status as victims of what he calls racial injustice. The group of around 50 white South Africans was welcomed at Dulles Airport in Virginia following their flight from Johannesburg. The group includes families with children. Some arrived waving small American flags. They were greeted by the U.S. Deputy Secretary of State and Homeland Security.
On behalf of President Trump, Secretary Noem, we're just so grateful that you guys are here. Everybody within DHS, we've been so excited to be able to get you guys here to process, to vet, everything, so you guys get a really warm start.
Shortly before the group's arrival, President Trump said he is expected to meet with South African leaders next week. Trump repeated his allegations that Afrikaners are fleeing a terrible situation back home.
Because they're being killed, and we don't want to see people be killed. Now, South Africa leadership is coming to see me, I understand, sometime next week. And, we're supposed to have I guess a G20 meeting there or something. But we're having a G20 meeting. I don't know how we can go unless that situation's taken care of.
South Africa has reacted by saying the white Afrikaners who have accepted resettlement in the United States did not face any form of persecution in South Africa. America's biggest trading partner in Africa is now under fire from Washington. As soon as Trump took office for a second term, he accused the South African government of confiscating white Afrikaans farmers' land as a part of reforms meant to redress inequalities entrenched under the former apartheid system. For context, whites make up 7.3% of South Africa's population, but own more than 70% of the land, even 30 years after apartheid ended. Afrikaners are one ethnic group in South Africa, mostly descended from Dutch settlers. They constitute approximately 5% to 6% of South Africa's population. Though a numerical minority, Afrikaners have historically held a strong economic position in South Africa, but Trump says they are now facing persecution. The South African government has called his claim misinformation. It has denied mistreating whites or forcibly seizing any land. Pretoria has also dismissed allegations by tech billionaire Elon Musk, who was born in South Africa. Musk has repeatedly accused the black-led government of encouraging a white genocide and is believed to be an influential voice behind Trump's narrative. The issue has also strained bilateral ties. Trump has cut all aid to South Africa, expelled South Africa's ambassador, avoided G20 meetings, and imposed high tariffs on South African exports. As Trump's relocation plan unfolds, many in South Africa have expressed surprise that whites are being granted victim status in South Africa. Even some groups that represent white South Africans have rejected the U.S. offer. Meanwhile, in the U.S., the Episcopal Church's Migration Service is refusing a directive from the federal government to help resettle white South African refugees. The church cites its commitment to racial justice and reconciliation.
It says it's painful to see one group of refugees selected in an unusual manner receive preferential treatment over others who have waited years in dangerous conditions. Now, this comes even as Trump has slashed most refugee programs, including those for Afghanistan, Iraq, and sub-Saharan Africa. But he has fast-tracked applications from white South Africans. South Africa has called for dialogue. President Cyril Ramaphosa said last month he spoke to Trump and agreed to meet soon. Trump now says South African leaders are expected in Washington next week. Will there be a resolution? Now, for more on this, we have with us Boitumelo Ben Senokwane, Associate Professor at UNISA and a political commentator who is joining us live from Pretoria, South Africa. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much and good afternoon.
Now, how unprecedented is the Trump administration's decision to grant refugee status to white South Africans on the grounds of racial discrimination? And what legal or political precedent might this set for future asylum claims?
Look, I'm of a view that you won't find any black racist anywhere, because you'll know that racism is on the basis of certain privileges and certain color of skin, and in most of the time it will be a white skin disguised as whiteness or any other form of ism. So it's unfounded that you'll find any form of racism against any white anywhere and in South Africa. By the way, those whites, 49 whites that have left, claiming that there's been a discrimination against them. If you had to go one by one out of the 49, classify them or categorize them, you will come with a different conclusion. And I dare say that Afrikaner, for example, Afrikanerdom or Afrikaner nationalism was found on the basis of a religion only for Afrikaners, economic benefits only for Afrikaners. And when the 1994 Constitution was drafted, was a document drafted as a base for equality and justice, and in ensuring that the injustices of the past are corrected and are attended to. And the base that they are ill-treated or their land is taken, it's questionable.
Right. And what are the possible diplomatic implications of this move for US-South Africa relations, especially with President Trump expecting South African leadership to visit amid this controversy?
Of course, we will know that the AGOA agreements, trade agreements, will be affected. We know that trade in general will be affected. But that does not mean that South Africa should budge, especially in issues pertaining to addressing the injustices of the past, the issues of equality, the issue of ensuring that there's transformation in the country. If that comes with a penalty against the ordinary South Africans and South Africa itself, I think it's a price that we should be willing to pay as South Africa, because the Trump administration's time will be only for 5 years, and we know that every era, every dictator, their term comes to an end.
Right, and given the Episcopal Church's decision to cut ties with the federal refugee program over this case, what does this reveal about the broader ethical and political divides in the US regarding asylum policy and race?
If you remember the statement that was done by Bishop Rowe, he explained very clearly their stance, to say that they do this because their view is rooted in racial justice, reconciliation, and historical integrity. And I think that's where it is beginning. But it is also interesting to note that they've observed selective treatment of those Afrikaners. And it is for those reasons that the church, the Episcopal Church, decided to distance itself from such and with an understanding, because if they have a relationship with the Anglican Church of Southern Africa, they understand what is the history of South Africa, what were the battles that the struggles that ordinary South Africans were having in when the minority Afrikaners were ruling the country. It is out of that background I think they made a good decision, a determination in ensuring that they distance themselves from the reversals or the gain reversals by the democratic dispensation or South Africa. So I think the decision should be respected, and as an ordinary citizen myself, I really respect the decision by the Episcopal Church.
Right. Thank you very much for being with us on the show and for sharing your views.
Thank you very much.
Shifting focus now to the Democratic Republic of Congo, where floods have claimed over 100 lives. Floods triggered by torrential rains have swept through the several villages in the eastern DRC. Officials say that heavy rains caused the Kasaba River to burst its banks, with rushing waters carrying everything in their path, large stones, trees and mud, razing homes along the lake's edge. Now, more than 100 people have reportedly died, mostly children and the elderly. Rescue operations have been hampered by a lack of services and telecommunications blackout due to the floods. The affected villages are inaccessible by lake and have no internet service, according to the local humanitarian workers. Natural disasters like this are frequent in the DRC, particularly in the Great Lakes region of the east, where deforestation has weakened hill slopes. In 2023, floods killed 400 people in communities along Lake Kivu. Just last month, 33 people were killed in flooding in the capital of Kinshasa. About 5,000 families were also affected due to the floods in the capital, while poor maintenance and inadequate sewage systems worsened the situation. Meanwhile, the humanitarian crisis in the eastern DRC is compounded by the escalating conflict. The country has faced decades of fighting in the eastern region between government forces and rebel groups. In late January, the Rwanda-backed M23 rebel group launched a swift offensive, capturing Goma, the capital of North Kivu, and later taking Bukavu, the capital of South Kivu. The region is now in deep humanitarian distress. At least 7,000 people have been killed since January, and tens of thousands have been forced to flee. The recent escalation has severely impacted humanitarian efforts in the region, and natural disasters have only compounded the suffering. In a remarkable turn, Egypt has welcomed home 25 rare artifacts. These pieces now rejoin Egypt's rich history after years of recovery efforts in the US. After a 3-year effort involving Egypt's consulate in New York, the New York District Attorney's Office and US security agencies, 25 rare Egyptian artifacts were returned. Among them are 5,500-year-old sarcophagus lids, a Greco-Roman mummy portrait, and parts of a temple believed to belong to Queen Hatshepsut. Now, the collection also includes 2,400-year-old jewelry, a rare gold coin, and small ivory and stone figurines. These items were seized in separate investigations starting in 2022 and were held at Egypt's consulate in New York until Sunday. The artifacts had been stolen from Egypt, and authorities did not reveal how they left the country or made it to the US. It is believed that the looting after the 2011 Egyptian uprising contributed to the theft of many ancient pieces. Over the last decade, Egypt has recovered nearly 30,000 artifacts from across the globe. The artifacts include wooden gilded sarcophagus lids dating back over 5,500 years, a glimpse into Egypt's ancient funeral practices and artistic masterpieces. Also included is a Greco-Roman portrait from Fayoum, a city known for its unique artistic style that combines Greek and Egyptian influences. And the recovery also includes exquisitely crafted jewelry from around 2,400 years ago, a testament to Egypt's rich craftsmanship and the diverse artistic expressions of the past. The trove also features a granite foot fragment from the Ramessid dynasty, a period of great power in Egypt's history. Now, the return of these 25 stolen artifacts marks a major victory in Egypt's effort to reclaim its ancient heritage, bringing home some of the country's most priceless artifacts. It means they will now once again be part of Egypt's historical legacy. And on to the last story. In the dry landscapes of Mauritania, mental health care is a lifeline that's hard to find. With only one psychiatric hospital in a country of about 5 million people, families navigate a challenging journey to support their loved ones. Our last story takes you to Mauritania's capital of Nouakchott, and this where hope battles against the lack of resources.
In Mauritania's capital, Nouakchott, this modest-looking building is the country's only psychiatric hospital. Its 20 rooms carry the weight of mental health of a nation of 5 million. Resources are often stretched thin. In room 13, 22-year-old Sidi is wrapped under this floral blanket. Sidi's father, Mohammed Lamine, brought him to this clinic as a reluctant last resort. The retired army officer recounts his son's downward spiral. It's a tragedy set into motion by dashed dreams of migrating to the United States. After a bank denied him a loan for emigration, Sidi took to substance abuse. He was diagnosed with psychosis. Now, his father keeps vigil by his side, resting on a mat he brought from home.
When my son showed his problem, I tried to keep him at home, but it didn't work. I brought him here and the doctor explained that he was using drugs.
The psychiatric ward is a hive of activity. Relatives shuffle through its halls, bringing meals and companionship to their loved ones being treated here. With only a handful of specialists, the center cannot meet the demands of a population spread far and wide. It teeters on the brink of collapse. Patients often travel hundreds of miles to reach the facility.
There are no psychiatric facilities in the interior of the country. The only facility is in Nouakchott. And in Nouakchott, it's the only hospital that provides psychiatric care.
In the 1970s, mental health care in Mauritania began in the unlikeliest of settings. Desert tents pitched in the courtyard of a hospital. They called it Kemas. Consultations unfolded beneath the open sky. Dr. Dia Al-Husseinu is now 83 years old. He saw through the time of Kemas in Mauritania. Fresh from his studies in Senegal and Europe, he returned to his homeland in 1975 with a vision for care that merged traditional medicine. For Dr. Husseinu, those tents symbolize something more profound.
African psychiatry is a carbon copy of Western psychiatry and, in my opinion, it's not adapted the right method. We need a psychiatry that is much more humane, more humanitarian, more social.
But now the tents are replaced by the hospital's rigid walls. Inside, patients like Sidi, deemed violent, are chained to their beds, a practice rooted in necessity rather than cruelty. In Mauritania, clinical psychiatry is often the final stop on a journey that begins with practices deemed traditional. Many families first turn to marabouts, religious figures who perform rituals to expel spirits believed to cause mental distress. In the countryside, individuals with mental health issues are often denounced as lunatics. Dr. Abedi strongly asserts for wider sensitization for mental health issues in the country.
We need to do our utmost to get the message across to others, to raise awareness that psychiatric patients are not just lunatics who should be left on their own, and not just people who are going to be, who do not have solutions to their problems.
But for the mental health woes of Mauritania, hospitalization in the country's only psychiatric clinic is not the final cure all the time. Most patients stay only a few days. The lone hospital's limited capacity forces families to care at home. Yet in this fragile system, moments of connection and recovery often prevail. For now, the graffiti on Room 13's wall remains a poignant reminder. Stress kills your neurons, it says. But beyond these words lies a deeper necessity: the unprecedented need for care, compassion, and a system that sees mental health as a right and not a luxury.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. Four days since the ceasefire announcement, the speculation is still rife. What forced the ceasefire? Was it a nuclear escalation? Did India strike Pakistan's nuclear facilities to force their hand? From the Indian Army to the US State Department, everyone has been asked this question. Tonight, we will sift the rumors from the facts to answer the question, did Pakistan suffer nuclear damage? Also, what is the story of the Karachi port? The one that the Indian Navy did not strike, only some Indian news channels did. While India's western front is still tense, we'll tell you how China is trying to provoke India on the eastern front. What the last week has shown us about the United States, 3 reasons why it proved to be an unreliable partner. And the media cannot stop talking about Indian jets, but they won't tell you what's happening to American jets in the Red Sea. The Houthis are hammering them, and their own navy is drowning jets. Meanwhile, India is boosting preparedness and building more bunkers in the border regions. A special report on how synergy between the Air Force, the Navy and the Army was on display during Operation Sindoor. How defense stocks in India are soaring after homemade weapons packed a punch. Highlights from Donald Trump's grand tour of West Asia, complete with lavender carpets. And a truce with the Syrians. Also looking at Canada's new cabinet. Who is Anita Anand, their new foreign minister? The dust is settling in Pakistan, but now there are fears of a nuclear winter. I'm sure you've seen the online chatter, an unconfirmed strike, rumors of radiation leak, mysterious Egyptian flights, and suspicious earthquakes. It's got all the makings of a dramatic war story. But what is the truth here? Did India actually hit a Pakistani nuclear site? We'll try to answer that question tonight. The speculation, we can tell you, began after a strike on May 10th. The target is believed to be Kirana Hills. This is located near Sargodha. Sargodha is a city in Pakistan's Punjab province. Now, reports say that these hills, the Kirana Hills, hold Pakistani nuclear weapons. We've got some videos from that area. You can clearly hear people say that Kirana has been hit. Take a look at this first.
किराना पहाड़ी ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਟੈਕ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਮਜ਼ਾਰ ਅਟੈਕ ਹੋਇਆ ਉਹ ਦੂਜਾ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਅਟੈਕ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਮੁਸਲਸਲ ਅਟੈਕ ਹੋ ਰਹੇ ਕਿਰਾਨਾ ਪਹਾੜੀ ਤੋਂ ਦੋ ਅਟੈਕ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਆ ਦੋ ਮਿਜ਼ਾਈਲ ਫਾਇਰ ਹੋਏ ਅਭੀ
And cue the speculation. Experts wondered if India had struck a Pakistani nuclear site, specifically the entrance to the site. The timing is certainly suspect. Within hours of this attack, Pakistan sued for peace. The Americans also spoke about some alarming intel that they had received. Now, all of this added fuel to the fire. Some people were convinced that India had hit Kirana Hills. The Indian military was asked about this. The answer was a resounding no.
Thank you for telling us that Kirana Hill houses some nuclear installation. We did not know about it. Okay. And we've not hit Kirana Hills, whatever is there. Okay. I did not brief in my briefing yesterday.
He said it as clearly as possible, yet the rumors did not end. Yesterday, the issue reached the US State Department. They were asked a yes or no question. Has a US team gone to Pakistan over nuclear radiation fears? Has America sent a team to check nuclear radiation in Pakistan? That was the question. Listen to the answer.
Has US sent a team to Islamabad or Pakistan following the reports that there have been leaks of nuclear radiation in some of the secure Pakistani sites?
I have nothing to preview on that at this time.
They did not confirm or reject it. Now add to that a mysterious Egyptian plane. It landed at a small airport north of Sargodha, and this happened recently. Reports say it was carrying boron to Pakistan. Now boron is a chemical element. It is often used to suppress nuclear reactions. So the speculation is that Pakistan is using boron to contain the fallout. Now just to be clear, there is no official word on such a disaster, neither from India nor from Pakistan. Nonetheless, it's a story worth looking at because India has created a new doctrine against Pakistan, and in this doctrine, nuclear blackmail will not be accepted. Prime Minister Modi himself has made that clear.
कोई भी न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल भारत नहीं सहेगा.
Both India and Pakistan have around 170 nuclear warheads each. India has a no first use policy, meaning we will only use nukes in response to a nuclear attack. We will not be the first ones to use or to fire a nuke. But Pakistan has a different policy. They have talked about using any weapon to defend themselves, perhaps even nuclear weapons. They do not rule it out. Until now, Pakistan has hid behind this nuclear shield. But as Prime Minister Modi said, it won't work anymore. Nuclear blackmail or not, India will strike back. Which brings us to Pakistan's arsenal. Their nukes are stored in a disassembled state. What does that mean? It means that the warhead is stored separate from the missile. So if you want to fire them, you'll have to assemble them first. You'll have to load the warhead on the missile. Now the question is, where are they stored? Across the country. Pakistan can fire nukes from the air and land, not from the sea yet. From the air, they can fire nuclear weapons using the Mirage planes. 4 bases in Pakistan are said to house the Mirages. The Minaz base in Attock, the Rafiqi base in Shorkot, the Shahbaz base in Jacobabad, and the Masroor base near Karachi. These 4 bases have the Mirage jets. So logically, the nuclear warheads should be nearby, near these bases. Then you have land-based ballistic missiles like the Shaheen 2 and the Fateh 2. Reports say at least 5 bases in Pakistan could house these missiles: Gujranwala, Sargodha, Pano Akil, Khuzdar and Akro. Like we just told you, Sargodha is near Kirana Hills. So the question is, could India have struck this target? I don't think there is any doubt on the capability. Indian missiles were hitting Pakistani bases at will. They also cratered a runway at the Sargodha Air Base. So yes, we could have hit Kirana Hills if we wanted to. Whether we actually did or not is a different question. The Indian Army says we did not. And two factors would have guided this decision. Number one, the escalation. You see, striking air bases is one thing, but striking a nuclear site is a major escalation. And as the military said, that was never our intention. Operation Sindoor was non-escalatory from the word go. That's the first point. Factor number two, the fallout. Kirana Hills is just 170 kilometers from the Indian border. If there is an explosion, if there's a nuclear explosion there, would the fallout be limited to Pakistan? Or would it be felt across the border too, in India? New Delhi would have thought about it. Also, our forces have used their strength responsibly. Throughout this conflict, Pakistan targeted Indian civilians, but India made sure that Pakistani civilians did not become collateral damage. Plus, our forces have proven their ability to carry out precision strikes. So I repeat, had India wanted, it could have struck Pakistani nukes by first hitting the base near their nuclear command center and then hitting the mountains holding the nukes. It would have been the death blow. But India's denial has been categorical. So as things stand, there was no nuclear escalation. It's just one of those war stories that fuel intrigue and imagination. And thank God for it. We've told you a lot about Operation Sindoor, about how terror hubs in Pakistan were destroyed, how the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force were in the thick of action and the kind of damage that was dealt to Pakistan's air bases. But tonight, let me tell you about those who did not make the headlines. The ones who moved in silence, whose deployments were swift and strategic. This was the biggest mobilization since the 1971 war. I'm talking about the Indian Navy here. 36 warships, multiple submarines, and 1 aircraft carrier. A formidable armada was deployed in the Arabian Sea. The Indian Navy was locked and loaded. They were ready to choke Pakistan's sea lanes. And this was not just a flex. This was a message to Pakistan. Call for a ceasefire or lose Karachi. The Indian Navy forced Pakistan to pick up the phone. Here's what we know. 36 Indian warships were deployed near Pakistan's coast. We have 125 warships. Out of these, 36 were deployed near Pakistan's coast. At the heart of it was the INS Vikrant. This is India's homemade aircraft carrier. 46,000 tons of steel and firepower, capable of launching fighter jets like the MiG-29K. The Vikrant is a fortress at sea. And it never moves alone. It was flanked by dozens of warships, like missile destroyers, stealth frigates, and submarines, all of them armed to the teeth with lethal BrahMos missiles and silent torpedoes. Altogether, they're called the Carrier Battle Group. That's the Vikrant and its ships. Together, they make the Carrier Battle Group. And they were a few hundred kilometers away from Karachi, far enough to defend against incoming threats, but within range to take out Karachi's port, and that too in a matter of minutes. So this was no routine patrol. This was an open dare to Pakistan. Think twice before making a move, or risk losing Karachi. The Indian Navy's Director of Operations issued the warning himself.
The Indian Navy's Carrier Battle Group, surface forces, submarines and aviation assets were immediately deployed at sea with full combat readiness. Our forces remained forward deployed in the Northern Arabian Sea in a dissuasive and deterrent posture with full readiness and capacity to strike select targets at sea and on land, including Karachi at time of our choosing.
Let me tell you why Karachi was on the radar. It is not just a port, it is Pakistan's lifeline. Karachi is the country's largest port. Other ports like Gwadar and Ormara are a fraction in size. More than 75% of Pakistan's trade is done through the Karachi port. At least 80% of their oil imports flow through here. A blockade or strike on Karachi port would have paralyzed the country. The Indian Navy knows this because they have done it before. In Operation Trident, during the 1971 war, back then India deployed 6 warships to cripple Karachi. They brought the port and the city to its knees. The Karachi port was on fire for 4 days in a row. That was in 1971. Let's fast forward to today. This time, the scale was 6 times larger. 36 warships had their missiles aimed at Karachi. A quarter of India's naval fleet was ready for action. Pakistan's navy, with just 30 warships in total, was simply outgunned. They were confined to their harbors. They did not even dare to set sail into open waters. The Indian Navy's deployment was not just about numbers, it was a masterclass in power projection. Pakistan's Chinese anti-ship weapons, or so-called weapons, were silent. Their navy was left humbled. All of this without a single shot being fired. So what's the bigger picture? India is done with Pakistan's state-sponsored terrorism. Pakistan's military is hand in glove with terrorists, so they too are fair game. Operation Sindoor may have been fought on land, but the Indian Navy's role is slowly emerging. They dominated the Arabian Sea, with INS Vikrant leading the pack. India owned the maritime front. It was a clear warning to Islamabad. Karachi's safety is in your hands, but the Indian Navy's terms and conditions apply. This was not about provocation, this was about posture, and a reminder that India is a naval force to reckon with. India's western border has been in the thick of conflict. Even after asking for a pause in fighting, Pakistan continues to fire the odd drone. This is on the western front, India's western front. And China sees this as an opportunity to provoke India on the eastern front. That's right, China has chosen this time to make another move. It is targeting Arunachal Pradesh again. It has issued a new list of names, where it has given Chinese names to Indian land. Now, this is a way to claim these territories as Chinese. The list has 27 locations, including 15 mountains, 5 residential areas, 4 mountain passes, 2 rivers, and 1 lake. All Indian, but Beijing has given them Chinese names. Now, this is the 5th such list that China has issued. The first one came in 2017, close to the Galwan clash. In the last 8 years, China has renamed more than 80 locations in India. You could say this does not mean very much. These lists are only symbolic. Their names mean nothing really. And yet, it's a deliberate provocation. This is part of China's strategy of salami slicing, where you make incremental moves, seemingly minor moves, but their combined effect is major and significant. China claims the entire Indian state of Arunachal Pradesh. They call it Zangnan, or South Tibet.
Zangnan is China's territory. The Chinese government standardizing the names of some places in Zangnan is completely within China's sovereign rights.
These lists are China's way of forcing a claim, through repetition, through propaganda, through provocation. China's claims have no basis in history. They have no recognition from the international community. Arunachal Pradesh is an inalienable part of India. That is what the statement from India reiterated today. The Ministry of External Affairs issued a statement. It called China's move, and I'm quoting here, vain and preposterous. But the pattern is hard to miss. And look at the timing. It comes days after China armed Pakistan against India. Pakistan used Chinese weapons to attack India, like air-to-air missiles and fighter jets. And we've been telling you about this on the show, about how Chinese weapons failed. Last week's events prove that in case of a war, Pakistan will have a limitless supply of Chinese weapons. And that's not all. China is giving them a lot more than military support. It is also giving Pakistan diplomatic cover. At the United Nations, China is helping Pakistan protect a terrorist group. It's called the TRF, the Resistance Front. It is basically a proxy of the Lashkar-e-Toiba. They are behind the Pahalgam attack. India is well aware of this support. It knows that China and Pakistan are working together on the ground and in global forums. And India is challenging that at the United Nations. The response is taking shape in more ways than one. Chinese business deals are being closely scrutinized. Reports say Indian firms are slowing down their negotiations. These firms were planning deals with Chinese companies. Some of them are being reassessed. This includes joint ventures. Basically, India Inc. is being cautious. They want to see how the current situation plays out and how the Indian government engages with China moving forward. A few months ago, the sentiment was quite different. Last year, India and China disengaged in Ladakh. This was followed by a wave of positive statements from both sides. Chinese President Xi Jinping was out to woo India. He began talking about a dragon-elephant tango, where the dragon is China and the elephant is India, of course. And Prime Minister Modi too expressed hope for better ties. So doors were opening, more trade, more investment was on the cards. But China's actions have put a question mark on progress. It is raising a two-front threat for India. On the west, by arming Pakistan, and on the east, by claiming Indian land. This is all part of the same pressure campaign. So, of course, India is pushing back decisively on every front. Now, let's talk about the United States of America. Just a few months ago, it felt like India and Washington were finally marching in step. The world's oldest and largest democracies found a common cause, and that was China. Washington saw a rising India as a counterweight in Asia. India saw the US as a partner to diversify its military investments and to power a tech-driven future. The leaders smiled for cameras, joint drills got new names, and statements talked about shared values, about how this was a natural alliance of two democracies. But the thing is, alliances are not forged on press releases. Alliances are tested in difficult moments. And for Donald Trump, that test came last week. The test of the India-Pakistan conflict. So how did the US fare? Well, it's a difficult assessment, and there are three reasons for that. Number one, of course, is Donald Trump and his incessant statements about playing peacemaker. You see, the stoppage of fire came on May 10th. It was a decision made by India and Pakistan, yet it was Trump who announced a ceasefire. He jumped the gun, he announced a ceasefire. He said Washington had brokered it and that he used the leverage of trade to get both sides to stand down. India has rejected those claims. New Delhi says this was and is a bilateral conversation, but Trump doesn't seem to get the hint.
I just thought it was something we could get involved in, and I did a good job, Marco did a good job, and JD did a good job. We sort of were a team, and we, I think, convinced them to let's have peace and let's go and make trade deals. If we can make trade deals, we like that much better than nuclear weapons.
He mentioned it thrice just yesterday, not once, not twice, but 3 times, as if he couldn't resist. As if this was his favorite story to tell.
Just days ago, my administration successfully brokered a historic ceasefire to stop the escalating violence between India and Pakistan. And I used trade to a large extent to do it. I said, fellas, come on, let's make a deal. Let's do some trading. Let's not trade nuclear missiles. Let's trade the things that you make so beautifully.
The story has all the classic Trump elements. The bargain, the bravado with Trump painted as the hero, and of course, the self-congratulatory twist.
Or maybe we can even get them together a little bit, Marco, where they go out and have a nice dinner together. Wouldn't that be nice?
But in India, the message landed differently. New Delhi is not looking for a dinner date with Pakistan. India has long maintained that this is a bilateral issue. No third wheeling here. Also, India and Pakistan are not the same. One is sponsoring terrorism, the other is countering it. So equating both these countries does not work. As for Trump's dinner invite, it was neither hilarious nor helpful. And the dinner invite is not America's only problem. Here's the second one. The IMF bailout for Pakistan. Amid this conflict, in the wake of the Pahalgam attack by Pakistani terrorists, the International Monetary Fund gave more money to Pakistan, more than $2 billion. You don't have to be a conspiracy theorist to see a pattern here. A terrorist attack sparks an Indian retaliation. Pakistan rattles the nuclear saber. The West urges restraint, and then it promptly rewards Pakistan for starting the fire. The IMF insisted that the deal had been in the works for months, that it was finalized weeks ago. But the fact is, the final approval came at the peak of hostilities. And that is a major red flag, especially because the US could have blocked it. The US holds a veto-wielding majority in the IMF. It can veto IMF decisions and loans, but it has allowed 24 bailouts for Pakistan. This is the highest number for any country anywhere in the world at any point in history, the highest ever, 24 bailouts for Pakistan. This is not economic aid, this is strategic enabling. Why is the US rewarding Pakistan for exporting terrorism? That's the second red flag. And the third one is this: delays in the supply of military equipment to India. We signed a deal in 2021, a deal between India's Defence Ministry and a company called HAL, Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. This was a 48,000 crore rupee deal for the procurement of 83 Tejas jets. Now for this, the engines were to come from the US. From an American company called GE Aerospace, they signed a contract to deliver 99 jet engines. The deliveries were scheduled to begin in March 2023. They did not. For 2 years, India waited. HAL did not have engines, so it could not deliver the Tejas jets to the Indian Air Force. Finally, the deliveries began only this March after a 2-year delay, just weeks ahead of the conflict. So where does that leave the India-US relationship? Now, to be clear, this is not a crack in ties. On paper, India and the US are still strategic partners. We are collaborating on defense and on technology. We have common interests vis-a-vis China. All of that stands. Washington is still a preferred partner, but it cannot be presumed to be a reliable one. Because in diplomacy, as in life, it's not what you say, it is what you do that defines the relationship. We've told you why the US can be unreliable. Now let me tell you about their media. They are living in a dream world of their own. Their coverage of Operation Sindoor has been nothing but biased. For days, they were headlining that Indian jets were shot down. Their target of choice is the Rafale. The Indian side has neither confirmed nor denied these reports, but the American media pushed it, quoting unnamed US and French officials and random Pakistani sources. Why would they do it? To paint the Rafale, the French-made Rafale, in a negative light and to show that American jets are better. So we say, it's time for a reality check. Let's see how good the American jets are. The US spends close to $1 trillion on defense every year. You heard that right, $1 trillion every year on defense. It boasts of the most powerful navy, the most stealthy fighter jets, and the most advanced drones. Yet look at how they perform. A rebel group in Yemen is giving them a run for their money. I'm talking about the Houthis of Yemen. They have done what most militaries failed to do for decades. They have exposed how vulnerable the US military is. To understand how, let me tell you about what's happening in the Red Sea. The world's most expensive jet, the F-35, was nearly shot down. Not by sophisticated air defense systems like the S-400, but by cheap anti-aircraft missiles used by the Houthis. And American officials have confirmed this. They have confirmed that one F-35 stealth jet almost got hit. It barely made it back to the base. The Americans say the F-35 is the stealthiest jet in the world. They claim even advanced radars cannot detect it. But guess what? The Houthis could see it. This is the same jet that the US is desperate to sell to India. And this was not an isolated incident. Even the F-16 is struggling. It's another jet that the US is trying to sell to India, but even the F-16 was almost shot down by the Houthis. Again, this has been confirmed by US officials. But America's newsrooms are silent. They're busy looking for Indian jets. They can't see their own jets struggling against the Houthis. Think about it. F-35 stealth jets nearly struck. F-16 jets barely making it back to the base. And the headlines? Complete radio silence. But it gets worse. America's war against the Houthis has been a costly affair. The US Navy has lost 3 fighter jets till now. These were the F-18 Super Hornets. They've lost 3 of them, F-18. Each aircraft cost $70 million. Do you know how these jets were lost? One was shot down in friendly fire. An American warship mistook it for a Houthi drone, so they shot down their own jet. This is the world's most advanced navy for you. So that's one jet down. What about the other 2? They fell into the Red Sea. I'm not making this up. The American jets just fell into the Red Sea. They're somewhere at the bottom of the ocean. How did that happen? How did the jets fall? Pure brilliance. The US aircraft carrier Harry Truman was targeted by the Houthis. It tried to evade the incoming missiles with a sharp turn. And one F-18 Super Hornet fell overboard. This happened twice. The aircraft carrier turns and a jet just slips into the sea. Like I said, pure brilliance. Maybe the American media does not know about it. They're so busy focusing on India. Now we look at the MQ-9 Reaper. This is America's premium drone, also the costliest toy in the world. Each drone is worth $30 million. The Houthis have shot down 15 of these drones. So combine the jets and the drones, and the US has lost more than $700 million in equipment. Their so-called cutting-edge weapons are being cut to size by the Houthis. The Pentagon has called it costly but sustainable. But their actions say otherwise. Last week, Donald Trump said that they will stop bombing the Houthis. He said the Houthis wanted to make a deal. Listen to this.
We had some very good news last night. The Houthis have announced that they are not, or they've announced to us at least, that they don't want to fight anymore. They just don't want to fight. And we will honor that, and we will stop the bombings.
Trump said the Houthis did not want to fight, and he said that on the 6th of May. But the very next day, the Houthis launched an attack, and they targeted the USS Harry Truman in the Red Sea.
The naval and UAV forces of the Yemeni armed forces carried out a specific military operation targeting the U.S. aircraft carrier Truman and a number of its warships in the northern Red Sea with a ballistic missile and several drones.
So who was desperate for a deal? Was it the Houthis or was it the Americans? Let me leave you with a thought. The US claims it has the best military in the world, from stealth jets to advanced drones. They have it all. At least on paper, they have all of it. But combat is a reality check. Even the most stealthy jet like the F-35 is vulnerable. Costly jets and drones can be shot down. This is part of war. The only difference is this. India hit 9 air bases deep inside Pakistan. India became the first country to conduct airstrikes on a nuclear-armed nation. Contrast that with the US. They're struggling to keep their planes safe from a ragtag guerrilla force. The US media can try and spin the truth, but how long will they hide their losses? After every Indian operation would come the inevitable question, how did our military perform? Did our military work together? Was there synergy between the Air Force, the Navy and the Army? Well, no doubt this time. The answer is a clear yes. Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself talked about it. He said the synergy was remarkable.
इस दौरान हमारी सेनाओं का कोऑर्डिनेशन वाकई में कहूंगा शानदार था। आर्मी हो, नेवी हो या एयरफोर्स, सबका तालमेल बहुत जबरदस्त था। नेवी ने समुद्र पर अपना दबदबा बनाया, सेना ने बॉर्डर पर मजबूती दी और भारतीय वायुसेना ने अटैक भी किया और डिफेंड भी किया।
The military is also projecting this. Today, the service chiefs attended a special event. Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan, Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi, Navy Chief Admiral Dinesh Tripathi and Air Force Chief Air Chief Marshal A.P. Singh. All four of them attended this event on Operation Sindoor. They gave insights on tri-service synergy. Basically, how the Army, Navy and Air Force coordinated well. The military says there was an exceptional degree of jointness and integration. Now, why is this important? And how did India achieve it? In the past, many experts have flagged this issue, that India's three services do not coordinate too well. The war in 1962 with China, the war in 1965 against Pakistan, India's peacekeeping mission in Sri Lanka, all of these were hampered by lack of synergy. You see, India does not have integrated commands. Our Navy, Army and Air Force operate under different leaderships. And that's not the case in foreign militaries. They create single commands with naval, air and land assets. The idea is to create more jointness. India still does not have those commands. But we began correcting some of the mistakes in Kargil. A committee in 2001 recommended the creation of a CDS, Chief of Defence Staff, CDS, essentially a tri-service chief for the Indian military. This post was officially created in late 2019. Currently, General Anil Chauhan is India's CDS. Operation Sindoor was the first major mission of the CDS era, and safe to say, the synergy was great. Just look at the air defenses. It was a tango between the Army and the Air Force. The Air Force has a command system. It is called the IACCS, the Integrated Air Command and Control System. Think of it as the Air Force's defensive war room. The Army has its own. It is called the Akash Tir. Both these systems had to work together. In fact, the military is trying to integrate both of them. Last week, they combined to create multiple layers of defense. Closer to ground, you had air defense guns and portable missiles. They were operated by the Indian Army. As you move higher up, the Air Force takes over. They have long-range missiles, they have drones, and they have fighter aircraft, all capable of taking out incoming projectiles. You may have seen the drone swarms over Jammu and Kashmir. Those were most likely shot down by the Army. But the missiles and fighter jets, they were certainly engaged by the Air Force. All of this happened seamlessly over the border regions. It tells you how synergized the two services were. Same with intelligence agencies. Look how precise the strikes on May 7th were. No civilian casualties, no military casualties, only the terror camps were hit. This shows how good the intelligence was. They led our forces to the exact targets. Even India's Space Research Organization, or ISRO, was on the job. 10 of their satellites were monitoring India's frontiers. Again, it's an example of synergy. Any cross-border operation requires such cooperation. You need precise intel, you need seamless communication, you need integrated plans. In this case, India's military displayed all of that. Of course, we don't have the full operational details yet. Chances are they will further prove this case. Tensions have eased, but in the border areas of Jammu and Kashmir, residents remain on edge, and understandably so. India says Operation Sindoor is still on, and we are boosting our preparedness for the evolving threats. A big part of that plan is bunkers. India is building bunkers. Over the years, we've built about 10,000 bunkers. These are in the border areas of Jammu and Kashmir. But for years, they were largely forgotten. Last week, when Pakistan targeted Indian civilians, those same bunkers saved lives. So it makes sense to build more. There's also increased focus on defense exercises and medical trainings in border villages. Here's a report.
When Pakistani shells fell in Jammu and Kashmir's densely populated areas, they damaged civilian infrastructure and forced families to flee their homes and take refuge in bunkers that were once forgotten.
बॉर्डर में इस वक्त ये चीज़ है कि कहीं ना कहीं जिन जो पुराने जो बनाए गए थे बंकर, उन बंकरों से लोग दूर भाग गए थे या बंकरों का पता भी नहीं था, लेकिन अब फिर से साफ सफाई चल रही है, फिर से एक डर चल रहा है.
Over the years, amid the fragility of peace, about 10,000 bunkers were constructed along the India-Pakistan border in Jammu and Kashmir. They saved many lives during Pakistan's brutal attacks, and now residents are cleaning and maintaining them once again.
तो ये गवर्नमेंट ने हमें बंकर दिया है, इसके हमें बहुत बड़े फायदे हैं. पहले भी शेलिंग होती थी, यहाँ ये बॉर्डर का एरिया है, तो उसमें हम रहते थे, लेकिन हमें आज भी हमने जब से ये हम घटना हुई है उसके बाद हमने अपने मोर्चों को तैयार कर लिया है, बिस्तर वगैरह डाल दिए हैं. जब भी कोई ऐसी किस्म का कोई होगा तो हमें इसमें अपने बच्चों को और पड़ोस वाले दाएं बाएं जो मिल के रह सकते हैं.
Meanwhile, the government is amping up preparedness. Ministers are inspecting the bunkers in places like Rajouri, Poonch, Baramulla and Kupwara, which were among the worst hit during Islamabad's attacks. Chief Minister Omar Abdullah has called the bunkers a lifeline during moments of crisis. He wants more bunkers to be built, especially in vulnerable areas. This includes both community and individual bunkers.
Community bunker बने थे, लेकिन बहुत अरसे से उनकी ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ी. नए बंकर काफ़ी सालों से बने नहीं हैं. यहाँ जहाँ मैं गया, लोकल लोगों की तरफ से एक बात ज़रूर आई कि हमें इंडिविजुअल बंकर्स जो हैं वो बनाने चाहिए. इसके लिए गवर्नमेंट एक पॉलिसी इख्तियार करके जो भी हमें करना होगा इन इलाकों में, खासकर जो सरहद और एलओसी के करीब लोग रहते हैं उनके लिए बंकर्स वगैरह का, उसके लिए हम एक स्कीम कायम करके फिर मरकजी हुकूमत से भी बात करेंगे.
Community bunkers have the capacity to shelter anywhere from a dozen to more than 100 people. On the other hand, individual bunkers are family-specific with easy access. Over the past decade, the government has facilitated the construction of both. However, in some border areas like Rajouri and Poonch, such initiatives were limited because they previously remained largely untouched by Pakistani shelling during periods of tension. Firing was traditionally confined to forward border villages, but the latest shelling is a shift in pattern. Pakistan has brazenly targeted heavily populated areas. Their mortar shells have landed inside people's homes. So officials are boosting the construction of community bunkers in areas like Rajouri and Poonch. Many things will be taken into consideration, including how much shelling a structure can withstand, how much time it takes for people to reach it, ventilation, habitability by several people for longer stays, and an entrance location in a shadow area, meaning a tactically obscured area. But in areas where community bunkers are not feasible in strategic locations, the government is building individual bunkers to offer quick access to protection during emergencies. Apart from bunkers, village defense guards are being bolstered as well. They are civilians and former defense and police personnel in the border regions of Jammu and Kashmir. Over the years, they have received trainings and arms to defend communities in case of emergencies. Now, they are holding regular exercises. Apart from this, the Army, Red Cross and the All India Institute of Medical Sciences or AIIMS have been holding first aid training sessions with residents along the border regions. So, as a new kind of normalcy sets in, residents remain on edge. But with bunkers and trainings, India is acting with resilience and preparedness.
Every product has to prove its worth. Cars can be test-driven, appliances can be trialed, but what about weapons? How do you prove that a weapon actually works? Unfortunately, the answer is combat. You can hold as many drills or tests as you want, but what matters is actual combat. And Indian weapons have passed this test in flying colors. The proof? It's in the stock market. Look at Indian defense firms. Hindustan Aeronautics Limited is up 7% in 5 days. Bharat Electronics up by almost 11%. And Bharat Dynamics is up nearly 20%. These are all state-run defense companies. HAL makes fighter jets and drones. Bharat Electronics makes radars and simulators. Bharat Dynamics makes missiles and torpedoes. India also has a thriving private defense ecosystem. Again, let's look at the numbers. Bharat Forge is up 10% in 5 days. They assemble guns and vehicles for the military. And Paras Defense is up by more than 7%. They supply components for missiles and tanks. Most Indian conglomerates have a defense wing, whether it's Tata, Mahindra or Reliance. And these companies will have a key role to play in the future. The big weapons will still be made by state firms, but others can supply parts and electronics. The overall goal is to make in India to not rely on foreign countries or even partners. We'll probably see a boost in defense spending as well. It tends to happen after such conflicts. Even the public opinion will allow an increase in defense spending. Plus, we'll find more foreign buyers. Combat-tested weapons will always be in more demand, and the government knows this. Let me quote the latest press note from New Delhi. Operation Sindoor is not just a story of India's tactical success, it is a validation of India's defense indigenization policies. In other words, we showed that our homegrown weapons work. Whether it's the BrahMos cruise missile or the Akash air defense system, the BrahMos successfully struck targets inside Pakistan. Meanwhile, Akash shot down Pakistani projectiles. As this picture becomes clear, more countries will line up to buy them, especially those in Southeast Asia. India has already sold the BrahMos to the Philippines. Reports say Vietnam and Indonesia are also keen, and frankly, it makes sense. India thwarted Chinese defenses to hit Pakistani air bases. And Southeast Asia faces the same Chinese threat. India is hammering home that point. Let me go back to the press note. This is what it says. Indian Air Force bypassed and jammed Pakistan's Chinese-supplied air defense systems, completing the mission in just 23 minutes, demonstrating India's technological edge. Again, the message is clear. India's weapons punch through Chinese systems. A lot of countries will be watching that keenly. Of course, these are expensive arms. You won't deploy an Akash or a BrahMos every day. Warfare is shifting to low-cost options, and India has an answer for that as well. Yesterday, an Indian firm tested a new anti-drone system. It is called the Bhargavastra. First, take a look at the test. This system uses micro rockets and missiles. They can shoot down incoming swarms of drones, sort of like a low-cost Iron Dome. All of this is part of India's long-term strategy to become a net exporter of weapons. Historically, India has been a buyer in the arms market. But the goal is to flip that. India's defense exports crossed 24,000 crores in the last fiscal year. That's around $2.8 billion. The first target to reach is to reach 50,000 crores, that is by 2029, which is around $5.6 billion. The end goal is to become the world's largest defense exporter by 2047. That's when India will complete 100 years of freedom. It's a tough mission for India, but last week's display is a shot in the arm. Indian weapons have proven their might. The next step is to advertise these wins and scale up production. For the next story, Let me start by showing you two pictures. The first one is this, a classic FBI most wanted poster. The reward is $10 million. Look at the name on it. Mohammed al-Jolani, a notorious terrorist leader. Anyone who could help track him down would walk away a millionaire. That's the first picture. Now take a look at the second picture. That is US President Donald Trump shaking hands with a West Asian leader. Do you know who that man is? You guessed it. It's the very same Mohammed al-Jolani. Only now he's no longer hiding in the shadows. He is the president of Syria. Clearly, a lot can change in 6 months. 6 months ago, Jolani was a terrorist leader fighting against the Assad regime. That government, the Assad regime, collapsed last December. Bashar al-Assad fled the country. Al-Jolani took over. And now he's meeting the US president. He is the first Syrian leader to meet an American president in 25 years. The last such meeting was between Bill Clinton and Hafiz al-Assad in the year 2000. Hafiz was Bashar al-Assad's father.
How did you find the Syrian president?
Right. I think very good. Young, attractive guy, tough guy. You know, strong pass. Very strong pass fighter.
Does that worry you at all?
He's got a real shot at pulling it together. I spoke with President Erdogan, who I'm very friendly with him. He feels he's got a shot at doing a good job. It's a torn up country.
There's no playbook for this. Mohammed al-Jolani was once a top commander of Al-Qaeda. He's now running a country. And guess who just decided to legitimize him? Donald Trump. He's calling him a good and attractive guy. The question is why? According to Trump, it's all about one man, Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman.
I will be ordering the cessation of sanctions against Syria in order to give them a chance at greatness. Oh, what I do for the Crown Prince. The sanctions were brutal and crippling and served as an important function, nevertheless, at the time. But now it's their time to shine. It's their time to shine.
Trump is lifting sanctions on Syria, and he's doing it because he really likes MBS. That's what he said. That was his explanation. And no, we are not making this up. Trump met al-Jolani in Saudi Arabia for 33 minutes. MBS joined the meeting. So did Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. He dialed into the meeting. But of course, Trump, like most Trump deals, he expects something in return. The White House has cited 4 demands. 1, Syria must normalize ties with Israel. 2, it must deport Palestinian and foreign terrorists. 3, it must help Washington fight the ISIS. And 4, it must take control of ISIS detention centers in Syria. Those are Trump's 4 demands, and by the looks of it, al-Jolani has agreed to them.
Do you think Syria will join the Abraham Accords?
Yeah, but I think they have to get themselves straightened out. I told him, I hope you're going to join when it's straightened out. He said yes. But they have a lot of work to do.
But the lifting of sanctions is a long and complicated procedure. There's also the added burden of rebuilding Syria. The civil war that began in 2011 has ravaged the country. The cost of rebuilding stands at about $400 billion. So a rapprochement with the US is a big step forward, and Syrians were seen celebrating this meeting. So that was one part of Trump's West Asia visit, make peace with Syria. The other part was dancing with the Saudis, figuratively and maybe even literally. In 2017, Trump's first foreign trip as US president was to Saudi Arabia, and now in his second term, he chose to do the same. He arrived in Riyadh for his first state visit. He was escorted by Saudi fighter jets, greeted by lavender carpets, grand parades, Arabic coffee, and even a McDonald's cart outside. But what really mattered was the deal on the table. The Saudis know Trump. They know that he loves big, shiny numbers, so they gave him one. $600 billion in investments. This includes a $142 billion defense deal, a $20 billion investment in AI infrastructure, and $80 billion in joint tech investments.
Today, we are working on partnership opportunities worth $600 billion, including more than $300 billion agreements announced during this forum.
And with this trip, we're adding over $1 trillion more in terms of investment into our country and buying our products. And, you know, nobody makes military equipment like us. We have the best military equipment, the best missiles, the best rockets, the best everything. Best submarines, by the way.
But even friendship has its limits. And for Saudi Arabia, that red line was the Abraham Accords. It is Trump's dream. He wants Saudi Arabia to normalize ties with Israel, but Crown Prince MBS is not so keen. And that's understandable. It's because of the Gaza war. Riyadh has made one thing very clear. It will not happen. Normalization will not happen until there is a clear path to Palestinian statehood. But Trump still persisted.
It's been an amazing thing, the Abraham Accords, and it's my fervent hope, wish, and even my dream that Saudi Arabia, a place I have such respect for, especially over the last fairly short period of time, what you've been able to do, but will soon be joining the Abraham Accords.
Even without normalization, it was a successful trip. From here, Trump has now flown to Qatar. More deals and meetings await there. And then his final stop is the United Arab Emirates. But amid all of this, Trump did not forget about another country, and that is Iran. He even tried for peace in Saudi Arabia. How? By extending a thorny olive branch to Iran.
I want to make a deal with Iran. If I can make a deal with Iran, I'll be very happy if we're going to make your region and the world a safer place. But if Iran's leadership rejects this olive branch and continues to attack their neighbors, then we will have no choice but to inflict massive, maximum pressure, drive Iranian oil exports to zero, like I did before.
Trump stressed that Tehran can never have a nuclear weapon, but he said that he was ready for a deal, and he urged Iran's leaders to take it.
I want to make a deal with Iran. I want to do something if it's possible. But for that to happen, it must stop sponsoring terror, halt its bloody proxy wars, and permanently and verifiably cease its pursuit of nuclear weapons. They cannot have a nuclear weapon.
Now, you may be wondering, what is Donald Trump up to? He has lifted sanctions on Syria. He has secured billion-dollar deals in Saudi Arabia. He's offering a deal to Iran. By doing so, he's rewriting decades of U.S. foreign policy on the fly. So what is Donald Trump's West Asia doctrine? Well, it appears there isn't one. Trump does not see the world in red lines or alliances. He sees it in opportunities and deals. For Donald Trump, every door can be knocked on, every sanction is negotiable, every war is just a business deal waiting to be closed. In Trump's West Asia, there are no friends or foes. There are only deals and deal makers. Our next story is from Canada, where Prime Minister Mark Carney has announced the new cabinet. Carney came to power when Khalistani sympathizer Justin Trudeau stepped down. An election followed in Canada and Carney won it. 2 weeks on, he has unveiled his cabinet. It has some fresh faces, some familiar ones, and 4 leaders of Indian origin, including Anita Anand. She is the new Foreign Minister of Canada and the first Hindu woman to hold this position in Canada. So how should India see this? Here's a report.
With her hand on the Hindu scripture, the Bhagavad Gita, Anita Anand has taken the oath to become Canada's Foreign Minister.
I, Indira Anita Anand.
She is an Indian origin Canadian politician and she is the first Hindu woman in this top role. This is part of a major shake-up by Prime Minister Mark Carney. He replaced the problematic Justin Trudeau earlier this year. He secured a mandate at the polls last month, and 2 weeks after the election, Carney has unveiled the cabinet. It includes 24 new faces along with holdovers from the Trudeau era, including Anand. She is 58 years old. She was born to Indian immigrant parents who are both doctors. She grew up in the Canadian province of Nova Scotia. She is a lawyer and academic who began her political journey in 2019 after she was elected as the MP from Oakville, becoming the first Hindu woman to enter Canada's lower house, the House of Commons. Anand is no stranger to leadership roles. Over the years, she has held several top roles, including Minister of Defence, Transport and Innovation, Science and Industry. And now, Anand is the Foreign Minister. But she is not the only leader of Indian origin in Carney's new cabinet. There are 3 others, including Maninder Sidhu, who has received his first cabinet post as Minister of International Trade, Ruby Sahota, who's been appointed Secretary of State for Combating Crime, and Randeep Sarai. This is his first time joining the cabinet. He has been appointed the Secretary of State for International Development. So, 4 faces of Indian origin in Carney's cabinet. In fact, this election has seen a record number of Indian origin leaders enter the Canadian Parliament. Out of 65 candidates, 22 have won seats in the House of Commons. Previously, there were 17 MPs of Indian origin, including the infamous Jagmeet Singh, the former leader of the New Democratic Party. Singh and his party suffered a crushing defeat in the recent election, a clear sign of voters rejecting his extremist agenda against India. Under the Trudeau government, Canada has harbored and emboldened Khalistani terrorists. They have vandalized Hindu temples. They have threatened India's leadership. But they were Trudeau's vote bank, so despite everything, he remained silent. What's more, Canada picked a fight with India, accusing New Delhi of killing the Khalistani terrorist Hardeep Singh Nijjar. Now, the new command holds the reins. So, what does this mean for India-Canada relations that have hit rock bottom? On the one hand, there's hope, especially as Anand had previously in 2023 condemned Trudeau and spoken up against hate speech targeting Indian diplomats. India's External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar congratulated Anand soon after her elevation. The two share a Tamil Nadu connection as well. Jaishankar hails from the state and so does Anand's mother. But Prime Minister Carney needs to do more to improve ties with India. Just this month, pro-Khalistan terrorists rallied in Toronto. They called for violence and mocked Indian leaders. But what did the new Canadian Prime Minister do? Nothing. So, while Carney's new cabinet offers an opportunity for Ottawa to reset its ties with New Delhi, what India wants is action, and for Canada to crack down on those waging war against the Indian state.
We've shown you what Indian leaders are up to. They're meeting cabinet colleagues, they're briefing the president, they're planning for India's defense. But what is happening on the other side? What are Pakistani politicians up to? Well, Shehbaz Sharif did something very original. He visited an air base struck by India. Sounds familiar? It should, because yesterday Prime Minister Modi did the same thing. He spoke with an S-400 and a MiG-29 in the backdrop. And Shehbaz? He too spoke with a missile in the background. Not a real missile, but a banner with a missile printed on it. Meanwhile, his ministers are keeping busy. One of them has unearthed raw footage of a Rafale being destroyed. Take a look at this.
ये है वो भारतीय तैयारा जिसे हमने गिराया भी जलाया भी।
फुल इंग्लिश बोल के बताएं। सेंटर ऑफ ग्रेविटी।
ये देखो, ये अभी देखा देखी पे उतर है। मम्मी मम्मी उसने लॉलीपॉप लिया था, मुझे भी लॉलीपॉप चाहिए, मुझे भी लॉलीपॉप।
Now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. India honors the Indian Armed Forces with the Tiranga Yatra. Tesla Cybertrucks escort Donald Trump's motorcade in Doha, and drone footage shows the demolition of an iconic hotel in New Jersey. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1948, the State of Israel was founded. In 1947, the United Nations voted to partition Palestine. It was divided into separate Jewish and Arab states. The Arab states rejected the move, but Israel went ahead with it. In 1948, David Ben-Gurion proclaimed the establishment of the State of Israel. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
At the first, the extraordinary session on the strife-torn Holy Land involving the British Jews and Arabs was requested by Great Britain.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Firstpost America. I'm Eric Ham, coming to you live from the nation's capital in Washington, D.C. And coming up on the program, we've got the latest on President Donald Trump's visit to the Middle East and the latest on the India-Pakistan situation. We begin with the latest details from President Donald Trump's tour of the Middle East, which began in Saudi Arabia just yesterday. The president met Syria's new interim leader, Abu Muhammad al-Jalani, becoming the first U.S. president in 25 years to meet a Syrian leader. The two leaders were joined by Turkey's President Erdogan via video conference and Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman for a brief meeting ahead of a larger gathering of Gulf leaders in Saudi Arabia. Now, the meeting comes after President Trump announced that the U.S. would be lifting sanctions on Damascus, a move that follows the ouster of Syria's longtime strongman Bashar al-Assad in December of last year.
There is a new government that will hopefully succeed in stabilizing the country and keeping peace. That's what we want to see in Syria. They've had their share of travesty, war, killing, many years. That's why my administration has already taken the first steps toward restoring normal relations between the United States and Syria.
Now, under Assad, Syria remained in a state of war with neighboring Israel, maintained close ties to Iran and Russia, and had turbulent relations with the West. Now, shifting that stance, President Trump said he was lifting the brutal and crippling sanctions after requests from Syria's allies in Turkey and Saudi Arabia.
After discussing the situation in Syria with the Crown Prince, your Crown Prince, and also with President Erdogan of Turkey, who called me the other day and asked for a very similar thing, among others, and friends of mine, people that I have a lot of respect for in the Middle East, I will be ordering the cessation of sanctions against Syria in order to give them a chance at greatness.
In Riyadh, President Trump also took aim at Iran, calling it the most destructive force in the region, and vowed once again to never allow it to obtain a nuclear weapon.
The biggest and most destructive of these forces is the regime in Iran, which has caused unthinkable suffering in Syria, Lebanon, Gaza, Iraq, Yemen, and beyond.
Meanwhile, celebrations broke out across Syria as dozens gathered in cities to mark the end of sanctions, which the government called a turning point for the country's stability.
The sanctions only hurt the Syrian people, not the regime. The lifting of the sanctions is a wonderful thing. Thank you to whoever helped lift them.
With sanctions now off the table and diplomatic contact restored, Washington's relations with Damascus are now entering a new phase. But with Iran still in the crosshairs and questions remaining over who holds real power in post-Assad Syria, this new chapter is likely to be closely watched, both in the region and beyond. And now to ongoing tensions between India and Pakistan. President Donald Trump has once again made claims of brokering a truce between India and Pakistan. And these repeated claims by President Trump have put New Delhi at a critical diplomatic crossroads. Addressing an investment summit in Saudi Arabia, President Trump reaffirmed his claim that it was the United States that helped broker a military truce between the two neighbors. The president even added that he offered trade incentives to both New Delhi and Islamabad to de-escalate tensions, which was a big reason why the fighting stopped.
Just days ago, my administration successfully brokered a historic ceasefire to stop the escalating violence between India and Pakistan. And I used trade to a large extent to do it. I said, fellas, come on, let's make a deal. Let's do some trading. Let's not trade nuclear missiles. Let's trade the things that you make so beautifully.
But India has rebuffed this claim. In fact, the Indian government has maintained and has reiterated that the truce was worked out between the DGMOs of the two countries during a call and that there was no foreign intermediary. India's Ministry of External Affairs said the request for this call was sent by the Pakistan High Commission.
See, the specific date, time and wording of the understanding was worked out between the DGMOs of the two countries at their phone call on 10th May 2025, commencing at 15:35 hours. The Foreign Secretary had made a statement in this regard, as you would be aware. The request for this call was received by MEA from the Pakistani High Commission at 12:37 hours.
India has also clearly stated that only the military situation was discussed in conversations with U.S. officials and that there was no mention of trade, which directly contradicts President Trump's claims.
From the time of Operation Sindoor commenced on 7th May, till the understanding on cessation of firing and military action on 10th May, there were conversations between Indian and US leaders on the evolving military situation. The issue of trade did not come up in any of these discussions.
On May 7th, under Operation Sindoor, India targeted terror camps and hubs in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and a heavy exchange of drones, missiles, and artillery followed in subsequent days. In fact, on May 10th, President Trump, in a post on Truth Social, announced a ceasefire between India and Pakistan even before either of the two sides did. He said the U.S. helped the two sides arrive at the historic decision. And the next day, in another post, President Trump said he would work with both India and Pakistan to find a solution to Kashmir. When asked about President Trump's offer, India's Ministry of External Affairs reiterated that its policy has not changed and that the matter is a bilateral one. Jammu and Kashmir are an integral part of India, and the government reiterated that the outstanding matter pertains to illegally occupied Indian territory by Pakistan. In fact, for years, India has maintained that it will not accept third-party intervention on the matter.
As you are aware, we have a long-standing national position that any issues pertaining to the Union territory of Jammu and Kashmir have to be addressed by India and Pakistan bilaterally. That stated policy has not changed. As you are aware, the outstanding matter is the vacation of illegally occupied Indian territory by Pakistan.
Now, in recent years, during President Trump's first term and Joe Biden's presidency, India and the United States have substantially grown the bilateral partnership and deepened cooperation on trade, security, counterterrorism, and technology. But President Trump's repeated claims of a truce and India's constant counter to it could put the ties between the two countries to the test. And now to Canada, where in a powerful moment of cultural affirmation, Indian origin Anita Anand took the oath as Canada's new foreign minister with her hand on the Bhagavad Gita. As the first Hindu woman to hold this key position, Anand's rise comes at a time when Canada's foreign policy faces heightened challenges, especially with India. With deep Indian roots and a sharp political resume, Anand now stands at the intersection of identity and international strategy. But what lies ahead remains uncertain. Our next report unpacks her political rise.
After Kash Patel's oath as FBI director with the Bhagavad Gita, another Indian origin leader has followed suit, this time in Canada. Anita Indira Anand, the 58-year-old Canadian MP from Oakville, made history on May 13. She became Canada's first Hindu woman foreign minister, taking her oath with her hand on the sacred Hindu scripture. It marked not only a spiritual affirmation but a powerful statement of identity.
I, Indira Anita Anand, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear.
Anand's elevation comes amid a stormy chapter in Canada's foreign relations. As Prime Minister Mark Carney reshapes his cabinet after replacing Justin Trudeau, the spotlight is now on her. With a hand on her roots and eyes on global diplomacy, Anita Indira Anand enters one of the most crucial phases of her political journey. Born in Nova Scotia to Indian immigrant doctors, her mother Saroj from Punjab and her father S.V. Anand from Tamil Nadu, Anita embodies India's cultural diversity. Raised in Kentville, she has 4 academic degrees under her belt. Her ministerial career, too, has been nothing short of stellar. As Minister of Public Services and Procurement, she led Canada's COVID-19 vaccine strategy. She earned praise for securing millions of doses under pressure. And later, as Defense Minister, she even played a critical role in supporting Ukraine against Russian aggression. But her return to prominence came in September 2024 as Minister of Transport and Internal Trade. And now, as Foreign Minister, she replaces Melanie Joly, who has taken over the Industry Ministry. However, Anita Indira Anand steps into the role during turbulent times. Canada-India relations hit rock bottom after the killing of Pakistani terrorist Hardeep Singh Nijjar in British Columbia in 2023. Accusations by former Prime Minister Trudeau alleging Indian involvement worsened ties. Diplomatic expulsions followed and the rift only grew wider, with New Delhi demanding proof from Ottawa to back its claims. Anita Indira Anand had previously taken a clear stance against hate speech targeting Indian diplomats. In fact, in September 2023, she condemned Trudeau's statement, calling it a very difficult time and urging legal processes to continue. Now, alongside Anand, 3 other Indian origin leaders, Maninder Sidhu, Ruby Sahota and Randeep Sarai, have also joined Carney's team. The reshuffle features 28 ministers and 10 secretaries of state, blending fresh energy with veteran wisdom. Anita Anand's appointment could script a new chapter for Canada's diplomacy, especially for Indo-Canada ties. But as the world watches, one question lingers: can heritage and hope mend a geopolitical fracture?
And now shifting to corporate America, tech giant Microsoft has announced that it will be cutting about 6,000 jobs across all levels, teams, and geographies as it looks to slash unnecessary layers of management amid a boom in artificial intelligence. The layoffs, amounting to around 3% of the company's global workforce, are the largest since Microsoft fired 10,000 employees earlier in 2023. Microsoft, which is celebrating its 50th anniversary this year, says these job cuts will help position it for success in a fast-changing market.
We continue to implement organizational changes necessary to best position the company for success in a dynamic marketplace.
While performance-based layoffs had already taken place earlier this year, this round is broader in scope, focused on streamlining management and boosting efficiency. The move is part of a strategic shift aimed at increasing agility and aligning with core priorities, as emphasized by Chief Financial Officer Amy Hood's most recent call with investors.
We continue to focus on building high-performing teams and increasing our agility by reducing layers with fewer managers.
Now, the layoffs come amid a broader trend in the tech industry where companies are spending heavily on artificial intelligence while cutting costs elsewhere to safeguard profit margins. Now, Microsoft has earmarked $80 billion just this year to expand data centers and handle the demands of AI technologies. Yet despite that, the cost of scaling its AI infrastructure has weighed on profitability with its cloud. However, Microsoft isn't alone in having such issues. Big tech companies like Google, Amazon, and Meta have also made layoffs in order to invest in AI while attempting to remain competitive in this rapidly evolving industry. So with AI transforming the tech landscape, the pressure is on from investors to keep costs tight while spending big on the technologies that promise to define the future. And as the AI race intensifies, companies like Microsoft are making high-stakes bets on technology and on who stays to build it. And today we end with a startling new book that's exposed hidden fears within former President Joe Biden's inner circle during the final year of his presidency. The book, which is called Original Sin: President Biden's Decline, Its Cover-Up, and His Disastrous Choice to Run Again, reveals how aides secretly discussed using a wheelchair if the former president secured re-election. And even though the White House kept on publicly denying any concerns, the staff quietly prepared for the worst. Here's our final report on the behind-the-scenes reality of former President Joe Biden's last year in office.
The halls of the White House are known to hide policy talks and state secrets. But this time, there's more. This time, they masked a presidency that was quietly unraveling. In Original Sin: President Biden's Decline, Its Cover-Up, and His Disastrous Choice to Run Again, CNN's Jake Tapper and Axios reporter Alex Thompson expose the backstage chaos of Joe Biden's final year in office. The book, hitting shelves on May 20th, is packed with revelations that even longtime insiders didn't see coming. The authors interviewed over 200 people. Most of them are Democratic insiders, and their findings are startling. They reveal how Biden's top aides quietly worried about his health, especially during the 2024 re-election run. And behind the scenes, things were worse than the public ever knew. Biden's stiff walk, slow movements, and visible fatigue had become a growing concern. At one point, his team even discussed whether he might need a wheelchair if he won a second term. His doctor, Kevin O'Connor, even warned that one bad fall could lead to a long and difficult recovery. But aides knew that they couldn't risk showing weakness before the election. So they got creative. They mapped out shorter walking routes. They added handrails to the stairs. They had him wear sneakers more often. And when he boarded Air Force One, he used a smaller staircase to avoid climbing too high. They also tried to shield him from long days. As per the authors of the original Sin, Biden had a short window of energy. That was from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. And anything outside that made him more prone to slip-ups and confusion.
I'm well-meaning, and I'm an elderly man, and I know what the hell I'm doing. I've been president. I put this country back on its feet. I don't need his recommendation. It's
How
totally
bad is your memory, and can you continue as president?
My memory is so bad I let you speak.
The book also shares some worrying moments. At a big fundraiser in California hosted by George Clooney, Biden looked the Hollywood star in the eye and didn't recognize him. Aides had to whisper who Clooney was, and not long after, Clooney pulled his support and urged Biden to drop out.
What you think was the impact of the op-ed you wrote for the New York Times asking President Biden to step down, which he eventually did?
You know, I've actually never had to answer that question, so I suppose I'll do it here. The person who should be applauded is the president who did the most selfless thing that anybody's done since George Washington, and that's true.
Now, after the former president's withdrawal, former Vice President Kamala Harris was swooped in to take the position. In fact, a former top campaign aide told the authors of the book that Joe Biden totally f***ed us by leaving it too late to drop out of the 2024 presidential election.
Kamala Harris.
But despite all of this, the White House kept insisting that Biden was fine. In fact, when the White House was questioned if the former president was suffering from Parkinson's disease, his aides denied these reports, claiming he was aging but was still sharp.
Has the president been treated for Parkinson's? No. Is he being treated for Parkinson's? No, he's not. Is he taking medication for Parkinson's? No. So those are the things that I can give you full-blown answers on, but I'm not going to confirm a specialist, any specialist that comes to the White House out of privacy.
However, the tipping point came during Biden's debate with Donald Trump on June 27, 2024. His performance raised alarm across the Democratic Party, and just 3 weeks later, on July 24th, Biden ended his campaign and backed Vice President Kamala Harris.
You know, in recent weeks, it's become clear to me that I need to unite my party in this critical endeavor. So I've decided the best way forward is to pass the torch to a new generation. That's the best way to unite our nation.
Biden's decision to step down left some party insiders furious. But the book Original Sin claims there was far more going on behind the scenes. And with the book's release just days away, one question lingers. What else did the White House not tell us?
That's Firstpost America for this Wednesday, May 14th. I'm Eric Ham, signing off from our studios here in Washington. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on First Post. Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We begin with Libya, where the capital Tripoli has been rocked by heavy clashes. At least 6 people have been killed, with local media reporting that an armed group leader was among the dead. This is likely to trigger a major shift in power. Plumes of black smoke rose over Tripoli as gunfire and explosions echoed across the city on Monday night, after fierce fighting broke out between rival armed groups. Armoured vehicles rolled out and security forces were deployed as tensions gripped the streets of Tripoli. Clashes have now subsided after a truce being announced, but the situation remains tense. The violence was triggered by reports of the death of Abdel Ghani al-Kikli, now a powerful militia leader who led the group's Security Stabilization Apparatus, or the SSA. Kikli was a dominant figure in Tripoli and had been controlling large parts of the city, including government offices, prisons, and financial institutions. He was often called the de facto king of the capital. Kikli was reported killed under unclear circumstances. Photos of his body circulated online, though not independently verified. But reports of his death set off hours of heavy clashes between his loyalists and rival factions. Soon after the news broke, forces loyal to Prime Minister Abdul Hamid al-Dabeiba took control of Kikli's strongholds. They swept through the SSA's bases, removing symbols, clearing out fighters, and reclaiming key locations, including parts near the central bank. Now, this marks yet another chapter in Libya's long-standing instability, which began after the 2011 uprising that overthrew dictator Mohammed Gaddafi. Now, since 2014, Libya has been divided. Eastern Libya is mostly controlled by the military leader Khalifa Haftar, and Western Libya, governed by the UN-backed Government of National Unity, or the GNU, and it is headed by Prime Minister Dabeiba. Tripoli itself has been fractured, with multiple militias competing for power. The latest events may now signal a shift, with fewer groups under tighter central control, potentially strengthening Dabeiba's grip on power in the capital. But this power consolidation in the west may also escalate tensions with the east, where Haftar's forces hold Libya's main oil fields. Despite repeated international efforts to end the East-West split and to hold national elections, Libya remains deeply divided. The country has also become a stage for regional power struggles, with Russia, Egypt, and the UAE allegedly backing the eastern faction led by Haftar, while Turkey supporting Dabeiba's government in the west. How will the latest clashes change the power dynamics in the nation? To discuss further, we have with us Mohammed Al-Jard, who is the co-founder Libya Outlook for Research and Consulting, and he is joining us live from Casablanca, Morocco. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Alison, for having me.
Now, what triggered the latest armed clashes in Tripoli, and how significant is the reported killing of the armed group leader in this escalating violence?
So the new bout of violence in Tripoli has to do with the fact that the Prime Minister of the internationally recognized government, Abdel Hamid Dbeiba, wants to maintain his seat of power. Recently, the United Nations, through the advisory technical committee of Libyan experts, came up with plans, if you like, or a number of scenarios of how to end the political stalemate in Libya and form a unified government and move the country to elections. And all of them start with a change in government. The prime minister, obviously, of this internationally recognized government, Hamid Dbeiba, wanted to redraw the security and the military scene in Tripoli. And he asked armed groups that are loyal to him to attack other armed groups that are not entirely loyal to him, despite the fact that they are institutionally under his government and they have the legitimacy and are paid by his government and by the executive authority in Tripoli. So this basically was an attempt by the prime minister of the internationally recognized government to cling on to his seat of power and to ensure that whatever process that comes through the UN or otherwise would have to come through him, and where he would have to be on the table and decide what kind of government there might be. So this is why we have seen these clashes. It is not because the militia leader was killed. The militia leader was killed because of Dbeiba's orders to his loyal armed group leaders to start moving against the stabilization force, whose leader was assassinated, according to government sources in Tripoli now. That he was assassinated after a meeting with armed group leaders loyal to the prime minister of the internationally recognized government.
Right, and how do these clashes reflect the ongoing power struggle between the UN-recognized government in Tripoli and the Haftar-controlled administration in the east?
So it's just to confirm once again that this is an internal Tripoli issue. Khalifa Haftar in the east, or the authorities in eastern Libya, have had nothing to do with this. However, the reason that Abdel Hamid Dbeiba is trying to redraw the prime minister of the internationally recognized government, he's trying to redraw the military and security scene in Tripoli and to have monopoly there, so that he becomes the only actor that Haftar would have to deal with if there is going to be a unified government and a unity in Libya, and where the international community, including the United Nations, would have to deal with him. But unfortunately, the plans of the prime minister of the international recognized government, Abdel Hamid Dbeiba, didn't go as he wanted or as he anticipated, given that he has now faced fierce opposition from other powerful armed groups in Tripoli, like the Rada force. There are also now armed forces coming from the west of Tripoli, Zawiya and Warshafana areas west of Tripoli. But now it looks like there has been a truce, if you like, in Tripoli, and there has been calls for de-escalation. But it looks like the internationally recognized government led by Abdel Hamid Dbeiba is currently in a very difficult situation after its plans to redraw the military and security landscape in Tripoli seem to have failed to achieve the intended results.
Yes, and what are the potential implications of this renewed violence on Libya's not just stability, but peace negotiations and, of course, the prospects for national elections?
So basically, as I said, this new bout of violence is directly linked to the recent announcement by the United Nations that the advisory committee that it has appointed has now come up with possible scenarios or proposals on how to move the country forward and unify the country's institutions. Now, this bout of violence indicates how difficult the environment is when it comes to enforcing those plans that start with the formation of a new unified government, which means that the current government in Tripoli and also the rival government in Benghazi called the Libyan Stabilization Government, would both have to be gone in order for a new authority to be formed. Obviously, this represents both a risk to those UN plans, but it could also represent an opportunity, especially if Abdulhamid Dbeiba's efforts to try and derail this UN effort to form a new government fail, and then he's forced out of government, then that opens the door quite wide open for the formation of a new unified government that its main mandate is supposed to be to put the country on the path for elections within 18 or 24 months, according to some of the excerpts and the leaks from those United Nations plans. But as you can see, that the situation remains quite fluid, uncertain, with lots of risks, but potentially with also opportunities.
Yeah. Right. Mohammed, thank you very much for being with us on First Post Africa.
Thank you very much for having me.
And shifting focus to South Africa, the United States is resettling the first group of white South African refugees, sparking strong reactions from Pretoria. President Cyril Ramaphosa has called them cowards for leaving the country. The United States has welcomed around 50 white South Africans following President Trump's promise to grant them asylum. Trump describes them as victims of racial injustice in their home country. South African President Cyril Ramaphosa has strongly condemned the move. He called those who left cowards and said they'll be back soon. Ramaphosa claimed these individuals were unwilling to support the country's efforts to correct historic inequities left by apartheid, calling their departure a sad moment for them. The coward remarks sparked outrage online, with many social media users criticizing Ramaphosa for dismissing the concerns of white South Africans. Earlier, speaking at the Africa CEO Forum in Abidjan, Ramaphosa had said that he told President Trump that the U.S. assessment of the situation was not true. And he added that refugees are typically those fleeing political, religious, or economic persecution, and claimed that those leaving South Africa don't fit that definition. President Trump has announced that Ramaphosa will be meeting him next week in Washington. Trump has defended the resettlement policy, alleging that the South African government is seizing white farmers' land under its land reform program, a move he calls discriminatory. But Pretoria calls this misinformation and has strongly denied the confiscating of any land. Pretoria has also rejected claims made by tech billionaire Elon Musk, who has accused the government of encouraging a white genocide. Musk, who was himself born in South Africa, is believed to be a major influence behind Trump's narrative on the issue. The controversy has sharply strained U.S.-South Africa relations, with President Trump cutting all aid to South Africa, expelling its ambassador, skipping G20 meetings, and imposing high tariffs on South African exports. As political tensions escalate and rhetoric hardens, can the highly anticipated Trump-Ramaphosa meeting solve the situation? We'll continue to bring you the updates. And shifting our focus to Nigeria, where Islamist terrorists have launched yet another attack on 2 Nigerian army bases in the northeastern Borno state. The latest attack has claimed lives of at least 5 Nigerian soldiers. This attack comes less than 24 hours after the Islamist terrorists attacked a Nigerian army base and captured soldiers and ammunition during a raid in the insurgency-hit northeastern Borno state. A social media video shows the aftermath of the attack on the Nigerian base that took place on Monday. Footage shows charred vehicles and bodies of soldiers killed in the deadly attack. Coming back to the latest attack that took place yesterday, 2 soldiers from the 24 Task Force Brigade in Borno's Dikwa district gave an account of the attack. As per the soldiers, terrorists flew 2 surveillance drones in the vicinity before attacking the brigade's base at around 1 a.m. local time. The base also housed some troops from the 153 Battalion in nearby Marte district, which was attacked on Monday. And security forces also reported that around the same time, terrorists on trucks mounted with machine guns attacked the Army's 3rd Battalion base in the Iran area of the Kala Balj district, which is 45 miles from Dikwa. As per the security sources, terrorists torched a mine-resistant vehicle, a gun truck, and a Russian-made T-72 tank, but quickly retreated when Air Force fighter jets arrived. Apart from the 5 soldiers who were killed in the attack, 4 others sustained gunshot wounds, as per the security sources. Nigeria has been grappling with an Islamist insurgency for over 15 years now. However, this year the nation has witnessed a surge in attacks by Boko Haram and its offshoot Islamic State West Africa province in Borno, which is the heartland of the terrorists. Following the attack, Borno State Governor said that he was more determined than ever to support the military, security agencies and volunteer forces in the fight to end terrorism and insurgency. Last month, the governor warned that terrorists who a decade ago controlled large swathes of the northeast before they were pushed out by the military were making gains again in Borno. As terrorists continue to attack Nigerian army bases and troops, tensions in the region remain high. It remains to be seen how will the Nigerian government counter these repeated and deadly attacks by these terrorist groups. And finally, we end today's show with Kenya. The country's President, William Ruto, might have one name on his birth certificate, but there are about 50 others on the Kenyan streets and on social media. One day he is Deputy Jesus, another day he is a chicken seller, from hustler to El Chapo. Yes, the reference to the former Mexican drug lord. Some of these are coined out of affection. Most are, however, stamped out of sheer mockery and anger. Tonight we'll dive into the man who is the walking, talking definition of the iconic Pokemon tagline, "Gotta catch them all." Before he was chosen as a president, William Ruto was perceived as a man of the people. He earned the nicknames which stemmed from a place of profound reverence. For example, hustler. He positioned himself as someone who came from humble beginnings. Kenya saw Ruto as someone who prevailed against overwhelming odds. He came off as a messiah for the struggling masses. Ruto the hustler stuck because it exuded hope. But that same hustler has now hustled people right back into paying higher taxes. Then there was chicken seller, something that came out of Ruto's childhood days. He sold chickens at a roadside in Sukhoi, which is his hometown. Now, he sold this narrative heavily during his presidential campaign. He cast himself as someone who rose from poverty without political lineage or wealth. Through this, Ruto secured a vote bank. But all of those endearing tags started wearing off. He started being headlined for controversies. In 2013, Ruto was embroiled in a land-holding dispute, and he was accused of encroaching on it illegally. A court ordered him to surrender 100 acres of land. Over the years, he's been linked to vast tracts of property, and that is what got him the title of Arab Mashamba, which translates to son of farms in English. Many experts have raised concerns over his land ownership. So the irony, Kenya's once humble chicken seller was maybe sitting on farmlands others could have built a poultry business on. Another one, which is similar to this, is Zacchaeus, who is the greedy tax collector from the Bible. Now, Zacchaeus rarely struck a chord and stood out for a lot of Kenyan citizens. It came after Ruto's government introduced a wave of unpopular taxes. Many Kenyans felt betrayed. People were angry not just about paying more, but about where the money was going. And last year, protests broke out across the Kenyan capital of Nairobi. People hit the streets, especially young people, and demonstrators turned deadly. Now, in the end, the government dropped the infamous tax hikes. Then there's El Chapo. It was a tongue-in-cheek reference to the drug lord. He got this one after he promised to supply every school with chapati-making machines, which is a popular flatbread and is also known as chapo in Kenya. So at this point, Ruto's nicknames are getting more public engagement than what his policies are. He came in as a hustler, but left Kenyans wondering if they should have read the terms and conditions. And that's all on the show for today. We'll see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello, namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. Donald Trump cannot stop talking about the India-Pakistan conflict, but whose side is he on? A new report exposes his links with Pakistan. Trump's family signed a deal with Pakistan after the Pahalgam attack. We'll tell you what it's about and what it means for India. Meanwhile, Pakistan is striking on multiple fronts. A new report in India's Supreme Court shows how they're using drugs to cripple India. Broke Pakistan is compensating terrorist Masood Azhar after the Indian military killed his family in Operation Sindoor. The IMF should watch this report and see where their money is going. India tells the United Nations to supervise Pakistani nukes. But can they do it? Why is Turkish President Erdogan backing Pakistan? How India is looking for the Pahalgam attackers. 3 Jaish terrorists were killed today. How China has sent a spy ship to snoop on India's Operation Sindoor. What is the Republic of Balochistan? The movement that is gathering steam as Pakistan's biggest province revolts. The highlights of Donald Trump's visit to Qatar with a grand welcome and jet deals. And an update on the Ukraine-Russia talks in Turkey. Donald Trump is a great guy to have on your side. He's daring and unpredictable. But if he plays for the rival team, then he can be a nightmare to deal with. Right now, many Indians would agree with that. They're wondering, is US President Trump on Team Pakistan? Take a look at the latest hint. Pakistan has struck a deal. And this is the government of Pakistan. They have struck a deal with a firm called World Liberty Financial. World Liberty Financial, that's a company. It's basically a cryptocurrency deal. The goal is to turn Pakistan into a South Asian crypto hub. Now, it's a confusing move, to be honest. Last we checked, the IMF does not give loans in Bitcoin. So why would Pakistan need crypto? And that's not the only suspicious part. Guess who owns this firm? Who owns World Liberty Financial, the company they've signed a deal with? It is owned by the Trump family. They hold a 60% stake in this company, the US president's family, his 2 sons and his son-in-law. How did they get this deal with Pakistan? Reports say it was pushed by Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff. He's a long-time golf buddy of the US president. With no background in policy making, he is now leading America's policy on Russia and Israel. His only qualification is that he's played a lot of golf with Trump. And this man, Steve Witkoff, struck a crypto deal with Pakistan, between Trump's family and Pakistan. Suspicious, isn't it? Especially when you look at the timing. This deal was signed after the Pahalgam terror attack. So the Trump family knew what was happening, and yet they went ahead. Their delegates met Pakistan's army chief and prime minister, and only after that was the deal signed. Like I said, it is quite fishy. Now add to that the US president's meddling. Donald Trump will not stop talking about Kashmir. He's in West Asia right now, and once again he boasted about mediating a ceasefire between India and Pakistan. Listen to this.
And by the way, I don't want to say I did, but I sure as hell helped settle the problem between Pakistan and India last week, which was getting more and more hostile. And we talked to them about trade. Let's do trade instead of do war. And Pakistan was very happy with that, and India was very happy with that. And how long have you been fighting? About 1,000 years. Oh, that's a lot. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about settling. That's a tough one.
The amount of ignorance out there. Like we've said before, the Kashmir issue is not thousands of years old. It dates back to 1947. Also, what's this obsession with trade? Kashmir is a deeply emotional issue for India and Pakistan. You think they would settle it over trade? Pakistan may need the money, but India is under no such pressure. Today, Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar made India's position clear. All dealings with Pakistan will be bilateral.
Our relations, our dealings with them will be bilateral and strictly bilateral. That is a national consensus for many years, and there is absolutely no change in that consensus that dealings with Pakistan will be bilateral.
That's a polite way of saying stay away. But knowing Trump, he won't. He is known for making such wild unilateral claims. Take trade, for example. Trump says India is offering zero tariffs to America, basically no tariffs on US imports. Just one problem though, India has not announced any such move or offer. Again, the clarification came from Minister Jaishankar.
Any trade deal has to be mutually beneficial. Any trade deal has to work for both the countries. And I think that would be our expectation from the trade deal. And until that is done, I think any judgment on it would be premature.
India says any judgment would be premature, but that is not stopping Trump. He's also threatening companies against making in India, companies like Apple. Apple was thinking about setting up factories in India. Trump's tariffs made China unsustainable, so Apple thought, why not make in India? But US President Donald Trump says he will not allow it.
I had a little problem with Tim Cook yesterday. I said to him, Tim, you're my friend. I've treated you very good. You're coming in with $500 billion, but now I hear you're building all over India. I don't want you building in India. You can build in India if you want to take care of India, because India is the highest, one of the highest tariff nations in the world. It's very hard to sell into India.
In baseball, there are 3 strikes. Trump has used them up in just 1 week. First, he claimed credit for ending the fighting between India and Pakistan. Then he unilaterally claimed zero tariffs from India. Then he warned Apple against making in India. And now we get news of his family striking a deal with Pakistan, which brings me back to my original question. Whose side is Donald Trump on? Personally, we know he's on the side of money. Look at his dealings in West Asia. Trump is taking a $400 million plane from Qatar. He's calling it a personal gift, but let's be honest, it is a bribe. And this Pakistani crypto deal is not very different. Many experts in Pakistan say it doesn't make sense at all. Let me quote from an article in the Dawn newspaper. This is what it says. Pakistan's rapid embrace of digital currencies appears to be a leap before looking. It appears to be driven by a desire to mirror the success stories of other emerging markets rather than by a clear-eyed assessment of its own regulatory readiness. They're saying Pakistan is not ready for this. So Pakistan is in a sudden hurry to embrace crypto even though it's not ready. And they have entrusted the Trumps to do it. But that alone does not explain the American policy. They have long-standing ties with Pakistan, the Americans, ties that date back to the Cold War. Even today, Pakistan is a major non-NATO ally of the United States. There's a cozy relationship between Pakistan's generals and America's deep state. And indications are that that won't change. So it's up to India to respond. Should India rethink its ties with the US? Well, not necessarily. For starters, India is not looking for an alliance with Washington. India is looking for a mutually beneficial relationship, sort of like no strings attached. Secondly, we must contextualize America's position. They have always intervened to bail out Pakistan in 1971, in Kargil, in 2019 Balakot, and again last week. The only difference? India-US ties have improved significantly since then. So politicians and the public had higher expectations from the US. The truth is, we shouldn't have. America has always been a shaky partner. I'm sure the Indian leadership knows this well. The solution is not to make a U-turn. The solution is to be more careful. For example, India is looking for a fifth-generation fighter jet. We want to buy a fifth-generation fighter jet. We have proposals from the US and from Russia. But should we entertain the American proposal now? Can we trust them to supply technology when we need it? These are questions that our leaders must think about. Because Donald Trump will come and go. But can we trust the US establishment? Trump is making the same mistake as his predecessors. He's ignoring Pakistan's terrorism for perceived strategic gains. Meanwhile, the threat from Pakistan is evolving. It's a threat for the whole world, not limited to India. And it's no longer just about terror camps and guns and grenades. Pakistan has opened another front, just as nefarious and deadly. They're using narcotics as a weapon against India. This practice is not new, but the scale at which they're expanding can be devastating. Pakistan is using drugs to fund terrorism and destabilize India, and the Lashkar-e-Toiba is at the center of this. It's the same group that carried out the Pahalgam attack, a Lashkar proxy called TRF. And this is no longer a theory. This is now part of official records. 2 days after the Pahalgam attack, the Supreme Court of India was hearing a case. The court was reviewing a report filed by India's top terror investigation agency. It's called the NIA, the National Investigation Agency. And here's what the NIA said. The Lashkar-e-Toiba is using heroin to finance its activities. And this operation has direct links to the ISI, the infamous intelligence agency of Pakistan, ISI. According to the NIA, the Lashkar's plan has two parts. Part 1, raise money for terrorism. Part 2, ruin lives in India by pushing drugs into India's cities and villages and by targeting India's youth. In fact, Indian investigators have been probing a case since 2021. The NIA, National Investigation Agency, has been probing this for the past 4 years. That's when a big cache of drugs was seized at the Mundra port in Gujarat. This is a state in western India that also shares a border with Pakistan. This drug bust happened 4 years ago. It was one of the biggest in India's history, 300 kilos of heroin. Whose consignment was it? It was traced to traffickers from Afghanistan. But the money trail led elsewhere. It led to Pakistan, to the Lashkar, and to the ISI. In court, the NIA has confirmed this link. They said that it was the Lashkar-e-Taiba that received money from this consignment. The drugs were hidden inside shipments. They were found along with semi-processed talc and bituminous coal. It is also known as black or soft coal. It is often used in electricity generation. The drugs were hidden in talc and coal. The entire operation was legal on paper. The drugs came through legal channels. The documents, of course, were fake, and shell companies had been created for this. At least 6 such consignments were sent to India. Only the last one was intercepted at Mundra. That was the only one that was caught. The others slipped through. And this was not a local operation. It spanned 4 countries: Afghanistan, Iran, Pakistan, and the United Arab Emirates. This is how the drugs were moved. First, the consignment went from Afghanistan to Iran's Bandar Abbas port. From there, it was shipped to India. 12 people were actively involved in this operation, and all these people are still at large. They're based in Dubai, Tehran, Kabul, and Karachi. It's quite a complex plan. Of course, it did not take shape overnight. We are talking about drug smuggling using legal trade routes and by exploiting loopholes. This is not easy to pull off. Pakistan has been working on this strategy for decades. Pakistan's ISI has been leading this effort. They've been trafficking drugs for years. In fact, let me tell you a story that dates back to the 90s, when Nawaz Sharif was the Prime Minister. It was his first stint in power. In 1991, he had a meeting. Nawaz Sharif had a meeting with Pakistan's then Army Chief and ISI Director. They wanted money. Pakistan's military wanted money to fund its covert activities. They were running short because some supplies had stopped. You see, in the late 1980s, there was the Soviet-Afghan War. And during that time, the Americans co-opted the ISI. The Americans used Pakistan to supply weapons to the Afghans. And the ISI was their go-between. So the Americans pumped a lot of money into Pakistan. But when that war ended in 1989, the American money also stopped. The ISI still had its networks, but they did not have the same budgets. So they looked for alternatives and they found heroin, the drug. They decided to use it to fund themselves. They decided on trafficking drugs. And this is the plan that they presented to Nawaz Sharif, the Army Chief and the ISI Chief. They shared this plan with Nawaz Sharif, who was Prime Minister then. What was his response? Sharif claims that he rejected the idea, which is a bit of a stretch because we know that Pakistani Prime Ministers do not really have that kind of power. As for the military, they have denied this story completely. But there's enough evidence to show that the blueprint was real and it was executed in the months and years that followed. Observers say that Pakistan's army and the ISI are fully immersed in drug money. Over the years, Indian officials have tracked this nexus, plus the drug trade has also evolved. Today, it is a lot more than a source of funds. Today, drugs serve as a weapon that Pakistan uses to attack Kashmir. In fact, let me show you data that was published in 2023. According to this report, there are now 67,000 drug abusers in Kashmir. Over 90% of them are heroin addicts. Where are these drugs coming from? They're coming from Pakistan. The drugs are trafficked through 2 locations, Kupwara and Baramulla. These are border districts of Kashmir. India has been responding to this threat. Security agencies have cracked down on trafficking. In 2022 alone, more than 1,000 cases were filed. More than 1,700 drug peddlers were arrested. Out of these, 138 were high-profile traffickers. But the network built by Pakistani terrorists is far bigger, and the challenge for India is far more complex. It's one of the many wars that India must fight against Pakistan.
Pakistan Zindabad! Afwaje Pakistan Zindabad! We can say without any fear of contradiction.
What does a bankrupt country do when a global terrorist suffers a personal loss? It compensates him. Pakistan's economy is hanging by a thread. Ordinary people do not have food on the table. But do you know what their government is doing? It is compensating terrorists, especially this man, Masood Azhar, a UN-designated terrorist and the chief of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, or JEM. Masood Azhar is wanted by just about every country in the world. But in Pakistan, he is royalty. And they are going to pay him 14 crore rupees. That's 14 crore Pakistani rupees. It's almost 500,000 US dollars. I'll repeat that for you. 500,000 US dollars to Masood Azhar, bankrolled by Pakistan's government. Why? Because 14 members of his family were killed last week when India hit terror camps inside Pakistan. The Jaish headquarters in Bahawalpur were targeted. This is an 18-acre compound in Pakistan's Punjab province. The central building is called the Markaz Subhanallah. It was destroyed by Indian missiles. Several Jaish terrorists were killed and Masood Azhar's family was also wiped out, including his wife, children and elder sister. 14 members. Now, Pakistan's government is mourning Azhar's loss. So they're going to pay him money. 1 crore Pakistani rupees for each family member killed, which brings the total to 14 crores, or as I said, 500,000 US dollars. And this is what India means when it says that Pakistan is a state sponsor of terrorism. Because their government goes all out for terrorists. The Jaish headquarters in Bahawalpur is proof. This campus was made only recently, in 2015. It began with just a mosque, one mosque. By 2024, it was spread across 18 acres. More than 1,000 people were being housed here for radicalization and training to attack India. And look at the kind of facilities they had. They had a solar field. They had 7 multi-storied buildings. They had firing ranges, swimming pools, livestock farms, even high-speed internet. A setup like this in the heart of Pakistan's Punjab, it would have cost a lot of money. Where do you think that money came from? From the Pakistani army and their intelligence wing, the ISI. Reports say the ISI used third parties to fund the Jaish-e-Mohammed. The total support is estimated to be about $15 million. That's $15 million every year. The support they give the Jaish-e-Mohammed. And that's not all. The ISI has given $30 million worth of real estate to Jaish-e-Mohammed. That explains their massive terror pad. It also explains Pakistan's game plan. First, they beg the IMF for money. Once the checks are in cash, the army takes over. And then the ISI is roped in for the dirty work. It siphons the money and gives it to terrorists. And they're doing the exact same thing this time as well. This is a well-oiled terror factory. Now look at the contrast. India is demolishing the headquarters of a globally designated terrorist, and Pakistan is compensating him with $500,000. In the end, who stands to gain? Masood Azhar, the man behind multiple terror attacks on India, the 2001 Parliament attack, the 2016 Pathankot air base attack, the 2019 Pulwama bombing. Pakistan's compensation to Masood Azhar is not a payout, it is blood money, stained with the lives of innocent Indians. And this is Pakistan's reality. Their economy is in free fall. Their people are struggling to make ends meet. Daily bread is a luxury, yet Pakistan has money for Masood Azhar. And here's the kicker. Pakistanis know how bad this is. Of course, they're living this nightmare. Thousands have fled to West Asia, only to be sent back in humiliation. We have the latest numbers. More than 5,000 Pakistanis were deported last year from countries like Saudi Arabia, the UAE and Qatar. 5,000. Do you know why they were deported? Because they were begging. They went to West Asia and started begging, maybe taking cues from their government. But it's not funny. $500,000 for a global terrorist defies all logic. But then again, this is Pakistan. It's a country where terrorists are given state funerals, where bodies of terrorists are wrapped in the national flag, and as always, the international community is silent. No headlines, no primetime debates, not even a reluctant editorial. So let me ask the tough questions here. First to the IMF, do you know where your money is going? Is it feeding the hungry, or is it funding terror? You've given 24 bailouts to Pakistan, the highest number to any country. What are they doing with your money? Or forget Pakistan, do you know what you're doing? That's the first question. My next question is to the West. Where is the outrage? You have all the time to lecture India, but you lose your voice when it comes to Pakistan. How is a bankrupt nation funneling thousands of dollars to a terrorist? And why is the international community napping? Pakistan's priorities are not just misplaced, they are dangerous. This country exports poverty and terrorism. Pakistan may be broke, but its ideology of terror is rich. And India has paid the price for years. The West will too, if it doesn't wake up.
पाकिस्तान के एटमी हथियारों को IAEA की निगरानी में लिया जाना चाहिए।
A gun is dangerous, but a gun in the hands of a deranged criminal, it's a lot more than just dangerous. It is a public security threat. And that is what Pakistan's nuclear weapons are, a global security threat. India wants to put checks on this arsenal. The demand came from India's Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. He says Pakistan's nuke should be under UN supervision. Listen to this.
क्या ऐसे गैर जिम्मेदार और रोग नेशन के हाथों में परमाणु हथियार सुरक्षित हैं? मैं दुनिया के सामने यह सवाल खड़ा करना चाहता हूं। मैं मानता हूं कि पाकिस्तान के एटमी हथियारों को IAEA इंटरनेशनल एटॉमिक एनर्जी एजेंसी की निगरानी में लिया जाना चाहिए।
The United Nations watchdog is the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency. IAEA, its job is to inspect civilian nuclear sites and reactors to ensure that they are not used for making bombs. Now, India says put Pakistani nukes under IAEA supervision. And what is Pakistan saying? Of course, they have rejected India's demand. Let me quote from Pakistan's statement. This is what they say. These irresponsible remarks reveal profound insecurity and frustration regarding Pakistan's effective defense and deterrence against Indian aggression through conventional means. Pakistan's conventional capabilities are adequate to deter India. Let's not kid ourselves. Pakistan is scared of India's conventional weapons. That is why they have a first use policy. It's the opposite of New Delhi. India won't fire nukes until there is a nuclear attack. That is India's policy. But Pakistan says it can fire nukes if there is any attack. This is what India calls nuclear blackmail. The question is the United Nations going to stop it? Can they stop it? First, let's look at the case for nuclear oversight. In every country, nuclear weapons are controlled by civilian leaders. In America, in India, in France, even in a rogue state like North Korea, the finger on the button is that of a civilian. But not in Pakistan. In Pakistan, the nukes are controlled by the generals. The army chief has his finger on the button. Secondly, the arsenal is vulnerable. Other nuclear powers are stable regimes. They may or may not be democratic countries and societies, but the regime is stable. Again, that's not the case in Pakistan. They face separatist fighters in Balochistan. They face Taliban terrorists in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. And both of them are fighting the Pakistani state. In fact, the Pakistani Taliban has made its intentions quite clear. They want to topple the regime in Islamabad. If that happens, who will control the nukes? Islamist terrorists, they will control the nuclear weapons of Pakistan. It's a chilling prospect to think about. And successive US presidents have talked about it. Listen to Donald Trump in 2017.
In Afghanistan and Pakistan, America's interests are clear. We must stop the resurgence of safe havens that enable terrorists to threaten America. And we must prevent nuclear weapons and materials from coming into the hands of terrorists and being used against us or anywhere in the world, for that matter.
His successor, Joe Biden, also spoke about it. Biden called Pakistan one of the most dangerous places on earth. Why? Because their nukes lack cohesion. Of course, Pakistan rejects all these concerns. They say the nukes are for defense, not offense. Which brings us to India's demand. Can the UN watchdog supervise Pakistan's nuclear weapons? Well, on paper, yes. But in reality, it's impossible. The watchdog's mandate covers countries that signed the NPT. What is the NPT? The Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. This came into effect in 1970. According to the NPT, there are only 5 legal nuclear powers in the world. Only 5 countries that can legally have nuclear weapons: the United States, the United Kingdom, France, China, Russia. Only these 5 countries were allowed to have nukes. All other signatories were banned. Take Iran, for example. They signed the NPT. And that's why the UN is supervising their nuclear program, or at least trying to supervise it. Pakistan has not signed the NPT, so technically, Pakistan is beyond the UN's mandate. Having said that, the UN Security Council can still get involved. They can impose sanctions on Pakistan's nuclear program. They can also try to place the nukes under supervision. But the problem is obvious. Pakistan's iron brother China is a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council. They will veto any such proposal. So as things stand, India's demand is unlikely to find takers. But that is no reason to give up, because Pakistan's nuclear arsenal is not just a regional threat, it is a global threat. They have around 170 warheads with them. 170 warheads. That's enough to annihilate all of South Asia. And do not forget, Pakistan also has nuclear-capable bomber planes, meaning they can drop nukes in far-off countries as well. If this is not a global threat, I don't know what is. The West keeps asking Iran to abandon its nuclear program. They ask North Korea to denuclearize, yet they are silent on Pakistan. India is trying to break that silence. It may or may not work, but this is an important message. Nuclear weapons are not toys of rhetoric. They are weapons capable of unimaginable pain and destruction. Only stable democracies can be trusted with them, not countries that are one bad day away from a coup or terrorist takeover. Our next story begins like a Bollywood movie, with 2 brothers, not the kind who get lost in affair, but the kind who find each other in conflict. On one side is Pakistan, battling a mountain of debt. On the other side is Turkey, led by an ambitious but delusional strongman. Their so-called brotherhood was put to the test last week in the conflict between India and Pakistan, and Turkey did not blink. It backed Pakistan loudly and clearly. Their president, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, declared it. He said, Ankara will stand by Islamabad in good times and bad.
We reiterated our strong support to the people of Pakistan. We always underline that we do not want any conflict in our region and beyond.
Now, this love affair is not new. Every year, the Turkish president takes the stage at the United Nations General Assembly, but his speechwriters don't have to work too hard, because he says the same thing, copy-pasted from the old speech. Erdogan talks about Kashmir. He never forgets it. He brings it up. He repeats it again and again on the world stage, even though India has made it crystal clear that Kashmir is a bilateral issue.
One of the problems to which the international community fails to devote enough attention is the Kashmiri conflict, awaiting a solution for 72 years. Kashmir is still besieged, and 8 million people are still stuck in Kashmir.
The Kashmir conflict, which is also key to the stability and peace of South Asia, is still a burning issue.
We maintain our stance in favor of solving the ongoing problem in Kashmir for 74 years through dialogue between the parties. We hope and pray that a fair and a permanent peace and prosperity will be established in Kashmir. Another development that will pave the way for regional peace, stability and prosperity in South Asia will be the establishment of a just and lasting peace in Kashmir.
In 2019, he said Kashmiris are under blockade. In 2020, he called it a burning issue. In 2021, he called for dialogue. In 2022, he called for permanent peace. And in 2023, Erdogan called for India and Pakistan to engage for lasting peace. Do you see the pattern? Erdogan keeps inserting himself into this like an uninvited guest at a family feud. And he does not stop there. He gives drones to Pakistan to fire at India. We've told you about this. Turkish drones played a significant role in this conflict. Reports say Pakistan used two kinds of Turkish drones this time, the Songar and the Yiha. India's air defenses intercepted and shot them down, but we also now know the full spectrum of their partnership. Pakistan and Turkey, a solidarity in words and in arms. The question is why? What explains this love affair? Why is Erdogan so keen on backing Pakistan? And the answer is this: it is not about Pakistan. It is about Erdogan himself. He has a bigger goal / pipe dream. He wants to lead the Islamic world. And full marks for perseverance. He's been at it forever. First, he pitched Turkey as a modern Muslim democracy. He wanted to join the European Union. That application has been pending for almost 4 decades. So a jilted Erdogan made a pivot. He sought the leadership of the Muslim world. Back in the 2010s, he probably had some momentum. Erdogan was pro-Palestine and anti-Israel. He was thundering against the West. He was building mosques in Africa. He backed the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt. He tried to fill the vacuum in a crumbling West Asia. He wanted to reclaim the Ottoman glory, to put Turkey at the center of the Muslim world. But soon, it all unraveled. The Muslim Brotherhood was crushed in Egypt. Gulf monarchies saw Erdogan as a threat. Syria turned into a quagmire, and at home, Erdogan's domestic politics became extreme. His own house was on fire, censorship, crackdown on dissent, and a slumping economy, all of it took the shine off his global brand. The Islamic world moved on. His caliphate bid fizzled. But Erdogan never gave up on the dream. Which brings us to Pakistan. Pakistan proved to be the perfect partner for Turkey. Pakistan is a Sunni majority Muslim country. It is nuclear armed. It is anti-India by default. And it is desperate for friends who do not come with IMF paperwork. So Erdogan leans in hard. He praises Pakistan at every opportunity. He invokes Kashmir at the United Nations. And in doing so, he casts himself as the voice of oppressed Muslims. What does Pakistan do? It returns the love. It buys Turkish weapons.
You have also led from the front, speaking for the problems and speaking for the rights of oppressed people, be it the people of Gaza, Palestine, or Kashmir.
But this relationship is not equal. In fact, it is not even sincere, because while Erdogan woos Pakistan, Turkish companies woo India. This is where they want to do business, in India. Take Celebi Aviation, for example. This is a Turkish firm. It operates at 9 major Indian airports. This company is responsible for critical operations. It handles over 58,000 flights a year, moving 500,000 tons of cargo and employing nearly 8,000 people. Now, India has cracked down on this firm. Its security clearance has been cancelled. The Delhi airport has formally ended its association with this Turkish firm. Meanwhile, Indian tourists are boycotting Turkey. In 2014, about 120,000 Indians traveled to Turkey. Last year, that number increased to 330,000, 330,000. It's an increase of about 176% over the past decade. In 2024, Indians spent around $350 to $400 million in Turkey, but that is now changing. Reports suggest that bookings are down by more than 60%. Cancellations are up by 250%. So the writing is on the wall for Turkey. You cannot play both sides. If Erdogan wants to back Pakistan to burnish his resume on Islamic leadership, Turkish businesses and its tourism will have to pay the price. They must respect India's red lines or get used to closed doors. This morning, Indian forces carried out an operation. It happened in Jammu and Kashmir's Pulwama. The forces zeroed in on 3 terrorists. They were hiding in an under-construction building. When they saw the Indian security forces, they opened fire, and they got a fit response. Indian forces eliminated all 3 terrorists. All 3 of them were affiliated to the Jaish-e-Mohammed. This is a Pakistani terror outfit. This encounter comes just days after another operation where Indian forces killed 3 terrorists with links to the Lashkar-e-Toiba. This is part of India's sustained counter-terror efforts. Meanwhile, the hunt for the Pahalgam attackers is still on. Here's a report.
The operation started early this morning in Jammu and Kashmir. Security forces received intel inputs. This included the joint forces of the Indian Army, the Jammu and Kashmir Police Force and the Central Reserve Police Force or the CRPF. They received information about the presence of terrorists in South Kashmir's Pulwama district, specifically in the Nadir village of Tral in Pulwama. So the joint team of forces cordoned off the village. They began a search operation and in no time they zeroed in on their target. Drone footage captured 3 terrorists who were hiding in an under-construction building. Holding their weapons, the terrorists opened fire and tried to break the security cordon. This led to a gun battle where our forces eliminated the armed terrorists. All 3 of them were affiliated with the Jaish-e-Mohammed, namely Asif Ahmad Sheikh, Amir Nazir Wani and Yawar Ahmad Bhatt. They belonged to the same terror outfit that's banned in Pakistan but continues to operate as part of Islamabad's terror factory, Sayyidna Bilal Camp. This is the very group whose stronghold was attacked by New Delhi during the May 7th strikes. Now, 3 of their terrorists have been gunned down by the Indian forces. And this comes just 2 days after the Indian forces kicked off Operation Keller. They carried out an encounter and neutralized 3 terrorists in Jammu and Kashmir's Shoykal Keller. This gave Operation Keller its name. Among the killed terrorists was Shahid Kutte. He was a crucial target. This man was the chief of TRF, the Resistance Front, which is nothing but a proxy name used by the terror outfit Lashkar-e-Toiba, who unleashed the massacre in Pahalgam on the 22nd of April. And this is not all. After the Pahalgam horror, authorities have demolished the homes of at least 10 terrorists. Kutte's home was among them, and on May 13th, he was neutralized by the Indian forces. These moves are a clear signal. India will not stand for terror, and it will not stop until the terrorists who carried out the Pahalgam attack are brought to justice. It has been more than 3 weeks since the attack, but the terrorists are still at large. After the attack, reports said that 7 terrorists carried out the brutality. Then came reports of there being 4 attackers. But later on, the list was reduced to 3. One of them is a local named Hussein Thokar. The other 2 are Pakistanis. One of them is called Ali Bhai or Talha Bhai, and the other is Hasim Musa, also known as Suleiman. Jammu and Kashmir police have released sketches of the 3 terrorists. Posters have been distributed far and wide. A reward of 20 lakh rupees has been declared for people who give information about the 3 terrorists. And the search operation is still on. India has intensified the manhunt. The mission is underway. And the fight won't stop until justice is served in the Pahalgam terror case.
India and Pakistan have just come out of a military standoff. Guess who is poking their nose where it doesn't belong? China. This time with sonar sensors and surveillance radars. A Chinese ship has entered the Indian Ocean. It is called the Da Yang Yi Hao. That's the name of the ship. On paper, it's a research vessel, but on radar, it's a floating espionage hub. So what is China trying to do here? And what does it mean for India? Let me break it down for you. The Chinese ship is currently in the Indian Ocean, near India's Andaman and Nicobar Islands, and it is heading west towards the Arabian Sea, where the Indian Navy is deployed in big numbers, including the aircraft carrier INS Vikrant and submarines. So the Chinese ship seems to be heading towards the Indian Armada. To do what? Perhaps to track the Indian Navy's movement, or to snoop on their operations, because this Chinese ship specializes in exactly that: monitoring, tracking, and collecting data. China calls it research, the world calls it spying. And this is no ordinary vessel. The Da Yang Yi Hao. It has advanced geosensors and powerful sonar arrays. These are used to track and detect submarines. The Chinese ship also has satellite uplinks. It can monitor low-orbit satellites like the ones that India has currently repositioned to assess the damage done to Pakistan's air bases. So the Chinese ship has eyes and ears below and above the sea. And look at the timing. It comes days after India launched Operation Sindoor, a swift and strategic strike on terror camps in Pakistan. The operation also saw military confrontation. Pakistan's air bases were hit in the day and at night. Their Chinese-made jets and missiles failed to perform. Chinese air defense systems were jammed. They were left blinded by Indian jets. It was a massive failure of the Chinese tech used by Pakistan. India emerged confident, Pakistan cried foul, and China sent a ship. Coincidence? Maybe, maybe not. China's so-called research ships often snoop in the Indian Ocean, and this is a known fact. Since the year 2008, China has sent 46 such ships, 46 ships. They linger near strategic deployments, they track India's missile tests. Where do you think they send this data? Definitely not to some university in Beijing. Most likely to command centers of the Chinese Navy. This has been Beijing's pattern. Send a so-called research ship whenever India's military is in action. So what is their vessel doing this time? They're most likely collecting intel. Like the size of India's military mobilization, or how far away is India's navy from Karachi, or whether India is moving around its weapons. Think of it as a high-tech eavesdropping effort. And how is India responding? The Navy is already on the task. They're tracking, shadowing, and watching very closely. Surveillance aircraft are tailing the Chinese ship. Warships have been put on alert because India faces a twin threat: terror state Pakistan and their backers in China, who give both weapons and diplomatic cover to Pakistan. In the past, they've given Islamabad jets, missiles, and even a spy ship. And now China has sent another intelligence-gathering ship. They feel this will keep New Delhi on edge. But India is prepared for both scenarios, for Pakistan's provocations and China's creeping expansionism. This is a high-stakes geopolitical chess match, and India is not playing blind. Now let's talk about Balochistan, a region that Pakistan first ignored, then tried to hide from the world, but now Balochistan is making global headlines. This is the largest province of Pakistan, the richest in natural resources, the lowest in population, and the worst sufferer at the hands of the Pakistani state. This province is on edge. Violence is escalating here, and calls for independence are growing louder. Over the past few months, Baloch fighters have stepped up their campaign, and at the center of it is the BLA, the Baloch Liberation Army. This is a group of separatists. They have launched a wave of attacks on the Pakistani establishment, in particular the Pakistani military. This month, the BLA launched a new operation. They're calling it Herof 2.0. Now, reports say Herof means black storm in the Balochi language. Some interpretations also say it means revenge. Whatever the meaning, the impact has been devastating for Pakistan. The BLA has targeted 58 locations so far. 58 locations this month, targeted by the Baloch Liberation Army. They have launched 78 coordinated attacks, mostly hitting military outposts and key transport routes. Now look at what happened yesterday. The BLA carried out 7 attacks in 24 hours. One group took control of a highway, they stopped vehicles, they checked trucks, and they targeted convoys. But why transport convoys? The BLA says they were looting Balochistan's mineral wealth. That is why. Next, they stormed a checkpost and set it ablaze. In another location, the BLA attacked Pakistan's military, and this operation went on for 25 minutes. The Balochis used automatic weapons and rocket launchers. 2 Pakistani soldiers were killed, 5 others were injured. Now, there's been a flood of such reports. Some accounts contradict each other. It is difficult to verify each and every report, also because Balochistan remains isolated and cut off from the world. But not for very long, because this campaign is gaining momentum. The campaign to free Balochistan, it is growing bigger with the help of social media. Key words like Republic of Balochistan are trending. So is the Baloch Liberation Army and Balochistan Independence. In recent days, Baloch activists have made a direct appeal to India. They have announced the Republic of Balochistan. That's what they're calling it, the Republic of Balochistan. They have declared Balochistan's independence from Pakistan. And now they want diplomatic support. They want international visibility. One activist drew parallels with 1971, urging India to support them like India supported Bangladesh in 1971. He said India should host a symbolic Baloch embassy in New Delhi. They're also trying to draw the attention of the United Nations. Now, this is a bold statement, largely symbolic, but also a reflection of how the people of Balochistan feel. They've been persecuted and wronged by Pakistan's political leadership. They've been victimized by Pakistan's military with brutal killings and forced disappearances. And as they raise their voice again, Pakistan is cracking down hard. There are reports of raids, arrests, and military crackdowns. Last month, Asim Munir issued a warning. That's the army chief of Pakistan. He issued a warning, and this is what he said. We will beat the hell out of these terrorists very soon. It was meant as a threat to silence the Baloch separatist movement. But it has only fueled the fire. And Pakistan's generals are struggling to contain it. In fact, the situation in Balochistan is so bad that some experts believe that Pahalgam was planned as a distraction. Because the Pakistani military was desperate to shift focus, so they ordered an attack in Kashmir to stir conflict with India and brush the internal chaos under the carpet. Unfortunately for them, the strategy has not worked. If anything, it has backfired. The crisis at home is getting harder to contain and impossible to hide for Pakistan. Back to Donald Trump. His West Asian tour is still going strong. Yesterday, he was in Saudi Arabia walking the lavender carpet and calling the Syrian president attractive. The Saudis gave him a $600 billion bait. We told you all about it. After that, he hopped on a short flight to Qatar. Another Gulf kingdom, another royal welcome. And this one too started well before Trump landed in Qatar. The moment he entered Qatar's airspace, 2 F-15 jets escorted Trump's plane, the Air Force One. Take a look at this.
Nice house. Just something, huh?
So that was the kind of welcome he received. From there, it was the red carpet, a guard of camels, as you just saw, a handshake with Qatar's Emir, Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, a grand motorcade led by Tesla Cybertrucks, and a lot of royal pageantry. It's what the US president likes. And he seemed pretty impressed by it, especially the marble at the royal palace.
The job you've done is second to none. You look at this, it's so beautiful. As a construction person, I'm seeing perfect marble. This is what they call perfecto. And just a great job you've done, and what a beautiful place. And we appreciate those camels. I haven't seen camels like that in a long time.
Soon it was down to business. And again, the big numbers made the headlines. The US and Qatar signed deals worth $1.2 trillion. The focus was on technology like anti-drone tech and energy investments. Qatar wants to become an AI powerhouse, and it hopes that Washington can help it.
We've been friends for a long time, long before politics. Well, for you it was politics, for me it wasn't, right? But we've been friends for a long time, and this is an outstanding man. He's a great man, and we're going to help each other.
But the headline that Trump wanted was this: Qatar Airways agreed to buy 210 Boeing jets. This is a deal worth around $96 billion US. It is the largest ever order of 787 Dreamliners and a shot in the arm for the embattled company Boeing.
Boeing, that's the largest order of jets in the history of Boeing. That's pretty good. And that's 140. Was that a 140 or 160? Well, yeah, but you're right. It's actually 200, including the 40, so it's over $200 billion. But 160 in terms of the jets. That's fantastic. So that's a record, Kelly. And congratulations to Boeing. Get those planes out there.
Trump says it's worth $200 billion, but the deal is for $96 billion, according to the government fact sheet. And this wasn't the only deal. Qatar is buying drone and anti-drone technology from the Americans. These are from companies like Raytheon. But here's the most controversial one. Qatar is gifting a jet to Donald Trump, a $400 million jet, a luxury Boeing 747-8. It's a gift from Qatar to Donald Trump. If allowed, it will be the largest in the history of the US presidency, the biggest such gift to a president. The ethics are murky, to say the least. The opposition Democrats in the US are slamming it, and so are many Republicans. But Qatar has vehemently defended it.
First of all, we bought this airplane from an American company. It's basically part of a cooperation that we've been doing a lot together between Qatar and the United States.
Now, you may wonder, why is Qatar so invested in Donald Trump? Why are they giving him such an expensive jet? It's basically a bribe. You see, Qatar is a very small country, around 11,000 square kilometers. That's smaller than some American states. It has a population of just 2.7 million people. Their GDP is just 1/4 of Saudi Arabia, but Qatar was always hungry for power. And it punches well above its weight. In the 1990s, US-Saudi ties hit a rough patch. Riyadh was not too keen on having American boots on its soil. They did not want to host American soldiers. So the Pentagon, which is the US Defense Ministry, started looking for a new home in the Gulf. Enter Doha. That's the capital of Qatar. The rulers in Doha rolled out the welcome mat, and the US military set up shop at the Al Udeid Air Base. Today, it is the forward headquarters of the US Central Command. In fact, Trump visited that base today.
Soon have the world's first and only sixth-generation fighter jet, the F-47. Why did they name it 47? Does anybody know? I don't know. 2026 budget includes across the board. Maybe you don't want it. Look, for the good of the country, you don't have to take it. Pay raises for each and every one of you, substantial pay raises.
Going back to the Qatar-US deal, it was a pretty straightforward one. The US keeps Qatar's royal family safe, the deal that they signed in the 90s, or the deal they agreed to. The US keeps Qatar's royal family safe, and in return, Qatar gives the US a strategic launch pad in West Asia. That was the deal. It's been 3 decades, and that hasn't changed. Qatar hosts the Americans. It also hosts Islamists and terrorists. It hosts the likes of the Muslim Brotherhood, the Taliban, even Hamas. Qatar has leverage on all sides, and Washington does not object. Do you know why? Because Qatar is not your average US ally. They have an outsized role in American strategy, a role they've built over many, many years. A recent investigation revealed how wide this was. Qatar has spent nearly $100 billion to buy influence in the US. $100 billion, look at the numbers. First is education. Qatar is the largest foreign funder of American higher education. It has spent $6.3 billion since 1986. The Qatar Foundation International gives millions of dollars to American public schools. This is to fund Arabic programs. Then there's media. They already have Al Jazeera, the television channel based in Doha. On paper, it has editorial freedom from the Qatari regime, but we know that it is soft on Islamist elements in West Asia. Plus, Qatar funds US media organizations as well, the likes of Newsmax. Then there are think tanks. From 2019 to 2023, Qatar has given $9 million to American think tanks. This includes the Brookings Institution, and the Qataris are also lobbying. Since 2017, they have spent $225 million on lobbying in Washington, D.C. So what does Qatar want in return? It wants a seat at the table. It wants limited criticism and preaching from the United States, and it wants a US foreign policy that works in Qatar's favor. So Trump's jet is not just a gift. It is a long-term bet. Qatar knows how important it is to be in Trump's good books. And what better investment than a grand gift? In global diplomacy, that's not just friendship, that is insurance. It's been a roller coaster day in Istanbul thanks to the war in Ukraine. Recently, Russian President Vladimir Putin rejected the call for a 30-day truce. Instead, he asked for direct talks with Kiev. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky agreed to the talks. So the meeting was supposed to happen today in Turkey. First in the morning, then in the afternoon. It is evening in Istanbul now, but still no Russia-Ukraine talks. After a day of uncertainty, there is only one point that is clear. The highly anticipated talks will happen, but Putin won't be there. Zelensky says he won't be there either. And following suit, neither will the US President Donald Trump. He had earlier hinted at attending these talks. But now he is weighing in from the Gulf, saying that nothing is going to happen until Putin and he get together. Here's a report.
Russian President Vladimir Putin, a no-show. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky blustering about. US President Donald Trump weighing in from the Gulf. The highly anticipated talks between Russia and Ukraine in Turkey today descended into chaos and confusion. Both Ukrainian and Russian delegates arrived, but they were in different cities. For us, there was no confirmation on who will meet, when and where. But the talks are set to happen, making the first face-to-face talks since 2022.
I'm here. I think this is very clear message.
Recently, Putin rejected the call for a 30-day truce. Instead, he asked for direct talks with Kyiv. Zelensky quickly agreed. He said that he was ready to meet, but that he would not meet any other Russian official apart from Putin. Meanwhile, US President Donald Trump hinted at upending his Gulf visit schedule and joining the talks.
You know, if something happened, I'd go on Friday if it was appropriate.
Earlier this week, the Turkish government said that it will provide all kinds of support. But after days of speculation earlier today, the Kremlin announced that Putin will not travel to Turkey. Instead, the Russian delegation is headed by Vladimir Medinsky. He's Putin's senior aide, and he led the last known direct talks with Ukraine 3 years ago. He is in Istanbul for the talks. Meanwhile, Zelensky is in the Turkish capital of Ankara. He's met with the Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. He has called the Russian delegation phony and accused the Kremlin of sending theater props. Russia's foreign ministry has hit back, calling Zelensky a clown and a loser. According to the latest reports, the Ukrainian team will hold talks with the Russia delegation, but Zelensky will not be there. The timing of the meeting has also been heavily disputed. According to the Russian state news agency, the meeting was set to start at 10 a.m. local time today. Ukraine called it fake news. Then the Russian foreign ministry said that the meeting has been postponed to the afternoon. But the Turkish government disagreed. The afternoon has come and gone. In the evening, a confirmation came from the Ukrainian side, and Zelensky said that the meeting will take place. So, how is the United States viewing this? Well, with lukewarm regard. While Trump is not in Turkey, his Secretary of State Marco Rubio is. He's there to attend an informal NATO meeting in Antalya. Trump, meanwhile, has said that Putin's absence doesn't disappoint him, but
Nothing's going to happen until Putin and I get together, okay? And obviously he wasn't going to go. He was going to go, but he thought I was going to go. He wasn't going if I wasn't there. And I don't believe anything's going to happen, whether you like it or not, until he and I get together.
So what does this diplomatic hide-and-seek mean for the war in Ukraine? Russia says that it sees the direct talks as a positive step. Their delegation head Medinsky has also said that Russia is prepared for possible compromises. The stakes are high. Both Trump and Ukraine's European allies have said that they will impose more sanctions on Moscow if it doesn't agree to a ceasefire. But will that be enough to bring Putin to the negotiating table and agree to a truce?
What do you think happens when world leaders meet? I'm sure there are serious talks. I'm sure there are lighter moments too. The serious stuff makes it into the official statement, but the lighter moments do not, unless, of course, the leaders reveal it themselves. And that's what happened in Moscow. President Putin is hosting the Malaysian Prime Minister. He gave him a tour of the St. Andrew Hall at the Kremlin. While there, Putin riddled the Malaysian PM. He asked him about 3 chairs placed in the throne room. His response? Perhaps even the Russian president did not expect it. Listen in.
I have just told Mr. Prime Minister what St. Andrew's Hall is. There are 3 thrones there, and I asked Prime Minister, so there are 3 thrones. One of them is for the Tsar, the second one is for his wife, and what do you think, the 3rd throne, what is it for? Who is it for? And without even thinking, Prime Minister said for the second wife. I have to say that our traditional values maybe are not the same, but the exchange of information is always useful for both parties. Thank you very much.
I have to respond. I only have one wife, Mr. President.
And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Hair-swinging dancers greet US President Donald Trump in Abu Dhabi. Ben & Jerry's co-founder was arrested after disrupting a Senate hearing, and a wildlife center staffers wear suits to take care of a tiny orphaned cub. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1948, the first Arab-Israel war broke out. It came just a day after Israel was founded. Troops from 5 Arab states attacked the country, but it was a poorly coordinated campaign. Israel proved to be the stronger force. The war ended in 1949, leaving Israel with control over more territory. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
By kicking kids off Medicaid. And you let food into Gaza. And you let food to starving kids. Congress is paying to bomb poor kids in Gaza and paying for it by kicking poor kids off.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Firstpost America. I'm Eric Ham, coming to you live from the nation's capital in Washington, D.C. And coming up on the program, Putin a no-show, and President Donald Trump winds down his state visit to the Middle East. We begin with the latest developments from Turkey, where Russia and Ukraine are likely to hold their first direct peace talks in over 3 years. But the key figure behind the proposal, Russian President Vladimir Putin, is not attending those talks in Istanbul despite publicly calling for them on May 11th. His name was missing from the Kremlin's final delegation list released late on Wednesday, which includes only mid and lower level officials, including his aide, the Deputy Defense Minister, and the head of military intelligence. Now, following the announcement, a U.S. official also confirmed that President Donald Trump, currently on a 3-nation tour of the Middle East, will not be attending either. Instead, the U.S. delegation in Turkey includes Secretary of State Marco Rubio and senior envoys Steve Witkoff and Keith Kellogg. The talks are centered on a possible 30-day ceasefire, security guarantees for Ukraine, and the status of Russian-occupied territories. NATO says the ball is now clearly in Russia's court to end the war in Ukraine.
Ukraine is ready to commit to a ceasefire and immediate negotiations. That's absolutely clear. The ball is now clearly in Russia's court.
Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky was in Ankara for talks with his Turkish counterpart after earlier stating he would only join the peace process if the Russian leader attended in person. His message ahead of the meeting left little doubt about who he believes is standing in the way of peace.
In fact, it is now more obvious to the entire world than at any other point during the full-scale war. It is clear that the only obstacle to establishing peace is the lack of a clear will from Russia to do so.
Але ми чуємо також, що президент Трамп
Now, the absence of Russian and U.S. leaders has lowered the expectations of a major breakthrough in the war that Moscow started back in February of 2022. Experts believe President Putin may have avoided the meeting to steer clear of being seen as responsible for prolonging the conflict.
Putin does not talk to people who insult or criticize him, be it a Russian politician or a foreign one. As Zelensky has said a lot over the years and continues accusing Putin, I think it's not possible for Putin. Therefore, it was delusional to expect that Putin would agree to talk to Zelensky at all.
But with deep division still in place, the path to peace in Ukraine remains uncertain, and the world watches closely for any signs of progress or escalation. Staying in the Middle East, President Trump is wrapping up a fast-paced 4-day trip across the Gulf region that has combined major business deals and strategic talks on artificial intelligence. Following his address at the largest American military installation in the Middle East, the president said he wanted to, quote-unquote, end conflicts, not start them, end quote. However, at the heart of this trip is a groundbreaking preliminary agreement that would reshape the region's role in the global artificial intelligence race. The United States and the UAE have reached an initial deal to allow the Gulf nation to import 500,000 of NVIDIA's most advanced AI chips annually, starting this year. Now, the deal is expected to accelerate the UAE's construction of massive data centers, solidifying its ambition to become a global hub of AI.
As you know, artificial intelligence has been a revolutionary technology, the most transformative technology of our time, maybe of any time. And you've heard plenty about the capabilities of artificial intelligence. You've also heard how AI is going to transform every single industry, meaning that it's going to be the infrastructure of every single industry.
However, the agreement has raised concerns within parts of the U.S. government, particularly around national security. There are fears that such technology transfers could end up benefiting rival nations, especially China.
As a matter of economic security, as a matter of national security, America has to beat China in the AI race. China has made AI central to its national strategy, and China aims to lead the world in AI by 2030.
Now, President Trump's trip has been marked by a flurry of high-profile deals and diplomatic surprises. In Qatar, a deal was struck for Qatar Airways to purchase up to 210 Boeing wide-body aircraft. Meanwhile, in Saudi Arabia, leaders committed to investing $600 billion into the U.S. economy and agreeing to a massive $142 billion U.S. arms purchase. Then, while speaking in Doha, President Trump declared that Qatar would invest $10 billion at Washington's largest military facility in the Middle East. These agreements underscore the president's push to strengthen economic ties with Gulf nations. So with the region eyeing a future at the forefront of global AI innovation and the United States signaling openness to deepening partnerships, all eyes are on how this new chapter unfolds, especially as chips, data, and diplomacy collide in a high-stakes game of technological supremacy. And continuing with President Donald Trump's high-profile Middle East visit, in the latest, President Trump has made a direct appeal to Qatar to help broker a new agreement with Iran aimed at curbing its fast-advancing nuclear program. Speaking at a state dinner in Doha, hosted by Qatari Emir, the president labeled the situation with Iran perilous, hoping to do the right thing.
And I hope you can help me with the Iran situation, because it's a perilous situation, and we want to do the right thing. We want to do something that's going to save maybe millions of lives, because things like that get started and they get out of control. I've seen it over and over again. They go to war and things get out of control, and we're not going to let that happen.
Now, Qatar has long acted as a key intermediary between the United States and Iran, including discussions involving Hamas. And with the Israel-Hamas conflict still raging, President Trump is looking to leverage Qatar's diplomatic channels to de-escalate the growing tension with Iran.
Because we want to see Iran do well, thrive, and be successful, and everybody be happy. I know many Iranians living in New York and Washington, D.C., and they're great people. And we want to have this end peacefully, not horribly. So I just want to thank Your Highness for that act of help.
In fact, the president, while speaking in Qatar, even declared that Iran has sort of agreed to the terms of a nuclear deal with the United States. The president described the latest talks between the two countries, which ended on Sunday, as very serious negotiations for long-term peace.
Iran has sort of agreed to the terms. They're not going to make, I call it in a friendly way, nuclear dust. We're not going to be making any nuclear dust in Iran. And we've been strong. I want them to succeed. I want them to end up being a great country. And I think we're getting close to maybe doing a deal without having to do this. There's two steps. There's a very, very nice step, and there's a violent step.
However, President Trump's portrayal of Iran did not sit well with the Tehran government. Iran's foreign minister called his country's characterization by President Trump as the most destructive force. He further added that the fourth round of U.S.-Iran talks held last Sunday were difficult as they focused on the controversial issue of enrichment.
It is truly unfortunate, this level of deceit, that Trump ignores all of Israel's threats and all of Israel's crimes in the region, and instead tries to present Iran as the threat. This is pure deception and an attempt to switch the place of the real threats. Who has killed 60,000 people in Gaza? Who has caused all this destruction?
And in another key development, President Trump also met with the newly appointed Syrian president during his stop in Riyadh. The face-to-face meeting, which lasted just over 30 minutes, was described by the White House as a pull-aside. But the president later told reporters the session went great, calling the Syrian president a young, attractive guy with a very strong past.
How did you find the Syrian president?
Right. I think very good. Young, attractive guy, tough guy. You know, strong pass, very strong pass fighter.
Does that worry you at all?
He's got a real shot at.
So as President Trump reaches the final stop on his Middle East tour, all eyes now turn to Tehran and if they are willing to make concessions on its nuclear program in exchange for lifting sanctions. And now we turn to Mexico. In a shocking and heartbreaking incident, 23-year-old Mexican beauty influencer Valeria Marquez was shot dead while live streaming on TikTok from her salon. Authorities say a man entered the salon and opened fire, killing her instantly. The case is now being investigated as femicide, and so far no suspects have been identified. Here's more on this deadly tragedy.
In a horrifying act of violence, 23-year-old Mexican beauty influencer Valeria Marquez was shot dead while live streaming from her beauty salon. This has shocked thousands of her fans who watched in real time. The brazen attack captured on camera has sparked nationwide outrage and renewed focus on Mexico's relentless wave of gender-based violence. According to Jalisco state prosecutors, a man entered Marquez's salon, blossomed the beauty lounge and opened fire. He struck her once in the chest and twice in the head. The young influencer died instantly, and her final moments were witnessed by viewers on TikTok. The chilling video ended only when another person picked up her phone to stop the live stream. Moments before her death, Marquez had been chatting casually on her live stream.
No.
She was cradling a toy, unaware of the horror that was about to unfold. She appeared visibly uneasy as she mentioned a recent incident where someone had tried to deliver her an expensive gift while she was away. That sense of unease turned fatal when a man reportedly posing as a delivery person entered the salon and shot her at point-blank range. Local media speculates that Ricardo Ruiz Velasco, a known drug cartel linked to the Jalisco Nueva Generación cartel, could be connected to the killing. Reports allege that Velasco had been romantically involved with the influencer and was angered by the gifts she received from admirers. Authorities are yet to identify the suspect, but the case is being investigated as a femicide. The targeted killing of women because of their gender. Human Rights Watch has pointed to systematic failures in protecting victims and investigating gender-based crimes. In 2023, Mexico ranked among the worst countries in Latin America for femicide rates, a grim reflection of ongoing impunity and institutional neglect. In Mexico, such brutal crimes are tragically common. According to the Mexico Peace Index of 2025, femicides made up 19.8% of female homicides in 2015, which resulted in 428 deaths. This has risen to 24.2% by 2024, with 829 women dead. Valeria Marquez was a rising star in Mexico's influencer scene. She was known for her tutorials and relatable content. With nearly 200,000 followers across TikTok and Instagram, she had built a loyal fan base who now mourn the sudden loss of a young life cut short by senseless violence. As forensic experts comb through evidence and the search for Valeria Marquez's killer intensifies, her death stands as a heartbreaking reminder of the deadly consequences of gender violence in Mexico, a crisis that shows no signs of slowing down.
And finally, we end in South Korea, where Starbucks South Korea has barred customers from using the names of presidential candidates and former President Yoon Suk-yeol when ordering drinks ahead of the country's June 3rd snap election. The decision affects the chain's Call My Name feature, which customers choose nicknames to be announced when orders are ready. The company cited previous misuse of the feature during elections, stating it wants to avoid political slogans or controversial names in stores. Here's more on what's brewing in the lead up to the snap elections.
In a twist that's more caramel macchiato than House of Cards, Starbucks South Korea has politely asked customers to keep politics out of their lattes. the coffee behemoth has stated that until further notice, ordering your cappuccino under the name of a presidential hopeful or their very not hopeful predecessor is a complete no-go. Why? Because South Korea is bracing for snap presidential elections on June 3rd. This is after former President Yoon Suk-yeol's spectacular fall from grace. His attempt to bring back martial law in 2024 ended about as well as you'd expect. Cue impeachment and a courtroom drama for insurrection. Naturally, Starbucks would rather not have its baristas dragged into this political soap opera. You see, South Korean Starbucks offers a Call My Name feature, a cutesy gimmick where customers can pick any nickname they fancy and a barista calls it out when their drink is ready. In theory, adorable. In practice, let's just say previous elections turned it into a live-action meme fest. This year, the company is getting ahead of the curve. The names of all 7 presidential candidates, including frontrunner Lee Jae-myung and conservative contender Kim Moon-so, are banned from Frappuccino fame until after the ballots close. Oh, and Yoon? He's firmly on the blacklist too. Impeachment and an insurrection trial will do that. Starbucks insists this isn't political. They just don't want their staff shouting out names that might cause awkward vibes or, public brawls at the counter. Profanity, sexual innuendo, and now presidential candidates are all on the naughty list because nothing ruins a flat white like shouting, "Order for martial law." Meanwhile, South Korea's political scene is frothier than a whipped cream cold brew. Yoon's power grab antics still enjoy fringe support, with fiery sermons and right-wing vloggers whipping up a storm. Earlier this year, pro-Yoon fanatics even stormed a Seoul courthouse when his arrest warrant got a judicial thumbs up. Adding extra foam to the drama, Yoon's party, the People Power Party, hasn't mustered the courage to expel him. Their candidate Kim Moon-soo is already in hot water for refusing to apologize over the martial law fiasco. And let's not forget Lee Jae-myung, the leading Democratic Party candidate, juggling his own stack of criminal trials. So for now, Starbucks South Korea would like to keep political chaos out of their stores. Because in a divided nation, perhaps the one thing we can all agree on is one venti cold brew, no side of insurrection, please.
That's our show for this Thursday, May 15th. We certainly thank all of you for tuning in. We hope to see you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks everyone for watching.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on First Post. Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We start with the latest developments from South Africa. Its relationship with the United States has been souring and fast. So in an attempt to prevent a fallout, South African President Cyril Ramaphosa will pay a visit to the United States next week. He is scheduled to meet US President Donald Trump in Washington on the 21st of May. According to Ramaphosa's office, the meeting will focus on bilateral, regional, and global issues of interest. Ramaphosa is going to Washington to clear the air. Since Trump's return to power, a series of decisions has led to a sharp downturn in bilateral ties. Most recently, a group of white South Africans arrived in the United States and were granted refugee status by the Trump administration. Ramaphosa condemned the move strongly, calling those who fled the country cowards. Trump insists Afrikaners in South Africa are being persecuted and are victims of what he calls a genocide. These claims remain unsubstantiated and rooted in a widely discredited conspiracy theory. Trump has fast-tracked the settlement process, arguing that white South Africans are subjected to racial discrimination. Pretoria has rejected the accusation, questioning the very basis on which refugee status was granted. It says that there is no persecution taking place. Refugee advocates have also raised questions, especially as the US has slowed or halted resettlement for refugees fleeing actual war zones. Then why the special path for Afrikaners?
I want to ask you about South African refugees. Now, this comes as you've halted virtually all refugee admissions for people fleeing famine and war from countries like Sudan and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Why are you creating an expedited path into the country for Afrikaners but not others?
Because they're being killed, and we don't want to see people be killed. But it's a genocide that's taking place that you people don't want to write about. But it's a terrible thing that's taking place, and farmers are being killed. They happen to be white.
Adding to the controversy, the U.S. State Department refused to answer questions about how the refugees' travel was funded.
UN's International Organization for Migration has told ABC that they were not involved in administering any loans. Now, typically, they would be the ones to run loans funded by the State Department to pay for refugees to come to the United States to cover those travel costs. I'm wondering, can you speak to how that travel was funded, or say anything more about whether the State Department is giving out any loans in this case?
Well, look, I'm not going to talk about specific relationships we have with organizations. I'm also not going to talk about operational details in terms of how we're implementing the priorities laid out by the President and Secretary Rubio.
Ramaphosa is watching all of this closely and wants to salvage what's left of the US-South Africa relationship. He had hinted last month that a meeting with Trump was on the cards.
President Trump and I also agreed to meet soon to address the various other matters regarding our relations between South Africa and the United States. We both spoke about the need to foster good relations between our two countries.
South Africa is also preparing to appoint a new ambassador to Washington. Ramaphosa will name a successor to Ibrahim Rasool, who was expelled by the US in March, shortly after Trump returned to power. With Ramaphosa heading to Washington, there's now some hope that the damaged ties could get a reset. We'll be tracking developments closely. Staying in South Africa, we'll now look at another white genocide story. It has exploded on Musk's social media platform X, formerly known as Twitter. His AI, Grok, has left people baffled on the internet. They ask Grok harmless questions about music, about entertainment, and about scenic locations and places. And instead of simple replies, the bot kept bringing up white genocide in South Africa. You know that feeling when you scream at Alexa to do one simple thing and she does everything except what you need? That was Grok for netizens. It went on like a broken record. Every prompt it was given, it just kept mentioning white genocide. Take a look at this. One user asked on X if we are in trouble using the F word. Grok went into a hard launch and landed in South Africa again. Other users too got similar responses. In each case, the answers strangely drifted into claims of racial targeting in South Africa. Soon, many of these posts started being taken down, but the damage was done, leaving many worried why a chatbot is pushing politically charged claims into unrelated prompts. Now, that unusual behavior for an AI raised eyebrows. Many started speculating if Elon Musk's past comments on the matter have something to do with it. Grok's responses started seeming less like a bug and more like a bias. Now, one user asked why the US right wing pushed the genocide narrative and who's spreading these lies. Grok jumped to defend itself, saying its algorithm hadn't been tampered with. It said it was neutral and advised users to check the Human Rights Watch. As we discussed, the white genocide is a conspiracy theory. It has been widely dismissed. Fact-checkers and journalists have debunked it. Musk, who grew up in South Africa, has repeatedly pushed this claim on his own platform. He recently sold X to his own artificial intelligence company, XAI. Musk wanted Grok to be deeply integrated. Now, the Grok going rogue comes at a time when the white genocide topic is already in the headlines. Now, we told you the white South African refugees resettling to the US. Trump cited genocide as a reason, even as refugee programs for other countries remain on hold. So what was Musk's AI bot really responding to? Was it programming or prompts or politics? We'll be watching for any clarification. Just, we'll not be going to Grok for any clarity. And shifting focus to East Africa, it looks like there's no end to Kenyan President William Ruto's controversies and criticism. His latest state visit to Beijing is now under scrutiny from the United States Senate. Lawmakers in Washington are raising questions about President Ruto's allegiance, just months after Kenya was designated a major non-NATO ally by the US. The scrutiny follows Ruto's speech at Peking University last month, where he reportedly described the current global system as quote-unquote broken and no longer fit for purpose. Ruto further said that Kenya and China were so-called architects of new fairer order.
In a world where globalization is no longer an option, but an existential imperative, any polarization is undesirable, unnecessary, and untenable.
Those comments have now prompted a sharp response from US senators. On Tuesday, the US Senate Foreign Relations Committee held a special session on East Africa, where lawmakers, including Senator James Risch, has asked whether Kenya's alignment is shifting.
Many African nations maintain troubling ties with China, including key national security partners. Just last month, President Ruto declared that Kenya, a major non-NATO ally, and China are co-architects of a new world order. That's not just alignment to China, it's allegiance.
Rich further warned that relying on leaders who openly embrace Beijing could be a strategic mistake, and suggested it may be time to reevaluate America's relationship with Kenya.
We must stop building U.S. policy in Africa around individual leaders and instead focus on strengthening institutions, expanding private sector ties, and empowering the region's young and dynamic populations.
The U.S. maintains substantial economic and security interests in East Africa. Kenya was designated a major non-NATO ally under former President Joe Biden, a status that comes with preferential access to military equipment, training, and defense loans. The U.S. has also partnered with Kenya in counter-terrorism operations in Somalia. But in recent years, Nairobi has grown closer to Beijing.
which through its Belt and Road Initiative has been funding crucial infrastructure projects across Kenya. During his state visit to China in April, Ruto described the two countries as all-weather strategic cooperative partners and reaffirmed Kenya's commitment to the One China principle.
Your Excellency, Kenya-China relations, a relationship deeply rooted in a historic, resilient, and all-weather friendship that has endured the test of time.
Coincidentally, while the Senate hearing was underway in Washington, President Ruto was hosting a Chinese delegation at State House, discussing ways to boost Kenyan tea exports to the Chinese market. Meanwhile, Ruto's ruling party, the United Democratic Alliance, is also reportedly deepening ties with China's Communist Party, a growing political alignment that's only adding to concerns in Washington. And despite Kenya's status as a U.S. security partner, its deepening engagement with Beijing is now forcing a bigger question. Is Nairobi still firmly on America's side, or is it looking east? And for our last story, let's turn our attention to the sharply escalating tensions between France and Algeria. In the latest escalation, France has announced that it will expel Algerian diplomats in a move of strict reciprocity. Now, this comes after Algeria expelled 15 French officials last week. This marks a significant downturn in the already strained relationship between the two nations. The French Ministry of Europe and Foreign Affairs confirmed the decision in a statement, revealing that Algerian officials had been summoned and informed of the expulsions. While the exact number of Algerian diplomats affected remains undisclosed, French Foreign Minister Noël Barrot told the state media that, and I quote, "The Algerians wanted to send back our agents, we are sending theirs back," unquote. Now, this latest development follows Algeria's expulsion of French officials on Sunday. Algiers attributed this move to Paris breaking established diplomatic procedures, particularly concerning the assignment of new diplomats to replace those expelled last month. These reciprocal actions undermine a 2013 agreement that allowed individuals with diplomatic passports to travel between France and Algeria without the need for visas. This escalation further highlights the depth of the current diplomatic crisis. The relationship between France and its former colony has long been fraught with complexities, stemming from issues of immigration and the enduring legacy of French colonialism. These underlying tensions were reignited last year when France shifted its stance on the Western Sahara by backing Morocco's sovereignty over the disputed territory. This move was strongly opposed by Algeria, which supports the pro-independence Polisario Front. Now, the escalating diplomatic standoff now threatens significant economic ties, with over $12 billion in annual bilateral trade potentially at risk. Furthermore, it could create considerable difficulties for the hundreds of thousands of Algerian-born residents of France who frequently travel between the two countries. France is urging Algeria to demonstrate responsibility and to return to a demanding and constructive dialogue, emphasizing that such engagement is in the best interest of both nations. However, with both sides now engaged in retaliatory expulsions, the path to de-escalation remains uncertain. And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. last week made one thing clear for Indians: who stands with us and who does not. Turkey is part of the second group. They are arming and supporting Pakistan despite their support for terror. And Turkey, in turn, is being armed by Donald Trump. The US president has cleared a $300 million missile deal for Turkey. Will President Erdogan hand these weapons to Pakistan? What does this nexus mean for India? Also, what is Pakistan's Prime Minister up to? He is proposing a broad peace talk with India. We'll tell you how New Delhi should respond. Meanwhile, Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar spoke to Taliban's Foreign Minister yesterday. Is India thinking about recognizing the regime in Kabul? And what is brewing in Balochistan? Will the province break away from Pakistan? And if so, what does Pakistan stand to lose? Pakistan is enemy number one in India. Everyone is talking about them. But tonight, we're focusing on number two, and that is Turkey. The sentiment against Turkey is very strong because they back Pakistan with words and with weapons. The interesting thing is that India and Turkey have no historical rivalry, not even a border to dispute. Yet, Ankara is openly hostile towards India. They're arming Pakistan, which is a state sponsor of terror. And instead of questioning that, the world is rewarding Turkey. Case in point, the United States. Washington has approved a weapons deal for Turkey. It's a deal worth $304 million. It covers two kinds of weapons: 53 medium-range missiles for around $225 million and 60 Sidewinder Block 2 missiles. These are for $79 million. The total is more than $300 million. This deal has been approved by US President Donald Trump. It will now go to the US Congress, and when the Congress clears it, Turkey will get new American weapons. But Erdogan is not done yet. He is eyeing a bigger prize from Donald Trump. He wants the F-35 fighter jet. This is a fifth-generation plane. Erdogan is keen to buy it, but for that, the US will have to change its laws. Let me explain. In 2017, Turkey decided to buy weapons from Russia. They bought the S-400 missile defense system. This purchase triggered American sanctions, meaning the Americans imposed sanctions on Turkey for buying Russian weapons, 2017. That's because the US has a law. It says if you buy weapons from a rival nation, the US can sanction you. So if you buy weapons from countries like Iran or North Korea or Russia, then the Americans can sanction you. The law is called CAATSA, Countering America's Adversaries Through Sanctions Act. In 2018, India faced the same threat. That's because India too acquired the same weapon from Russia, the S-400 system. But the Americans did not sanction India. They gave India a waiver. Turkey did not get a waiver. So they were kicked out of the F-35 program. That was in 2017. Now let's come to present day. Erdogan is hoping that Trump will lift the sanctions, that he will sell the F-35s to Turkey. And what is Erdogan offering in return? Mainly two things. Number one, stability in Syria. You see, there are American troops in Syria. Erdogan is offering Turkish troops to replace the Americans. This would allow Trump to bring back US soldiers, to bring them back home, basically claim a victory in West Asia. And we saw indications of that this week. Trump agreed to lift sanctions on the new Syrian regime, a regime supported by Erdogan. So that's one motivation for America. They could use Turkish help in Syria. The second is the Russia-Ukraine war. Again, Turkey is playing a key role here. As we speak, talks are underway in Istanbul. Erdogan is hosting officials from Russia and Ukraine. He is trying to play mediator to end this war. If it does end, if the war ends, Erdogan may have an even bigger role. He may deploy Turkish soldiers to uphold the truce. Now remember, Turkey is also a NATO member. In fact, it has the second biggest army in NATO. The biggest, of course, is the US with 1.3 million soldiers. Turkey is second with 350,000 soldiers. So their cooperation will be key. Both these factors explain Donald Trump's reset with Recep Tayyip Erdogan. As expected, he's all praise for the Turkish president.
I spoke with President Erdogan, who I'm very friendly with him. He feels he's got a shot at doing a good job.
Well, I have great relations with a man named Erdogan. Have you heard of him? Yeah. And I happen to like him, and he likes me, and I know the press will get very angry. He likes Erdogan, but I do, and he likes me, and we've never had a problem, and we've gone through a lot, and we've never had a problem. We've always gotten.
Now, why should this worry India? Well, politically, it's obvious. Turkey is arming and supporting Pakistan, so our goal would be to isolate Erdogan. But there's a bigger concern. What if Turkey sells these American weapons to Pakistan? Reports say it's a possibility, and so does history. Let me take you back to 2019. Pakistan used the F-16s and some medium-range missiles against India. This was during the Baloch episode, 2019. And both these weapons had a Turkish connect. In 2009, Pakistan reached out to Turkey. They struck a deal worth $75 million. Pakistan struck a deal with a Turkish aerospace firm. For what? To upgrade Pakistan's F-16 jets. More than 40 planes were upgraded in total. As for the missiles, these latest ones are called AMRAAMs, Advanced Medium Range Air-to-Air Missiles. This is what Turkey is getting from the US. Only one plane in Pakistan's fleet can fire these missiles. And no prizes for guessing which one it is. It is the F-16s. So the new American supplies will worry India, A, because they could spill over to Pakistan, and B, they suggest a deepening nexus. Turkey is Pakistan's second biggest arms supplier. The first, obviously, is China. Both these countries have ties dating back to the Cold War. More recently, they have turned religious. Erdogan is trying to challenge Arab dominance in the Islamic world. His goal is to set up an alternative power center. And in that quest, Pakistan is key. It is the second most populous Muslim country in the world, also the only one with a nuclear bomb. And this presents a challenge for New Delhi, because Erdogan's animosity is not based on India's actions. Like I said, there is no historical enmity, no borders to dispute, no waters to share. This is purely based on Erdogan's worldview and ambitions, and there's nothing that India can do to change that. So the better option is to respond in kind. We've been telling you about Turkey's military support to Pakistan, but there's a key detail that we must highlight tonight. This military link goes straight to President Erdogan, the Turkish president. Basically, his family is directly arming the enemy. I'm talking about drones, the Turkish drones that Pakistan used to attack India. This happened on the 10th of May. Drones crossed into the Indian airspace. Their target was Amritsar in the Indian state of Punjab. These were kamikaze drones. You could say they were flying bombs designed to crash into the target and explode. Pakistan was using a drone called Bekar-Yeho 3. Now, this is made in Turkey by a company called Bekar. It's a well-known name in drone manufacturing. Bekar has been supplying drones to Ukraine as well for its war against Russia. And it also supplies to the Pakistani military. These are the Yeho drones. Each one comes with a high explosive payload. Pakistan used these drones against India. It tried to target Indian civilians. The attack failed. All the drones were shot down. But Pakistan's intentions were exposed. It wanted to attack Indian civilians. And Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan enabled this attack. Like I said, there's a personal link between Erdogan and Bekar. There's a family connection. Bekar's chairman is this man, Selçuk Bayraktar. He is Erdogan's son-in-law. Bayraktar is married to the Turkish president's daughter. Her name is Sume Erdogan. And the president supports their drone company politically as well. It has received state support, this company. It has got all kinds of tax exemptions. Of course, Turkish government officials deny allegations of favoritism, but President Erdogan himself has actively promoted Bekar. When he is on a state visit, it is hard to miss the connection. And now that same company is arming Pakistan. It wouldn't have happened without Erdogan's blessing and support. He is obviously arming Pakistan and adding to the security threats against India. So now New Delhi is retaliating on multiple fronts. Indian tourists, as you know, are boycotting Turkey. Travel agencies say bookings are being cancelled in large numbers. This will hit the Turkish economy, which is already in a poor state. India sends lakhs of tourists to Turkey every year, so cancellations will make a dent. Plus, Turkish companies are facing the heat. Yesterday, India revoked the security clearance for a Turkish company. Its name is Çelebi. It manages ground operations at airports. In India, it was handling operations at 9 major airports. But now that their security clearance has been revoked, it will struggle to operate in India, this company. The Delhi airport had a partnership with Çelebi. They've ended it. And on its part, Çelebi has denied any wrongdoing, of course. But New Delhi is taking no chances. It is putting Turkish businesses under scrutiny, like Turkish Airlines. Reports say India is reviewing their operations as well and their business interests. Turkish Airlines has a partnership with Indigo, which is a major Indian budget carrier. Turkish Airlines also runs a maintenance company. All these deals are now under the scanner. Plus, diplomatic ties are coming under strain. There was a ceremony scheduled for yesterday for the new Turkish ambassador to India. He was supposed to present his credentials to the Indian president. That ceremony was suddenly called off. And I must tell you, such last-minute cancellations are very rare. The schedule was fixed about 10 days back, so the sudden change in plans caught many by surprise. It could be a message from India. Turkey cannot arm Pakistan and expect normal ties with India. It cannot be business as usual. Not when Turkish drones are used to target Indian civilians.
Talk for trade, it has to be a comprehensive dialogue.
Now let me tell you about a Pakistani drama. It's an old one. The plot never changes, the actors do. And they keep dropping new seasons every now and then. Typically, a season has 4 episodes. Number 1, a terrorist attack on India. 2, Pakistan denying responsibility. 3, Pakistan deflecting scrutiny. And 4, Pakistan offering a dialogue. As we speak, episode 4 is playing out, starring Shehbaz Sharif, their Prime Minister. Listen to what he said.
अब अमन की बात करो तो उसके लिए हम तैयार हैं और इस अमन के लिए जो लाजमी शराइत हैं वो तुम्हें अच्छी तरह पता है.
Sharif is offering dialogue. He made the statement at an airbase in Pakistan's Punjab, surrounded by senior military officials, including Pakistan's Army and Air Force chiefs. The message was carefully orchestrated. Peace talks with full military backing. But as always, there's a plot twist. Sharif's offer has more strings attached than a puppet show. He is setting preconditions for talks. He wants to dictate the terms. He wants to expand the agenda. And of course, he wants to toss in Kashmir and the Indus Waters Treaty. It's a classic Pakistan move. When caught red-handed on terrorism, they scream Kashmir. But India is having none of it.
Where Pakistan is concerned, our relations, our dealings with them will be bilateral and strictly bilateral. That is a national consensus for many years. Prime Minister made it very clear that the only talks with Pakistan will be on terror. That Pakistan has a list of terrorists who need to be handed over. They have to shut down the terrorist infrastructure. They know what to do. We are prepared to discuss with them what is to be done on terrorism. Those are the talks which are feasible.
Today, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh went a step further. He called out the West for supporting Pakistan. He slammed the International Monetary Fund for bankrolling the terror factories of Pakistan. As we've been telling you, the IMF continues to bail out Pakistan. At the height of tensions with India, they approved another loan, more than $2 billion for Pakistan. Today, India's Defence Minister has asked the IMF to reconsider it. He said, funding Pakistan is funding terrorism.
इंटरनेशनल मॉनेटरी फंड से आने वाले $1 बिलियन के बड़े हिस्से को टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को फंड करने में इस्तेमाल होगा, ऐसा मेरा मानना है। क्या यह इंटरनेशनल मॉनेटरी फंड IMF द्वारा, जो कि एक इंटरनेशनल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, उसके द्वारा इनडायरेक्ट फंडिंग इसे नहीं माना जाएगा? मैं दुनिया के लोगों के सामने यह सवाल रखना चाहता हूं।
Rajnath Singh has warned that Pakistan could use IMF funds to support terrorists. In fact, it's already happening. We told you about this yesterday. Pakistan is set to give a hefty compensation to Masood Azhar, the UN-sanctioned terrorist and the head of Jaish-e-Mohammed. He will be given 14 crore rupees. What for? As compensation for the death of his family members. They were killed in the Indian strikes. So while India is killing terrorists, Pakistan is compensating them. And the world remains silent about all of this. But India has decided to make some noise. New Delhi is planning a diplomatic campaign. A delegation of lawmakers will travel the world. These are members of parliament from all major political parties, including the opposition. They will travel the world to counter Pakistan's narrative. Reports say Shashi Tharoor will lead this multi-party delegation. He is a Congress MP, a former diplomat and a former Under-Secretary General of the United Nations. He also leads the Parliamentary Committee on External Affairs. He will lead this mission despite being an opposition leader. And this is significant. It shows that India is united against Pakistani terrorism and that the government has the support from all quarters. Also, this is not a first. In 1994, Narasimha Rao was India's Prime Minister and he did something similar. He sent a delegation of opposition leaders to Geneva, including leaders like Atal Bihari Vajpayee, who went on to become India's Prime Minister, and Farooq Abdullah, a former Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. They fought India's case at the UN Human Rights Commission. Pakistan had sponsored a resolution against India and our delegation defeated this resolution. So India may now be taking a page from history as it steps up its campaign against Pakistan. All's fair in love and war. This must be one of the most used lines in history, yet it rings true even today. When the fighting starts, all illusions are shattered. Only one thing matters, and that is victory. India seems to understand that. Yesterday, Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar had a phone conversation. As always, he posted an update on social media, and we had to rub our eyes to check again because the phone call was with the Taliban, with their Foreign Minister Amir Khan Muttaqi. Indian diplomats had already reached out to them. In fact, the Foreign Secretary met Muttaqi in January this year. But this was the foreign minister of India. It was the first political contact with the Taliban since 1999. Yes, we've had diplomatic contact since then. We've had technical contact, but this was the first political contact with the Taliban. The last one was during the Kandahar hijacking. Back then, Jaswant Singh was India's foreign minister. He reached out to the Taliban's minister, Wakil Ahmad Muttawakil. Of course, that was a crisis situation. But what explains the outreach now? Let me quote from Jaishankar's statement. Deeply appreciate Acting Foreign Minister Muttaqi's condemnation of the Pahalgam terrorist attack. Welcomed his firm rejection of recent attempts to create distrust between India and Afghanistan through false and baseless reports. Let me give you some context. Last week, Pakistan claimed that India was firing missiles into Afghanistan, that India was attacking Afghanistan. Needless to say, this was false. The Taliban themselves rejected this Pakistani claim. But Pakistan's motive was pretty clear. They wanted to drive a wedge between India and Afghanistan. Clearly, that effort did not pay off. In fact, it seems to have been counterproductive because now top Indian and Taliban officials are talking to each other. We'll discuss the strategy in detail, but first, let's look at what the Taliban is saying. I'm quoting from their statement. Calling India a key regional country with historical relations with Afghanistan, Foreign Minister Muttaqi expressed hope for further strengthening relations. Make no mistake, this is a big diplomatic coup for Kabul. A call from the Indian foreign minister is like gold dust for them. But does this also mean recognition? Well, not officially, not yet. We haven't sent an ambassador to Kabul, nor have we allowed the Taliban to send an ambassador to Delhi. Yes, there is a Taliban nominee in India, but he is not the ambassador. He is an acting envoy. Now we come to the strategy itself. Why is India talking to the Taliban? Frankly, the answer is pretty obvious. The Taliban took charge in August 2021, yet the phone call happened only yesterday, in 2025. Just days after the conflict between India and Pakistan. Safe to say that was the trigger, the conflict. Most of us expected the Taliban to be Pakistan's proxy, but things haven't worked out like that. The Taliban and Pakistan have clashed over border disputes. Pakistan even launched airstrikes on Afghan land. In response, the Taliban has fired on Pakistani army posts. They're also supporting TTP terrorists in Pakistan. TTP is the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, which is basically Pakistani Taliban. They share ethnic ties with the Taliban in Kabul, so Islamabad says Afghanistan is shielding and arming them. Kabul, of course, denies this. They say the TTP is Pakistan's homegrown problem, that they're Pakistanis, not Afghans. Now, from the outside, India's thinking is clear. Your enemy's enemy is your friend. But what if that enemy's enemy is trampling on freedoms? What if he is banning women from public places? What if he is known for supporting terrorists? That is the moral dilemma that India faces. I know a lot of people will take the moral high ground here. They will ask, how can India talk to such barbarians? Are we not legitimizing them? Let me just say this. It's easy to say this from the outside. Yes, India has a commitment to the Afghan people, but India has a primary commitment to its own people to ensure that they are safe and secure. If India has embarked on this path, I'm sure there will be red lines. The question is, where and what will those lines be? To much of the world, Balochistan is a mystery, just another name on the map. To Pakistan, it's a nightmare, a powder keg of resentment, a graveyard of grand ambitions, and maybe, just maybe, the beginning of Islamabad's unraveling. The harder Pakistan tries to control it, the faster it slips through its fingers. Look at what's happening right now. Baloch leaders are not asking, they're declaring independence. They want to be do not want to be part of Pakistan anymore. And it's all over social media. Republic of Balochistan is trending. Balochistan even has a request for India. It wants New Delhi to recognize them. It wants a Baloch embassy in the Indian capital. India is yet to formally comment on this, and it's unlikely that they will. But it has left Pakistan spooked. Why? Because of how important Balochistan is to them. Let me pull up a map for you. This is a map of Pakistan with all its provinces marked. Do you see how big Balochistan is? It is Pakistan's largest province. It occupies 44% of Pakistan's total territory, 44%, that's almost half the country. The Baloch are the largest ethnic group in Pakistan, followed by the Pashtuns. And they should have been rich because their homeland, Balochistan, is extremely rich in resources. It has natural gas, minerals, copper, and gold in abundance. This is untapped mineral wealth, potentially worth around $1 trillion. We can already imagine Donald Trump getting excited. But there's more. Balochistan is also the fruit basket of Pakistan. It produces a lot of the country's fruits and nuts. But despite these resources, the people of Balochistan are poor. In fact, it is Pakistan's poorest province, the least developed and the most heavily militarized. You see, Balochistan became a part of Pakistan only in 1948. The nation-state of Pakistan was formed after partition in 1947, but Balochistan did not join them immediately. It took 1 year and difficult talks. And since then, uprisings have followed in waves, each one crushed with brutal precision. People disappeared, activists were tortured, and half of the province looks like a ghost town. But here's the part no one really talks about openly. Pakistan has always feared Balochistan. And it's not just because of rebellion. It's because of if Balochistan goes, everything goes. Let me take you back to that map we just saw. You can see Balochistan and its vast coastline along the Arabian Sea. It's because of this coastline that China chose Balochistan. They chose it for CPEC, the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. And the crown jewel of this project is a port. It is called the Gwadar Port. This is what makes Balochistan so crucial. It provides trade and energy routes. Gwadar provides direct access to the Indian Ocean, and the rest of Balochistan offers an alternative land route. That is why this province is important for Pakistan. Without it, CPEC becomes a carcass. Pakistan loses the Gwadar port, and access to the Arabian Sea becomes limited. This will seriously hurt Pakistan's relationship with China if they lose Balochistan. Plus, there's a buffer with Iran and Afghanistan. Balochistan borders both these countries, Iran and Afghanistan. So a lot of Pakistan's regional posture depends on it. Lose Balochistan and Pakistan loses its significance. And geography is only half the crisis. It's also about natural wealth. Balochistan is home to the Sui gas fields. It supplies much of Pakistan's domestic energy. Then there are minerals. A big share of Pakistan's extractive economy depends on it. And here's the real kicker. Pakistan will lose the wealth but keep the debt if Balochistan goes. And that's a lot of debt. The loans from China, the cost of CPEC, the unpaid dues to foreign investors, Islamabad will have to pay all of it. That too without the territory that supposedly justified it. And beyond all of this is the question of national unity. Losing half of your country will be a serious blow. Rawalpindi knows that, which is why Pakistan's army has spent decades trying to crush the Baloch insurgency. As always, they're failing. In the last few years, the Pakistani army has been under attack. They faced multiple attacks from the BLA, that's the Baloch Liberation Army. Recently, they hijacked a train with 400 passengers on board. So the militants are only getting bolder. Right now, Pakistan has a lot to be worried about. Balochistan is not just a province in revolt, it is a mirror reflecting everything that Pakistan has failed to fix. The inequality, the injustice, and the hollow promises of unity. If Balochistan breaks away, it won't end there. It will open the floodgates. It will set a precedent and turn a fragile federation into a fragmented map. For Pakistan, this is not just a security crisis, it is an existential one. Our next story is about war in the digital age. And for that, we turn to India's strikes on Pakistan's terror machinery. Operation Sindoor is still on, and it has sent ripples across the world. It has shown India's military might. We've told you about the kind of weapons that were used. But do you know what was at the heart of India's operation? Artificial intelligence, or AI. That's right, AI proved to be a game changer. It gave India the clear upper hand in 100 hours of fighting. AI was deployed for two roles. First, let's talk about offense. Indian jets proved to be too lethal. They struck Pakistan at will. The Rafale gave India the edge. The jet launched long-range missiles like the Scalp. It struck targets deep inside Pakistan. Pakistan had Chinese radars. They failed to detect the Indian launches. Their Chinese air defense systems also failed. Why? Because the Chinese systems had been blinded, not literally, but electronically. Because of the AI technology that the Rafale brings to the table. It uses AI algorithms for electronic warfare. The Rafale's radar tracks targets. Then the AI runs super computations. It studies the radar input and finds weak spots in air defenses. It gives the pilot options to launch the attack. Now, we already know that Indian jets jammed Chinese systems that paved the way for the airstrikes. Given the Rafale's AI capabilities, it may have done the jamming. And AI would have aided the operation by giving the Rafale pilots real-time data to launch missiles for optimal hits. So that was AI's role when India was on the offensive. Now let's also look at the defense. Pakistan retaliated to the Indian strikes on terror camps. They launched projectiles at Indian military bases and civilian areas. But India's air defense network shot down the threats. This was done using two things: anti-aircraft guns and surface-to-air missiles. It was a coordinated effort by the Army and the Air Force, but AI played a major role here as well. This happened in two phases. First, AI recorded the radar imagery of the drones and missiles. It studied their trajectory and calculated where they could hit. That was phase one. Then came the second phase. AI guided the Indian air defense units. It gave them multiple plans on how to position the anti-aircraft systems so that the projectiles could be shot down. That too with the least amount of effort. This helped in saving time and ammunition. So AI was actively used in deep strikes and air defense. This is Indian innovation at its finest. Even Prime Minister Modi highlighted the use of advanced technology in combat.
बीते दशक में एयरफोर्स सहित हमारी सभी सेनाओं के पास दुनिया की श्रेष्ठ टेक्नोलॉजी पहुंची है। लेकिन हम सब जानते हैं, नई टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ चुनौतियां भी उतनी ही बड़ी होती है। कॉम्प्लिकेटेड और सोफिस्टिकेटेड सिस्टम को मेंटेन करना, उन्हें एफिशिएंसी के साथ ऑपरेट करना, ये एक बहुत बड़ी स्किल है। आपने टैक को टैक्टिक्स से जोड़कर दिखा दिया है। आपने सिद्ध कर दिया है कि आप इस गेम में दुनिया में बेहतरीन है।
So AI has been officially deployed to the front lines. India may be one of the first nations to do so. Indian forces have tested AI in combat and seen success. The Indian Air Force calls it a cat and mouse game.
ये एक दूसरी तरह का वॉरफेयर था and it is bound to happen. हम लोग पिछली लड़ाई, अगली जो कभी भी लड़ाई होगी, भगवान करे ना हो, लेकिन अभी यदि हुई तो ये पिछली लड़ाई की तरह नहीं होगी। हर एक लड़ाई जो है अलग तरीके से लड़ी जाती है। इट इज अ कैट एंड माउस गेम एंड यू हैव टू बी अहेड ऑफ द कर्व टू बीट योर एडवर्सरी।
India's use of AI in warfare may come as a surprise, but this has been in the pipeline for years. The groundwork, in fact, began in 2018. India's Defence Ministry set up 2 teams. Their job was to introduce AI into the military, and the project really took off. By 2022, 40 AI-specific defence projects had been completed, 40 projects. The private sector was also brought in. Dedicated funding for AI projects was allocated. 100 crore rupees were released for AI development. That's more than $10 million. And now India wants to go all out. Why do I say this? Because New Delhi is doubling down on its defence. Another 50,000 crore rupees has been allocated. That's almost $6 billion. It will be in addition to this year's defence budget, which stood at a record-breaking $77 billion. The reason for the top-up is Operation Sindoor. Reports say the $6 billion will go into R&D, that's research and development, on advanced capabilities and technology like AI. One thing is clear, AI is going to swarm the battlefield. Jets and air defense units are already using it. Very soon, it could be in tanks and rifles as well. For years, battles were fought on the land, sea and air. Now they will be fought on servers too. For most people, AI is ChatGPT and Ghibli studio images, but for Indian soldiers, it is a force multiplier. You can hate him, you can love him, but you definitely cannot ignore him. I'm talking about the one and only Donald J. Trump, real estate mogul turned reality TV star, and now the President of the United States of America, the leader of the so-called free world. How does he deal with other countries? He plays it like one big game of Monopoly. As long as nobody's in jail and everyone's paying rent, Trump is winning.
That was my intro song right from the beginning, because as you know, we won 3 elections, okay? And some people want us to do a 4th. I don't know. We'll have to think about that.
Look at his latest comments, especially about the India-Pakistan conflict. He is desperate to claim credit, desperate to play peacemaker, even though no one has asked him to. India insists that this is a bilateral issue. India has repeated it multiple times, but Trump, being Trump, wants to solve it, even though he doesn't understand it. He says this has been going on for centuries.
I guess people knew something was going to happen based on a little bit of the past. They've been fighting for a long time. You know, they've been fighting for many, many decades and centuries, actually, if you really think about it. No, I just hope it ends very quickly.
Trump took credit for a ceasefire he did not broker. He floated trade as leverage. He hinted at future negotiations, even though India has rejected this. But Trump wants credit ASAP.
We're negotiating with India right now. We're going to be soon negotiating with Pakistan. And we stopped the nuclear conflict. I think it could have been a bad nuclear war. Millions of people could have been killed. So I'm very proud of that.
And it's not just about India. This is Trump's attitude about most situations. Any war, any conflict, any discussion, Trump treats foreign policy like real estate deals. He is convinced that if he is in the room, things get done. If he is part of it, conflicts end. And if he is not, it is either irrelevant or a lost cause.
Nothing's going to happen until Putin and I get together, okay? And obviously he wasn't going to go. He was going to go, but he thought I was going to go. He wasn't going if I wasn't there. And I don't believe anything's going to happen, whether you like it or not, until he and I get together. But we're going to have to get it solved because too many people are dying.
And when he cannot solve a crisis, he has other plans. Because no matter what the situation is, it can always be made profitable, like a Riviera at the end of a bombed tunnel.
I don't want to be cute. I don't want to be a wise guy, but the Riviera of the Middle East, this could be something that could be so bad. This could be so magnificent.
So it can be South Asia or Europe or Gaza. In Trump's world, nothing moves if he is not in the room. And when he is in the room, he's usually distracted by the marble floors or the camels outside.
The job you've done is second to none. You look at this, it's so beautiful. As a construction person, I'm seeing perfect marble. This is what they call perfecto. And Just a great job you've done, and what a beautiful place. And we appreciate those camels. I haven't seen camels like that in a long time.
Trump treats geopolitics like an episode of The Apprentice. Global crises solved by gut feeling. Alliances, nothing more than glorified protection rackets. Institutions, just a pile of bad deals waiting to be scrapped. Dictators, strong guys getting things done. And terrorists, sometimes in Trump's world, they're just good-looking, attractive guys with potential. His words.
How did you find the Syrian president?
Right. Right. I think very good. Young, attractive guy, tough guy. You know, strong pass. Very strong pass fighter.
Does that worry you at all?
He's got a real shot at pulling it together.
I want to thank His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, for that incredible introduction. He's an incredible man. Known him a long time now. There's nobody like him. You sort of remind me a little bit of each other, if you want to know the truth. They're both tall, handsome guys that happen to be very smart.
However, not all leaders get to see this side of Trump. Some get berated in the Oval Office for not wearing a suit and for not agreeing to a ceasefire.
You're in no position to dictate that. Remember this. You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good.
Feel influence.
We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position.
But if there's one thing that always seems to baffle Trump, it is numbers. Basic math is just not his thing. Most of the figures he rattles off are either wildly exaggerated or just plain wrong. 1 million becomes 10 million. 100 billion is suddenly trillions. And that's really not helpful when you declare a global trade war.
European Union, they're very tough, very, very tough traders. You know, you think of European Union, very friendly. They rip us off. It's so sad to see. It's so pathetic. 39%. We're going to charge them 20%. From Boeing, that's the largest order of jets in the history of Boeing. That's pretty good. And that's 140. Was that a 140 or 160? Well, yeah, but you're right. It's actually 200, including the 40. So it's over $200 billion.
And when he's not rattling off wrong numbers, he's giving weird explanations for things. Like using bleach to treat the Wuhan virus, or how windmills work, or what groceries mean. You have to listen to this.
When I see the disinfectant, where it knocks it out in a minute, 1 minute, and is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside or almost a cleaning? And you know, I know windmills very much. I've studied it better than anybody. I know it's very expensive. They're made in China and Germany mostly. Very few made here, almost none. But they're manufactured tremendous, if you're into this, tremendous fumes, gases are spewing into the atmosphere. We have a term, grocery. It's an old term, but it means basically what you're buying, food. It's a pretty accurate term, but it's an old-fashioned sound.
Makes you want to laugh. Trump's foreign policy is rich with comedy, the handshakes, the mispronunciations, the Twitter diplomacy, and the casual shoving. But after a point, it's not funny. He is, after all, the President of the United States. He's making policies based on impulse, ego, and prime-time news. To him, trade deals are ego boosters, wars an opportunity to take credit, and NATO, just another country club filled with freeloaders who never pay their dues.
I think they've been freeloading. The European Union's been absolutely terrible to us on trade, terrible. And as you know, NATO, I got them to pay hundreds of billions of dollars. They were way behind.
That makes the world a more volatile place. Democracies stumble, autocracies strut, global institutions weaken, rogue states gamble, and your allies scramble for options.
A good picture, everybody, so we look nice and handsome and thin.
Beautiful.
Perfect.
Sure, that's hilarious, but behind this comedy is a deeply problematic idea that the world can be run like a business. This is not just a president with no grasp of strategic interest. This is a president who doesn't even believe they matter. But you see, foreign policy is not a game of feelings. It has consequences, real ones. And the problem with Trump is twofold. He neither understands it nor tries to. So with Trump, you never know what you're going to get. One day he's a peacemaker. The next, he's tweeting about nukes. We have said in the past, do not listen to what Trump says. Watch what he does. But here's the catch. What he does is just as chaotic. If you think that's entertaining, just wait till it blows up in your backyard. Now let's look at the art of making a deal. Donald Trump has concluded his high-profile Gulf visit, his first official tour since returning to the White House. A tour marked by grand gestures, monumental deals, and a fair share of controversy. Trump started with Saudi Arabia, then went to Qatar, where he dabbled in both deals and diplomacy. The final stop was the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, and that was just about business. The UAE knew this. They went all out for the US president. It began right from touchdown. Trump was greeted at the airport by the UAE's president, that's Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan. The first stop was a mosque. It is called the Sheikh Zayed Grand Mosque. It is a beacon of Islamic architecture. For the first time, the mosque was closed for public use. Clearly, Trump was an important guest. Next stop, the presidential palace. The US president was welcomed with a traditional spectacle, the Al Ayala dance. Women stood in a line with white gowns and flipped their hair in unison. This was accompanied by chants and drum beats. This is a traditional dance. It is deeply rooted in the UAE's culture. It symbolizes pride and unity. Have a look. The optics were flawless. Trump and the UAE's president were all smiles, and then the work began. Mammoth deals were signed. The UAE has pledged to invest $1.4 trillion in the US. That's 1.4 trillion with a T. This is not pocket change. It's big money. The investment will happen over a period of 10 years in sectors like AI, semiconductors, and energy. Washington and Abu Dhabi called each other strategic partners. Donald Trump was more than thankful.
All I could say is thank you very much. We will work very hard to deserve it. I have absolutely no doubt that the relationship will only get bigger and better. Your relationship and mine can't get better, so I can't say it's going to get better because it's at the highest level it can be.
Let me tell you more about the deals. Out of the $1.4 trillion, $200 billion is just for artificial intelligence. Both countries will cooperate on AI. The UAE will get powerful semiconductors and thousands of chips from NVIDIA, the American company. The plan is to make the UAE the AI hub of West Asia. The remaining deals were about weapons and energy. The UAE will buy equipment for F-16 jets and new helicopters, including the Apache attack platform, also the Chinook transport helicopter. So that's on the weapons. Now let's look at the energy deals. The UAE will invest $440 billion. This will be in America's natural gas and green energy assets. So Trump walked away with a lot of deals and a lot of money. The UAE's president put the icing on the cake. Trump was awarded the Order of Zayed. That is the UAE's highest civilian honor.
Mr. President, for over 50 years, the UAE and the United States have shared a multidimensional strategic partnership and a long-standing friendship. We are keen to continue deepening this friendship for the benefit of both our nations and peoples.
Trump concluded his trip by visiting the Abrahamic Family House. It's a complex that symbolizes interfaith harmony. It has a mosque, a church, and a synagogue. The optics again were on point. So what is the takeaway? Trump has called his Gulf tour a victory. But the deals come with risks. The US is sending lethal weapons to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE. This could fuel tensions in a region that is already volatile. West Asia may be betting big on Trump's America, but they're also hedging their bets in a multipolar world. Saudi Arabia is still considering joining BRICS. That's a grouping led by Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. It is meant for emerging economies. Some even see it as a counter to the Western Bloc. The UAE is already a member of BRICS, and like I said, the Saudis are giving it a serious thought. Clearly, the Gulf kingdoms have their options open. Trump's visit to West Asia has earned him some brownie points. It is certainly a face saver for him back home. You see, Trump came to power on the promise of ending the two wars, the one in Ukraine and the one in Gaza. He said he would end them. He said he would end them on day one in office. It's been 3 months now and counting. The Gulf tour is a good look for Trump. He has walked away with trillions of dollars in deals, even some diplomatic goals. Trump's deal with the UAE were a spectacle of wealth and ambition. Also a reminder that in geopolitics, money and weapons talk the loudest. Our next story is about mosquitoes, specifically about two diseases spread by them, dengue and chikungunya. They've added a new continent to their hit list, and that is Europe. A new study is out. It says that dengue and chikungunya could soon become endemic in Europe, meaning they will spread across the continent throughout the year. It sounds strange because these are tropical diseases. They're typically limited to parts of Asia, Africa, and South America. So why are they moving further north? And what does this mean for the world? Our next report tells you.
For years now, dengue and chikungunya have been considered diseases of the tropics, but that's no longer the case. These diseases have a surprising new hit list. A new study is out, and it says that dengue and chikungunya could soon become endemic in Europe, meaning these diseases will remain in the continent throughout the year. To understand why, let's talk about the diseases themselves. Both viruses are transmitted by mosquitoes. They can cause a high fever, headache, body aches, and nausea. They can occasionally be fatal, and they are spread by a particular species of mosquito called Aedes albopictus, or the tiger mosquito. It's the most invasive mosquito species in the world. It can quickly adapt to different environments, from forested areas to urban locales. It just needs a small amount of water to lay its eggs, up to 200 at a time. These eggs can withstand dry conditions for months on end, and when wet, the eggs hatch. For decades, the tiger mosquito has set up camp in parts of Africa, Asia, and South America, but now it's venturing further north. The invasive mosquitoes can now be found in more than a dozen European countries, including Spain, Greece, and France. So much so that the Paris Olympics last year were heavily monitored for a mosquito showdown amid fears of the sporting event turning into a super spreader event for dengue. And this is all thanks to us, humans. We are fueling climate change, which in turn is accelerating mosquito population growth. First, climate change means warmer temperatures. This boosts mosquito development from egg hatching to growth. So, when mosquitoes grow faster, they bite more. Secondly, climate change alters rainfall patterns. So, when there's more humidity, mosquito feeding and breeding soars. They thrive in warm, humid conditions. If there's too much rainfall or flooding, there is abundant standing water to boost mosquito breeding. And even if there's less rainfall and drought, contrary to what you may think, tiger mosquitoes continue to spread. Because riverbeds dry up And yet again, standing water is a breeding ground. 2024 was the hottest year on record. 304 dengue cases were reported in the European Union. It doesn't sound like much, but this was a historic peak. To give you an idea, over the past 15 years, there have been 275 dengue cases in the European Union. And Europe is not alone here. Nearly half of the global population is at risk of contracting dengue and chikungunya. At the current rate, by 2060, these diseases could spread 5 times faster. So, what is being done about it?
We are preparing to ensure that diseases such as Zika, dengue, and chikungunya are not transmitted in Europe. If we eliminate the mosquitoes that transmit them, we eliminate the potential risk of transmission of these diseases.
Scientists are trying to sterilize mosquitoes, but progress is slow. Governments are ramping up testing, but this is mostly limited to rich urban areas. People are being advised to remove stagnant water from gardens or balconies as well. But in all likelihood, these steps will have short-term gains. Because do you know what has more superior invasion skills than a tiger mosquito? It's backer, climate change.
If there are miracles, then this one comes pretty close. A baby was born in the US last year. Doctors diagnosed him with a rare and dangerous disease, a genetic disorder, which made his blood toxic, increasing the risk of brain damage and death. Do you know why he had this disorder? Because of one faulty gene, one gene. Thanks to just one problem gene, this infant needed an organ transplant to survive. But he was too young for it, so the doctors did the next best thing. They fixed his faulty gene. How did they do that? By rewriting his DNA. Doctors rewrote his DNA. This is a world first. And if it sounds like science fiction, well, here's a report.
KJ Muldoon was born in the summer of 2024 in the U.S. state of Pennsylvania. A few months later, he was diagnosed with a rare genetic disorder, a severe CPS1 deficiency. This stands for carbamoyl phosphate synthetase. This condition is so rare, it affects only 1 in 1.3 million people the world over. Those affected lack a liver enzyme, which is needed to remove ammonia from the body, so it can build up in the blood and become toxic. It can cause damage to the liver and other organs, including permanent damage to the brain. This disorder is fatal for about half the infants who are born with it, because the only known effective long-term treatment is a liver transplant. But it is not feasible for most babies. They have suffered too much damage by the time they are old enough to be operated on. So instead, KJ's doctors went another way. They tried something they had never done before. In fact, something no one has ever done before. They rewrote his genetic DNA, and they saved the baby's life. It is a medical milestone. Doctors created a therapy. This was done by KJ's doctors at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia and Penn Medicine. They used a technology called CRISPR. This is a gene editing tool, the same one that won its inventors the Nobel Prize just about 5 years ago. The doctors used it to create a personalized gene editing therapy, meaning they altered the genetic makeup of KJ. Not all of it, of course. They corrected a faulty gene. It was the critical error causing the disorder, one uniquely mutated gene out of 20,000 in his little body. The doctors found it, flipped it, and fixed it. Now, KJ has just become the world's first baby to successfully undergo a customized gene editing therapy. The U.S. doctors have made history by using this first-of-its-kind approach, and they hope that the technology can someday help millions of others as well. Because KJ is only one of about 350 million people the world over who suffer from rare diseases. Most of these diseases are genetic, So by rewriting faulty DNA, an array of devastating genetic diseases could be cured and countless lives could be saved. But there is a long road ahead. The current gene editing achievement is a medical breakthrough. It is only possible after years and years of progress. Because rare diseases are very hard to treat, gene therapy is extremely expensive to develop. And customizing it for each individual patient can be a long and monumental task. So there's more work to be done to come closer to the goal. But of course, there is hope. Gene therapies were once considered science fiction. Today, they are a reality. And little KJ, who is now 10 months old, is proof that it wouldn't have been possible without standing on the shoulders of giants.
Pakistan has a new obsession, and no, it's not cricket or music or movies. It is a military officer, Aurangzeb Ahmed of the Pakistani Air Force. He was part of their briefings after Operation Sindoor. I'm sure you've seen the pictures. Dark room, small table, zero facts. Of course, Pakistanis do not mind that. They're now obsessing over this Air Force officer. They're calling him all sorts of things, like Rafale Hunter and National Crush. Now, we did not see the whole media briefing because most Pakistani channels are blocked in India. But some clips have now started to trickle in on social media. And forget National Crush. Indians are calling him a national embarrassment for Pakistan.
It's not the fact that the Rafale is a bad plane.
Rafale is a bad plane.
Rafale is a equally potent, very potent aircraft. I mean, if employed well. Now, identifying S-400, attacking them is a easier part than identifying it on ground because it is mobile, it's a high value thing, and you guard it. It's kind of a center of gravity.
It's kind of a center of gravity.
Baigan.
If you could tell me in very non-technical terms about air defense system, what are the capabilities that Pakistan have when it comes to neutralizing surface to surface and air to surface missile systems?
Air to surface? Okay, this means academic discourse, a pretty intense kind when you are asking such technical details.
Now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Albania's Prime Minister kneels to greet his Italian counterpart, Giorgia Meloni. China uses a robotic dog for radiation detection at customs. An ash plume rises over a South Japanese island as a volcano erupts. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1929, the first Academy Awards took place. Around 10 years later, it became the Oscars. Apparently, the new name came from an Academy executive director. She said the award looked like her uncle Oscar. And since then, it's been called the Oscars. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. Have a good weekend.
He only does it to be tall as me.
Happy Friday, everyone, and welcome to First Post America. I'm Eric Ham, coming to you live from the nation's capital in Washington, D.C. And over the next few minutes, we'll take you from the United States and around the world, covering all the top stories of the day. We began today in the United States, which is examining the development of a new war plan. During his state visit to Qatar, U.S. President Donald Trump announced plans for a twin-engine upgrade to the F-35 fighter jet, a variant he referred to as the F-55. The president's remarks came as he unveiled a separate $96 billion deal between Qatar Airways, Boeing, and GE Aerospace.
F-35. We're doing an upgrade, a simple upgrade, but we're also doing an F-55. I'm going to call it an F-55, and that's going to be a substantial upgrade, but it's going to be also with two engines because the F-35 has a single engine.
The president also spoke of a modernized version of the F-22 produced by Lockheed Martin, which is described as the F-22 Super. He added that while China may have copied the U.S. aircraft designs, it won't be able to replicate American engine technology.
I think the most beautiful fighter jet in the world is the F-22, but we're going to do an F-22 Super, and it'll be a very modern version of the F-22 fighter jet.
Now, the F-22 and the F-35 are both fifth-generation stealth fighters designed for different missions. The F-22 is a twin-engine, single-seat fighter jet built for air superiority that's able to evade radar and engage enemy aircraft with speed and agility. In comparison, the F-35 is a single-engine, multi-role fighter aircraft designed for both strike missions and defensive operations. Now, the president's announcements come amid ongoing debates over the future of the F-22 program, with Congress reportedly blocking U.S. Air Force plans to retire the jet in favor of next-generation designs such as Boeing's F-47. The comment also follows his request to Congress for a national defense budget of over $890 billion for fiscal year 2026. The White House says it will help rebuild the military and revive U.S. deterrence, but senior lawmakers warn the budget represents a real-term cut that may limit President Trump's strategic options. So far, the Pentagon has not confirmed the F-35 or F-22 Super programs, and the White House has offered no further details. With no blueprints and no timelines, is the next generation of American air power still on the drawing board? Former FBI Director James Comey is under investigation after posting a photo on Instagram that many believe suggested violence against President Donald Trump. The image showed seashells arranged to form the number 8647, which according to the Webster Dictionary combines slang for get rid of with Trump's position as the 47th president. Now, Comey deleted the post and denied any harmful intent, but the Secret Service is now reviewing the incident. In fact, MAGA supporters and officials have strongly condemned the post, calling it dangerous and unacceptable. Here's our report with more.
A beach walk, a photo, and a storm of controversy. Former FBI Director James Comey is under investigation by the U.S. Secret Service after posting a cryptic image to Instagram. The post, which is now deleted, featured seashells arranged to spell out 8647, 8647, and it quickly ignited outrage across right-wing circles. Comey captioned the photo simply, "Cool shell formation on my beach walk," but that casual remark has since spiraled into a full-blown political firestorm. And the controversy centers around the interpretation of the numbers. The term 86 is widely recognized as restaurant slang for eliminating or discarding something. In fact, according to the Merriam-Webster dictionary, 86 can informally mean to get rid of. More rarely, it's also been used as a coded term for killing. And combined with 47, a reference to Donald Trump as the 47th president, some see the post as a not-so-subtle call for violence. MAGA supporters, on the other hand, wasted no time reacting. Kristi Noem, Secretary of Homeland Security, called the post a threat and confirmed an active investigation. Then the Secret Service confirmed they are aware of the incident and plan to investigate thoroughly. However, they did not provide further comment. Now, after the backlash, Comey issued a public statement. "I didn't realize some folks associate those numbers with violence," he said. "It never occurred to me. But I oppose violence of any kind, so I took the post down." Trump supporters, however, weren't buying the explanation. Donald Trump Jr. accused Comey of publicly inciting his father's assassination. "Just James Comey casually calling for my dad to be murdered," he tweeted. "This is who the Dem media worships. Demented." Taylor Budowich, White House Deputy Chief of Staff, called the image deeply concerning. He said it could clearly be interpreted as a hit on the sitting president. The reaction on Capitol Hill was also swift. Tennessee Congressman Tim Burchett demanded Comey's arrest. Even the FBI responded. Director Kash Patel stated that while the Secret Service holds primary jurisdiction, the FBI is offering full support. "We are in communication with the Secret Service and Director Curran," Patel posted. Comey and Trump have a long and bitter history. Trump fired Comey during his first term amid the FBI's investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 election. Comey later published a memoir describing Trump's alleged demand for loyalty, further fueling their feud. And this latest incident comes after 2 assassination attempts against Trump. Last July, Trump survived a shooting at a campaign rally in Pennsylvania. And 2 months later, in another assassination attempt, an armed man was caught near his Florida golf course. So with the beach photo becoming a political weapon, questions linger. Was it really just a coincidence of shells, or something far more deliberate hiding in plain sight?
And from Donald Trump's alleged assassination attempts, we now move to his escalating crackdown on migrants. A crackdown that has come under scrutiny following the detention and release of Badr Khan Suri, an Indian academic and visiting scholar at Georgetown University. Suri was arrested on March 17 just outside his home in Arlington, Virginia by plainclothes federal agents. But what followed was nearly 2 months of confinement that he described as Kafkaesque. He was transported across 3 states, first held overnight in Virginia, then sent to Louisiana, and finally confined at the Prairie Land Detention Center in Texas due to overcrowding. The Department of Homeland Security accused Suri of having close connections to a known or suspected terrorist and claimed he was spreading Hamas propaganda on campus. However, even after his detention, no formal charges were ever filed.
"There was no charge. There was nothing. They made a subhuman out of me. My ankles, my wrist, my body, everything was chained. For the first 7-8 days, I even missed my shadow."
Now, since Suri's release, his legal team has filed a habeas corpus petition challenging the legality of his detention. In fact, his lawyers argue that he was targeted for not any criminal act, but because of his political beliefs and his wife's Palestinian heritage.
Americans don't want to live in a country where the federal government disappears people whose views it doesn't like. If they can do this to Dr. Suri, they can do this to anyone.
Now, according to court filings, Suri's father-in-law was a former deputy foreign minister in the Hamas government in Gaza, an association that may have made him a suspect in the eyes of federal authorities. District Judge Patricia Giles ruled that Suri's detention violated the First Amendment, which guarantees freedom of speech. Hence, she ordered his immediate release and allowed him to return to his family on personal recognizance. Meanwhile, the Trump administration is reportedly considering suspending habeas corpus rights for immigrants, an extraordinary move that could fast-track deportations and reduce court oversight. However, Senator Amy Klobuchar has said that such a step is unlikely to pass Congress and cannot be taken unilaterally by the president.
Donald Trump is trying to remake the executive office into one that is immune from outside accountability. He's engaging in unprecedented overreach that disregards the rule of law and pretends as if the independent judiciary is a bug rather than a feature of our system.
So for now, Suri is free, but his future remains uncertain. And with the administration signaling a tougher stance on immigration and dissent, one question looms large: who might be next? And now shifting to controversy in Mexico, where an American YouTuber, Mr. Beast, has landed into some serious trouble over his visit to the country's temples. Mexico is demanding compensation and a public retraction from Mr. Beast's production company, Full Circle Media. The accusation stems from a recent video showcasing the social media star's visit to ancient Mayan archaeological sites. The video, titled "I Explored 2,000-Year-Old Ancient Temples," has garnered significant attention, amassing around 60 million views on YouTube since its release just last week. In the video, Mr. Beast, who boasts an enormous online following of 395 million subscribers, explores iconic Mayan cities in southeastern Mexico. However, the visit has sparked controversy on multiple sites. Comments made by Mr. Beast within the video, including expressing surprise at the government allowing his access to a pyramid, drew criticism from viewers who pointed out that such access is often restricted to Mexican citizens.
Those of us here know the importance of that, and we respect the fact that they don't let us in. But for the authorities to let outsiders somehow access these places by any means, either because they paid or because of sites, or so that more people come here to visit, well, if it's this frustration of why do they let them in and they're not respecting our heritage?
Now, adding to the controversy, Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum herself has requested clarification on the conditions under which Mr. Beast and his crew were granted access to these historically significant locations. But the core of the dispute lies in the alleged commercial exploitation of these sites. In fact, throughout the video, Mr. Beast is seen promoting his own brand of snacks, even referring to them as Mayan approved. Now, this has triggered an official complaint from Mexico's National Institute of Anthropology and History. And the institute asserts that the permit granted to Full Circle Media was solely for filming purposes and did not extend to the promotion of private brands. The sentiment is echoed by locals in the region. And in Mérida, the capital of Yucatan State, residents, including tour guides, have voiced their disapproval for the preferential access seemingly granted to the YouTuber.
They are not respecting our history, our cultural heritage. Restrictions and regulations should be for everyone, nationals, national tourism, foreign visitors, as well as for us locals. Of course it is annoying. That should be totally restricted for everyone.
I think it's part of a strategy to call it that, to promote Mexico in a certain way. And we see that there is hardly much promotion by, in this case, YouTubers or influencers from outside Mexico. So given the opportunity.
Now, the incident has raised important questions about the ethical use of cultural heritage sites in online content and the responsibilities of influencers with massive global reach. And today, we end with a missing Melania Trump statue. In Slovenia, a statue honoring the U.S. First Lady has once again made headlines, this time for mysteriously vanishing. The bronze figure, installed in her hometown of Sevnica after the original wooden sculpture was vandalized and set on fire, was reportedly removed by unknown individuals earlier this week. Here's more on the mystery.
It seems Slovenia's complicated relationship with its most famous export, Melania Trump, has hit yet another dramatic and slightly absurd milestone. The bronze statue of the US First Lady, which had been standing on a tree stump in the fields outside her home of Sevnica, has mysteriously vanished. And not gently removed by art-loving officials, reports suggest it was chopped off at the legs and hauled away like a rogue garden ornament in the dead of night. Slovenian police have confirmed they received a report of the disappearance, and an investigation is underway. But as of now, no suspects, no motives, and no CCTV footage capturing the statue heist have been revealed. Locals have been left scratching their heads, while art critics and political onlookers can't decide whether it's an act of protest, a prank, or simply a case of bad taste. For those unfamiliar with the backstory, the statue's disappearance is just the latest chapter in a long, weird tale of Slovenia's love-hate affair with Melania Trump's public image. It all began in 2019 when the American artist Brad Downey, in collaboration with local woodcarver Alj Žepevk, installed a chainsaw-carved wooden statue of Melania in a sky blue dress. It was famously modeled after her look at Donald Trump's 2017 presidential inauguration. The statue, to put it gently, wasn't exactly a masterpiece. Locals nicknamed it everything from Smurfette to Scarecrow Melania. And critics couldn't decide whether it was a tribute or an unintentional parody. Some claimed it looked more like a glitch in a video game than a polished ode to the former model turned First Lady. The statue met a fiery fate when an unidentified arsonist set it ablaze just months after the unveiling. Brad Downey, perhaps undeterred, replaced the charred remains with a bronze replica, this time securely mounted on a hefty wooden stump with concrete and metal rods. Well, they did. And now the bronze version has mysteriously disappeared. Some say it's an act of political protest by anti-Trump locals who resent the global spotlight Melania brought. Others suggest it could be the work of collectors hoping to resell the statue on the black market. Some locals argue the statues have been more about generating tourist buzz than sparking meaningful debate, with Sevnica becoming a magnet for curious visitors seeking Melania-branded cakes, chocolates, wines and souvenirs, rather than introspection on Slovenia's political exports. Regardless of who took it or why, one thing is certain. Slovenia's most famous daughter continues to spark controversy and confusion, whether she's physically present or not. At this point, locals might want to consider switching to holograms because they're harder to set on fire or get stolen.
That's going to do it for us today. We certainly thank you for tuning in today and every day. We hope you have a great weekend, and we look forward to seeing you right back here next week.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on Firstpost. Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We begin with the West African country of Burkina Faso, where a shocking development is arising from an attack on a military base that unfolded earlier this week. Reports say 200 soldiers have been killed, and an Al-Qaeda-linked affiliate has claimed responsibility. The army base in the northern town of Djibo came under attack on Sunday. Visuals from the military camp showed columns of black smoke rising as jihadists watched from nearby. Take a look.
ko wiyo ñifan diina Allah ɗum wala fu ko itan diina Allah sinana ko ɓeydi to nji sakiraɓe a nemtenet.
The jihadi group that confessed to the assault is known as Jamaat Nasr al-Islam wal Muslimin. It is the al-Qaeda-backed group that has issued a statement claiming to have killed 200 soldiers of Burkina Faso. However, Burkina Faso's military government has not confirmed. The group had earlier claimed to have killed just 60 soldiers, but the dramatic shift in the death count has cast light on the spiraling instability in the country. The offensive came as Burkina Faso's leader, Ibrahim Traoré, was visiting Russia, where he met with Vladimir Putin and discussed counter-terrorism. The May 11 onslaught wasn't just on the military base. Simultaneous attacks reportedly targeted police posts, a market, and a hospital. Burkina Faso is a landlocked country in Africa, which has a population of 23 million. It has been struggling for years to counter jihadist attacks. The country sits in the Sahel region, which is a global hotspot for armed conflict. Armed groups linked with the Islamic State and Al-Qaeda are active here, and military takeovers in the countries in the region, with the promise of providing security, have failed to deliver. 3 countries in the Sahel region, Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso, are led by military juntas, all of whom have distanced themselves from Western allies and have developed closer ties with Russia instead. Footage released on Wednesday, unidentified men, likely jihadists, were spotted tearing down flags of all 3 junta-led countries. They also tore down a Russian tricolour during the incident. As violence and extremism continues to escalate, analysts say that these insurgents move across borders. They launch surprise attacks and take control of towns and roads. Now, for more on this, we have with us on the show Beverly Ochieng, who is a senior analyst at Control Risks, joining us live from Dakar, Senegal. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me again.
Now, Beverly, what are the key factors driving the recent surge in terrorist attacks in Burkina Faso and across the Sahel, particularly in areas that are controlled by military regimes?
I mean, as you pointed out, there have been challenges in strengthening the security apparatus in the Sahel because military rule has not just led to political instability, but also security gaps. And since the coups in Burkina Faso in 2022 and in Niger in 2023, there has been a radical change in security partnerships, diplomatic realignments, and the sudden loss of additional forces, particularly from the UN, from France, and other Western countries. We're also seeing a trend where militant groups, Islamic State, but particularly Al-Qaeda, has been operating in retaliation against the military governments, and they take advantage of security gaps to be able to intensify attacks on forces and on civilians.
And how have the military-led governments of Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger affected counter-terrorism efforts? And what challenges do they face in regaining control over these territories dominated by insurgent groups?
So the 3 countries have mostly focused on a military response. And because of budgetary constraints and the lack of partners, it means that there's a lot of strain on the national forces. Burkina Faso, for instance, has recruited heavily into what is called the Volunteers in the Defense of the Fatherland. But the VDPs, because of their links to the government, face repeated attacks from militant groups. In Mali, the resurgence of a rebel insurgency in the northern part of the country has inadvertently contributed to less focus and deployment in the south. So we're seeing that militants are exploiting this to put pressure in mining areas. And in Niger, the Tillaberi region, where the capital is, has had security gaps since the coup, and Islamic State continues to besiege not just residents, but also security forces.
Right. And what role can regional cooperation and also international support play in stabilizing the Sahel? And how effective have the current strategies been in addressing the growing influence of Al-Qaeda and these other extremist factions in the region?
So we've seen that Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, they launched a joint force under the Alliance of Sahel states. They've been carrying out operations along the borders, and there's been some minimal successes from this. They're also receiving support from other geopolitical actors, such as Russia. As you pointed out, Traoré was in Moscow talking about the security support he's getting from the government there. They're also purchasing drones from countries like Turkey. But then there's also the need for further support. So the Economic Community of West African States has been trying to establish a counterinsurgency force. Because of their tense relations with the Sahel, it's been very difficult to get more cooperation to secure their borders. But national armies in countries like Benin, Togo, Cote d'Ivoire, which are also threatened by the insurgency, are increasing their capacity. There's also calls for dialogue with militant groups, but the concern is this could expose people to integrity issues, and militant groups themselves are not necessarily willing to engage with the current governments in the Sahel.
Right. Beverly, as always, great to have you on the show. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you as well.
Shifting focus to Libya, where militia warfare and violence continue in the capital Tripoli. Despite the announcement of a ceasefire, fresh gun battle erupted on Wednesday in Tripoli between two powerful armed groups. Explosions and gunfire were reported across several areas. One person is believed to have been killed in the latest round of violence. Just a day after authorities claimed the fighting had ended, at least 6 others were killed earlier, including a powerful militia leader. The fighting is now centered between two militias, the 444 Brigade, that is aligned with Prime Minister Abdul Hamid Dbeibah, and the rival Radar Force. Now, the violence was triggered after the death of Abdel Ghani al-Kikli, a powerful warlord who headed the Armed Group Security Stabilization Apparatus, or the SSA. Kikli was a dominant figure in Tripoli, often referred to as the de facto king of the capital. After his death, forces loyal to Prime Minister Dbeibah moved in and took control of Kikli's strongholds. The situation has since escalated, with reports that militias from neighboring cities are mobilizing to support the Radar forces, who also control key state facilities. Hundreds gathered in Radar's stronghold, staging anti-government demonstrations against Prime Minister Dbeibah. They held posters of him marked with red crosses. This marks another chapter in Libya's decade-long instability, which began with the 2011 uprising that ousted dictator Muammar Gaddafi. Since 2014, Libya has been divided. Eastern Libya is controlled by military leader Khalifa Haftar, while Western Libya is governed by the UN-recognized Government of National Unity, or the GNU, that is led by Prime Minister Dbeibah. Tripoli itself remains fractured, with numerous militias competing for power and territory. The latest developments, including the killing of powerful rival armed leader, could mark a shift, possibly strengthening Dbeibah's hold over the capital. But such a consolidation of power in the west could escalate tensions with the east, where Haftar's forces control Libya's crucial oil fields. Now, despite multiple international efforts to reunite the country and to hold elections, Libya remains deeply divided. Amid the worsening violence, the United Nations has called for an immediate and unconditional ceasefire. Turkey, a key backer of the Tripoli government, urged all sides to halt hostilities and to engage in dialogue. Meanwhile, Russia, Egypt, and the UAE are believed to be supporting the eastern faction led by Haftar. As Tripoli teeters on the edge, the risk of a wider conflict looms large. Will the turmoil in Tripoli further deepen Libya's fragile instability? And now shifting focus to Kenya, where a political rally turned into a war zone in Nairobi. Dramatic scenes unfolded on Thursday as gunshots erupted during a political rally led by former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua. The event marked the launch of his new political party, the Democracy for Citizens Party, or the DCP. But just moments after the unveiling, a group of armed men reportedly stormed the party headquarters in an apparent attempt to disrupt the event. Security personnel responded by firing warning shots into the air as the mob pelted stones at them. Without taking names, Gachagua accused political rivals of staging the attack. He claimed it was a calculated attempt to intimidate his supporters and derail the launch. He questioned why police had failed to arrest the attackers, alleging that political pressure was being used to obstruct justice. Despite the chaos, the event marked the official unveiling of his new party. Gachagua stood at the podium, declaring the DCP as a new voice for Kenyans ahead of the 2027 elections.
I'll spend the next 2 years with the people of the Republic of Kenya, traveling to every corner of our country, to every village, listening to the people, to build one of the most formidable political movements since independence. As you all know, I'm a truthful man and an honest man. I keep my word and my promises. I detest lies, and that is why I disagreed with the liar number one.
The launch comes just months after Gachagua's impeachment from President William Ruto's United Democratic Alliance. Once close allies, Gachagua was Ruto's running mate in 2022 and served as deputy president. Initially a staunch supporter of the government, rifts began to emerge over power sharing and regional influence. Gachagua claimed Ruto sidelined him, preferring to deal directly with local leaders while consolidating power. Now, after his impeachment, Gachagua accused the president of political persecution, including withdrawing his security and attempting to silence him through intimidation. The attack at his rally underscores the deepening divisions in Kenyan politics. It comes just days after President Ruto himself was attacked with a shoe during a public event. Widespread public discontent has been growing against Ruto administration, driven by economic hardships, high taxes, and perceived government failures. Meanwhile, Gachagua has signaled plans to team up with prominent opposition figures to challenge Ruto. As political tensions continue to escalate, questions loom large over Kenya's path to the 2027 polls. Are these signs of a deeper political crisis brewing? And Uganda's ever-controversial tweet-happy general and presidential heir-in-waiting, Muhoozi Kainerugaba, is back on social media. This time with a fashion decree straight out of a 1950s etiquette book. And a political threat. For the unversed, he keeps logging on and off from social media. In a series of eyebrow-raising posts on X, the Ugandan general, known for his love of Twitter, spas, military cosplay, and eyebrow-raising diplomacy, announced that all female soldiers in the Ugandan People's Defence Force will henceforth be marching in skirts, not trousers. Trousers are for men, not for women. Anyone who forces our sisters to put on trousers on parade again will have a very bad day, the general proclaimed. Now, currently, female soldiers in Uganda wear the same standard issue gear as their male counterparts for daily duties. Skirts are an option, but only for formal events. But the general seems to think that skirts should now make a comeback on the battlefield, or at least on the parade ground. And the Ugandan general wasn't done yet. Doubling down on his social media shock and awe campaign, He warned that a Ugandan citizen daring to vote against his father, President Yoweri Museveni, in the upcoming January elections would face deportation. He thundered online, and I quote, "We will deport all traitors in public view," end quote. The general also advised voters to tread carefully if they don't plan to support Nzi. Now, it is a term of endearment for his father, who has been in power since 1986. That's nearly 4 decades for those counting. While Mhuzi Kainerugab's colourful tweets are nothing new, he's previously mused online about everything from invading Kenya to sharing awkwardly personal updates, like asking Jay-Z publicly to apologize for marrying his woman, Beyonce. Now, his latest remarks have critics, rights groups, and opposition figures bracing for yet another wave of political crackdowns. Uganda's January elections are already heating up, with the opposition under pressure and arrests of activists becoming the new normal. But the Ugandan general seems determined to turn up the volume as the drama all the way up, fashion police style included. Whether Ugandan women in uniform are rolling their eyes behind the scenes remains to be seen. But one thing's for sure, the general is setting a new bar for mixing politics, threats, and outdated fashion advice, all in under 280 characters. And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again at the same time on Monday. Thank you for watching. Have a great weekend and goodbye.